How clear is it? Okay, but there's audio coming in from my PC end. So they got him right on the field, and that gets scary. Okay. Yeah, so it's just. Into the mic. So I'm from my name mission place. I'm scared. Okay, hello, stream. It's stream time. Wow. It works? Okay. Okay, once you guys can commentate again here, then I can just explain. Well, there's nothing to explain, it's talking to the mic. I got it full screen on our end as well if you want to come by.
If you need to check. So, they want you to play. Notably, you play changes it from, changes off from, so.
Wait.
I got your local. You can do local work.
Yo, what up, ladies and gentlemen? That time, it's that hour.
Test 1 2 3 test.
Yo, what up?
The other mics they probably do. Ow.
Scatman World. Alright, so like seems like we got something going on here. Hello? Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. What up, chat? In today's video, I'm testing audio yet again. Holy, this sucks. Okay. It's gonna be great though. It's gonna be great though. If anyone's watching, send me a message. I think it'd be funny. Because I don't think anyone's gonna watch this. We'll be starting shortly. Just you wait.
Like make up a reason to use it, right?
And then we can buy more later.
You can make it one time, you want like what
Actually, I still let me check how much it is. Since if you have to
And then later, I don't know what it is later, I finally hit it, and after and it sets up again, I'm like, oh, right. So you're waiting on are you trained now? Make sure you all from the way.
literally like counting down.
Right? Oh,
All of them. There's sparse outlets before, and I think there's extension cable.
yeah. On it because there's probably got here.
Like you do some stuff, and then we try to connect the other person, and they're like cable jumble. You gotta buy it again. I hate it. It's on. Someone gets a line to finish their team. Apparently I did. You missed how there we go.
Well deserved pie.
Yeah. Are you not? What's that? Uh-oh. Okay, so I didn't have to sign up. No, you're playing anyway. Oh, fuck! We missed Corey. Hang on. Repair. We gotta repair. We missed Corey. Hang on. We
I'm gonna get the phone.
I didn't hit the button. It was perfect to function. You're still playing. Fuck you. Jade, I'm gonna come back. Did you stuck around yet? No. No? Okay, you're able to have kids here. Did you get as long as your ID is right? I didn't get Corey. Corey, do you have your staff sheet?
Yeah, I give it to Mike.
Motherfucker, check the sack.
What?
If I had something, I gave it to you.
I don't have it. I gave it to you.
You're on the floor. I'm gonna string these. That's on you.
I said that's on me.
Yeah, I know. Put Corey in.
Yeah, I'm putting Corey in.
No, you're playing both. No, you're playing both. You're playing both. Are we having it? Right? So, Eco. Oh, our commentators are just saying. You guys give a commentary. So you have the. So, my bad, Corey. Want to help it fell under a chair. How was I supposed to? I'm back out there. Wait, what we got? This computer is sharing to Discord. This one's in that same Discord call, and then the lab computer in the far classroom is also on that Discord call. So.
Are we still waiting on the repair?
No. But yeah, Sean's playing. We're still waiting on repair. I'm in force of life.
You get a giant movie all to yourself. This room is on the Discord call. One of the, let's see, it's logged into Shansh's Discord. And then you get like 3 different microphones, which I think is what you're hearing on the reverb. They're all connected to the stream. We are live on twitch.tv/Mason Pokemon Club. So there's like this one, there's this one, and then there's this one. Like this. If that works anymore. Testing. Oh. Okay. There we are. Good luck up front. I'll be in the other room setting up like stats and stuff if you want to pull up the stream on your phone. Okay. Do you have the link to it? Or do you need it? Pokemon Club? Yeah, it's just Mason Pokemon Club. Yeah. What is your name so I can put you in as a commentator on the stream?
Real name or fake name?
I can put both if you want.
You can put Plant God.
Dance
God, yeah.
Alright. Do you want like an ad or something?
At Plant God W.
Alrighty. Plant God W. The capital W?
Yeah, capital W.
Yeah, 17.
Alrighty.
Alright, so we are
Yeah,
doing-
someone
Yeah,
do
like
you.
It's Val.
and all of you are masters.
It's
No,
Val.
that's not on the. I'm gonna go. Okay, you're gonna commentate? Yeah. I'm doing fresh. I also think. So, does that mean every stat sheet we have is physical, or are there some digital? All of them are physical. All are physical. I think we should have all the stat sheets in the commentator's room. Yes. So we have. Yes. And then the stream game will know. This is not coming. I think we're still waiting. Someone give me a record. We have. So we hit the repair button, right? Okay. And then repair gave us just like repairing. Yeah. Okay. Click on.
I'm sorry with you. Awesome. Yeah, my team's not ready for the event, and we had some issues with that. I was commentating and stuff. Okay. I was gonna play the event at 17.
That's it? You got the buy-in.
He had 17 helped himself. So. Oh, so we have the all of the feeds here. Okay, so we need info from should we have it here? Besides that, yeah, this is the main mic. We also have this right here. So here? That's here, okay. What? Oh, I didn't even see that one. I knew that one on the get that. So this one, okay. So this one works. Actually, I'll probably just use the handheld. Or the one that hooks up.
What?
Previous video, no.
What?
Previous video, no.
Did you know?
You can have the team sheet out ready.
Okay. Sorry.
What is that? What did you say?
The players that were commentating.
No, I
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out where the
feedback system is from.
it's this. It's at the ground, and then because of that, it was being weird. Really small. Okay, so once we get the screen here, we should be able to start. Let me ask Jay if we're on live.
And ask them if they can hear us too.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. You know, I should be able to. Oh, actually, I can just pull up the stream.
yeah.
On here. Ooh. But that was I pretty just my nice. Full screen. Go Twitch. .tv. I'm on Twitch.tv. Hi Nico. You're hitting the commentary booth as well. Hell yeah. Yeah. They actually didn't end up needing me. Micah is just doing stuff incorrectly. So I'm commentating. I didn't have a chance to chat for the event because I was having technical difficulties with it.
Okay.
So I didn't get to do anything. But that's fine. I include LGBT. That's true. Oh, it's no one Darius and no one Audie. Why are we lying?
I don't know.
It's Darius and no.
Why is Micah lying?
We literally, yeah. No, we no.
Alright, get the feedback I dropped.
Hello, gamers. How's it going?
They're trying to
Oh, it's that team.
it's the
World Wing team. Yep. Yeah, it's team the one worlds. Okay, if you guys can hear me, we are live with our GMU VGC Cup. Let me check if the audio works. I cannot hear anything, but I also don't know if we're connected to audio on the command. Can you, I'm not plugged in. Nico, can you, check the stream on your phone to see if it works? Full screen this. Hello. Hello, everyone. Today we are here with our cup. Okay, so we're starting our match today. We have Noah versus. Oh, shoot, I dropped my mic. We have Noah versus Darius. What?
Yeah, we're
We can see the screen. Okay, so we have Hootie or Darius on the world's winning team. Those are nicknamed the whole time. And we have Noah or Aegon on Swordfish with Overquill and Araquanid. It sounds like it'll be a fun set.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that like the Overquill is definitely going to add pressure with the Swift Swim if he can win the Weather War. But I know that this world winning team has Trick Room on the Lunala, so think the speed dynamics will be pretty interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, as well as the overquill specifically being there allows it to kill Lunala both with and without Terra. Dark Poison coverage is really strong into that Mon, and as such, it makes it that Hootie has to be careful about when he Terras and how he Terras.
Yeah, definitely.
What's up?
Let me get your name again. What's your actual name so I can toss it on for you? Just your first name. Matt? Matt. Sick. Okay, I'm gonna put it in. Thanks. Okay, looking good though.
So you have Chen Pao overquill lead on Noah's End versus Lunala and Chi Yu. You can see a pretty good lead from Noah just try to stop the Lunala, because I think he understands that once Lunala can't do anything, Swordfish can kind of clean up the end game.
And right away, Noah's threatening the Kyogre switch in for Chen Pao to activate the Swift Swim, which would be very threatening to the Lunala. So we'll have to see whether she tries to stop it or not.
Interesting note, I don't think the Lunala is actually Terra Fairy. I think it's Terra Water.
Oh, you're correct. Yeah, that's actually pretty huge for Hootie's side, being able to resist the
Minimize.
Not see that.
I did not.
It is. It's Barbarage, Crunch, and Minimize with Protect.
That is insane.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That could be very problematic.
Yeah. So I give it to you. So you go for a Meteor Beam. Misses the overquill. That makes sense. So yeah, trying to eliminate the overquill makes sense. It's really threatening him on. Once you eliminate it, you can kind of go for Trick Room, and Ursulina can do a lot in the back end. Kyogre is on the field now, which is annoying for Hootie, definitely. But he still has access to Terra, and Terra Water is really good in this situation. As well as he also has access to Koraidon in the back. So he's in a pretty spot.
Is not in the back here right now for Noah.
That is
Could be something interesting if he tries to set up Trick Room here.
That's good to note. Darius.
They should.
I mean, it makes sense though. Koraidon with a speed boost does kind of run through Noah's team with the especially with weather control, because
Koraidon Switch coming in here, pretty much shutting down most things this Kyogre will be able to do.
yeah, as well as this overquill doesn't really threaten that much. Getting the sun out, heat wave from the fish, that overquill is dead.
Is a dead overquill even through Minimize.
The Kyogre does have Ice Beam, so we'll have to see if Noah predicted the switch in.
Not Origin
They went with
Pulse
the
in here.
Origin Pulse.
Good damage to the fish, but not enough to kill.
That is pretty bad for Noah here, as now both Chen Pao and what I assume to be Zacian in the back, and not be, but I assume, are really threatened by this Chi Yu. Now we do have Sacral Punch pressure coming in from the Chen Pao, so that is annoying, but at the same time, if Noah gets it wrong, Sacral Punch the fish, and then the fish pushes out, that Chen Pao's getting hit with a flame charge, and then all of a sudden, I don't know how Noah can respond to a really fast Koraidon.
Will Sucker Punch be able to take out the knockout on this fish here?
Should be able
Even
to.
at that half health.
Should
Say it's highly likely.
Fish isn't that bulky, yeah.
He's not that bulky.
And also, if Noah goes after the Koraidon,
Raquinid in the back,
switches.
that's highly
That is
unexpected.
not a Zacian. Wow.
Heat Wave in here going to be reduced by that water bubble
And
ability.
Chen Pao gets Chen Pao
Lucky miss on the Chi. It is a Sacred Sword on the Chi Yu. Ooh, that's
unfortunate.
A really unfortunate turn there. Wow.
It doesn't actually seem like Darius is in that bad of a spot. Again, now he gets that is Life Orb. I did not check. That was Sash.
Close combat here. Raquinid's going to. What?
Eyes? He just does that.
What?
Wow. Okay.
I mean, it is Life Orb Koraidon with the close combat. So
Raquinid
Life Orb
is
sun boosted.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Raquinid is physically
having a
frail,
close
but even
combat
with the
close
photosynthesis
Flame Sword in it as well.
Yeah, CC Life Orb from Koraidon doing a lot. This one just does a ton of damage, and Brubana coming in.
should be almost over here.
This is a really good board state for. I mean, you just have Brubana can redirect attacks. Terra Water is so hard for Chen Pao and Kyogre to break through. And then you just sit there and you kind of you resist Kyogre's main stab spread moves, and then if they have Ice Beam, it's fine.
Only hope here is
you're
maybe
hitting
this,
on it.
maybe this Kyogre doesn't carry Thunder, but most Kyogres do. You'd have to predict the
The
Terra
Kyogre does have
here into the water.
Kyogre is AV with Thunder.
So does Thunder.
Kyogre does have Thunder, but will he be able to predict this Terrasilize here from the Brute Bonnet?
Even then, I think one turn is just enough for who do you win this game? Because realistically, like, I think Brute Bonnet was 1 Thunder, so either you double with the Chen Pao and then Chen Pao dies, or it doesn't, and then Kyogre, yeah, that's correct.
Let's go crash into the Brute Bonnet, not going to do much thanks to its water terrestrialization, allowing it to resist.
Physically defensive.
Close combat into
Kyogre
dies.
dies,
Kyogre on the field.
and that looks like game. I don't think there's any way that Chen Pao can beat a Karadan with redirection support, so it looks like a game 2.
Yeah, and so if I were Noah here, I'd be thinking about how I'm going to overcome the speed differential from the Crydon, especially because it might be a little bit of a struggle for Noah, considering that their only sort of speed control seems to be the overquill with the Swift swim, so they'd probably have to put more resources into either maintaining the advantage in the weather war or finding some way to get rid of the Crydon early.
I'm surprised there was no bringing the Zacian here. Zacian under rain is actually really threatening to Hootie. I guess like without Tricker being set up, but you are like based on the lead. It seemed like he was investing heavily into making sure Lunala couldn't do anything.
Alternate path you could take is maybe bringing this Grimmsnarl here for pick up pressure along with screens, so maybe you don't exactly need to be faster, but if you can just out tank the opponent.
That's true.
Especially with rain, gives you a big advantage.
Yeah, actually, the Grimmsnarl does have Thunder Wave, so that could potentially be a big factor in this next game, trying to mitigate the speed of the Crydon. Wouldn't be able to use it on the Chi-Yu unless it Terras, but I still think it would be a good thing for Noah to keep in mind.
So obviously Kyogre does seem pretty good into general Hootie's team as long as he gets that Thunder Wave off. So I do see the line there. So we have
As I present, start with the Grimmsnarl, along with the Zacian showing up for the first time. Grimmsnarl, admittedly, not too great into this lead, not able to do anything sneaky to the Chi-Yu here, but fake out pressure will be on this Chi-Yu specifically. It doesn't have fake out?
It does not have fake out.
Yeah. Oh, it does not have fake out. All right. Never mind then.
that is should assume last move Spirit Break.
Yep.
Yeah. This Zacian though, it is threatening a lot of pressure here because with the light screen, it should be able to do 1 Heat Wave unless Trident switches in. First turn protect makes sense. Just trying to scout out what's going to happen. Light screen.
Gotcha.
This might be a trick coming up from Hootie depending on what he has in the back. Overheat, try to just delete the Zacian turn 1, makes sense. Zacian's
I believe he brought Ursaluna. Correct me if I'm wrong.
He could have. You never know. But based on the way he's playing, I don't think he did. This looks like he brought the same 4. There's a Meteor Beam, probably going straight into the Grimmsnarl. Yep.
Should do decent damage.
Chunk it. That's about 50.
A little over half health.
And now Noah gets the information of the fact that the Zacian is locked into, knows that the Chi-Yu is locked into Overheat, and so he can switch into Kyogre really safely in this position, and then just go for really big damage into the Chi-Yu slot. What is the Zacian boost set?
The Zacian is SD stabs. And on no, just play that.
What's the Zacian boost set? Is it play rough?
Position coming out here from Noah onto the Zacian. It's going to be Terra Fairy. It's very threatening.
Terra Fairy coming out. Might be a play rough into the Chi-Yu. What I'm looking at here.
Could definitely be enough to pick up a knockout. Grimmsnarl Thunderwave into the Lunala here, going to make it a bit slower.
So give it a chance to not move one turn. We'll see if he has to not move on certain turn. That could be relevant. Overheat into the Zacian, but it is terrestrialized in under light screen, and it's still
Just enough from the light screen to take it. Play rough here.
Oh, play rough
boosted by terrestrialize.
Into the Chi-Yu.
That should be a knockout.
Should be knockout.
1-hit KO.
And I mean, this is a pretty good spot for Noah actually.
Yes,
+1.
already taken out one of the probably biggest threats. The choice scarf on the Chi-Yu made it pretty difficult to contend with. But Noah is also losing their first restricted, so it remains to be seen if they can clean up the game from here.
Loses the Zacian in the process though. That is kind of bad, especially losing their main out to Brute Bonnet. This can be a problem. Arachman comes in.
The goat.
This is actually not bad here. As long as Koraidon does come in, which you can set up light screen against, and also switch in a rain setter, you can pretty effectively threaten both Brute Bonnet and Lunala in the field, Lunala can't really touch you because you have a lot of special defense, you have a light screen up, and you use Meteor Beam already. And Brute Bonnet can hit you, but you can also hit Brute Bonnet, so it's pretty good here.
Whether or not this Araquanid has a bug move, I would say it does definitely threaten Terrasilize onto the Brute Bonnet here.
Yeah, the
maybe making it
Araquanid
easier
does
to
have
predict.
Leech Life, so that could potentially be an Oko into Brute Bonnet, unless this is a
As predicted,
Terra right
Hootie
there.
forcing the
And it is,
Terrasilize
okay.
water onto the Brute Bonnet here.
We saw this last game, and it just worked so effectively. Just Brute Bonnet's really hard to take out without consistent ways to hit it super effectively. Now we do have Thunder on that.
Reflecting the Grimmsnarl here.
We do have Thunder on that Kyogre, as you discussed earlier. That is a Spore into the Grimmsnarl. That is fair. That is annoying.
This should be fine for Noah. Grimmsnarl's got his screens up. That's his main play. Maybe unable to get a Spirit Break into the Lunala here, but Grimmsnarl's not really doing much more.
Araquanid takes a lot through that root screen, and that's a Leech
Through
Life on
the
the
Shadow
Lunala.
Shield, not really do much here.
Still trying to break the Shadow Shield, I assume, trying to get a bit of recovery in the process. And another Moongeist Beam just do so much, and especially now that you have the ability to threaten this Araquanid, it's looking very bleak. With not there's a line I think you can take here, if you can get the correct predictions on Lunala. But it is just looking like
Grimmsnarl taking his sleep turn.
taking mandatory sleep turn. Spore trying to go into the Grimmsnarl slot.
Predicting a switch, we just Moongeist Beam into the Araquanid, who will protect that move for this turn. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, this Grimmsnarl does not have a dark move on its set.
It does not, so...
That's going to make it a lot harder to threaten this Lunala with super effective damage.
Especially when a double up into the Araquanid does most likely kill it here. It just feels like
This Grimmsnarl's just a sit and duck. It's essentially a 2v1 right now.
it looks like that Sucker Punch might have... Oh,
the Terra coming into play.
Ooh.
Okay.
Let's see what this
Darius,
Araquanid can do.
potentially
Liquidation
missing
into the
out
Lunala slot.
on that knockout into the Araquanid.
Okay.
This could come down to if Lunala gets paralyzed here, Araquanid might be able to knock it out with another liquidation.
We could see a game steal with the combination of Thunderwave into the Koraidon plus Weather War winning. Just protect, trying to get Grimmsnarl back online. I got it. Probably trying to go for Spirit Break into the Lunala slot as well. Grimmsnarl wakes up. Thunderwave. Okay, just trying to paralyze the entire team.
Now
Make
that the
it
Brute
give a lot
Bonnet
of
is
outs.
translated to a water type, it is no longer immune to that Prankster Thunderwave. It could come back to bite him later.
Moongeist Beam. I assume it's a double up. It is a Spore into the Grimmsnarl again.
I mean, yeah. Protect on Araquanid there.
Pretty passive turn all around. Not like progress man on the board. Just
Yeah, I wouldn't say that Noah exactly has a super strong chance of taking out the Lunala this turn, considering that Darius does have the option of the Rage Powder on the Brute Bonnet, so even if the Lunala got fully paralyzed, it would still Noah would still miss out on that opportunity to take it out.
yeah, almost requires I think a double paralyze from Darius here for the Lunala to go down this turn.
No Rage Powder from the
No
Brute Bonnet. Moongeist Beam going into the Araquanid should pick up a knockout here.
Yep, that is a dead spider if I've ever seen one.
However, this Kyogre is on the field where both of Hootie's Pokemon are paralyzed.
Oh, and then
That is a Spore into the Kyogre, though.
very
That
unfortunate.
would probably seal it.
Yeah, Darius I think just has so much more momentum. Even with the paras, it requires so many paras to just even make it out of this game.
Yeah, the Assault Vest on the Kyogre could potentially mitigate some of the damage from the Lunala, but what Noah is really worried about, most likely, is the Seed Bombs from the Brute Bonnet, in which case they'd have to hope that they wake up pretty quickly and don't take too much damage from that.
Honestly, I don't even know if Kyogre lives on one seed bomb.
I might live one Seed Bomb, however, will not
those
live
are fun,
two.
though.
We
Yeah,
might be,
the Grimmsnarl can mitigate some of that damage
we
with the
might be
screens.
banking on a turn 2 wake up here.
Oh,
Alright, come here, this guy's
What is
it is. Oh, ooh. So, in a world where that
More
didn't
light
occur,
screen?
the Kyogre could potentially have taken multiple Seed Bombs.
The issue here is now that Kyogre is guaranteed to be picked off by a Sucker Punch this turn due to its lack of Protect.
What on paralysis from the Brute Bonnet, unable to Sucker Punch. Let's see if this Kyogre can wake up, and it does not. That will probably...
Now, Lunala did go for an attack into the Grimmsnarl slot. Lunala did go for a Meteor Beam. So there is actually a chance for...
Does. Lunala paralyzed, this Kyogre gets to stay around another turn.
Did it work? Is that the wrong one?
No, it was mine.
Oh, that was partial. That was your personal. I got it. That makes sense. Sorry. Yeah, and that second one takes out the Kyogre, and it's just one Grimmsnarl versus 3 Pokemon. And even if one of them is to Fairy, I don't think Grimmsnarl is enough to break through the brute bonnet. I mean, paralysis can always win out. There is a line.
I don't see that world, especially with this Koraidon coming in, about to absolutely murder this Grimmsnarl in live.
Thunderwave era every turn.
Oh, true.
Have we considered this?
If every Pokemon gets paralyzed every turn, you will not be able to move at all.
Exactly, and the Grimmsnarl will eventually win a war of attrition.
I don't think he has enough PP to take down this water bonnet. There's the forfeit.
No, leave it up to chance. That's a forfeit. Understandable. Good set. I just feel... Good set. I feel like Noah could have taken more advantage of a late game Zacian, but besides that, I think it was a really good line. Just felt like a bit hard for them to deal with at Lunala, just sitting on the field turn after turn.
I feel like Hootie had complete control of this set. I was hoping to see a bit more from the Araquanid Pokemon you don't really see all that often. I'd guess it'd be there to counter Hootie's Trip Roam, however he did not bring that.
Yeah, we can do it when we can do it when it's interview, yeah.
Interviewing?
Yeah, no. You're kind of main commented to this. I'm just here because I'm not playing.
For the vibes.
I'm here because I couldn't join my team.
I mean, we could just do it.
It was 10 minutes before the event, and I was like, I need to join my team. I'm not doing that right now.
You should have prepped earlier. Not cool.
I didn't. Not cool. So I'm not playing, which is kind of sad. I wanted to play. Like, bro.
The league. Water playoffs.
Oh, that's a... Make some.
Good.
Who do you fish, by the way?
You fish.
Who do you fish?
I understood that romance. Tootie and the Mudfish.
Well, yeah. What up? Yeah, yeah. What?
You need one looking?
Yeah, here it is. It just it's a bit bad because it's a good.
Just hold up the
Yeah. Test. Yeah, we should go.
All right, we got Hootie, winner of the last round, on the mic. Hootie, the first question I wanted to ask is, how were you feeling when you saw that minimize?
I did not realize it had minimized on the team sheet. So, tip for everybody: make sure you read the team sheet.
Yeah,
that caught me off guard.
Yeah, we were all very surprised to see it. Although, lucky for you that you managed to land the Heat Wave with the GU.
Yeah, the mon that's prone to missing every move lands it on the minimized target. So I'll take it.
It looks like he came in for you when you really needed him. And then, how were you feeling about the potential for the Zacian to come in game 2? Were you concerned about it, or did you feel like you had a good game plan to handle a different mode from him?
I thought I had like a nice game plan into it. The whole point was just trying to just like get it off the field as soon as possible. Committing the overheat on feels a little weird, only because like, oh, you still want to get the damage into the Grimmsnarl as well. But I was perfectly fine with kind of just like, no, I need to get full max potential damage into this Zacian with Beats of Ruin up, because I know Light Screen's coming. And being able to get the Meteor Beam boost turn 1 and get damage into the Grimmsnarl at the very least early on, and then just focus firing the Zacian turn 2 would help me out a lot. One thing I was like a little concerned with was if you were to swap out Grimmsnarl for the Kyogre, and that did like come across my mind. It's like, fine, whatever. If it happens, it happens. It's just something you have to just deal with. I had Brubon in the bag with Terra. Could still play out of it if I wanted to go desperately to a trick or mingle, I could, but I felt fine dealing with the Zacian.
Yeah, it looks like you handled it pretty well, and I agree that like the overheat did seem a little nerve wracking to commit at the first turn, but it looks like you were able to play around the screens very well.
Yes.
Oh, and then we noticed we were pretty surprised that for the Araquanid that your close combat in the sun was able to do as much damage as it did. So I was going to ask, like in your testing, have you been liking the close combat better than the collision course? And
Close combat is so much better than collision course.
You think?
I personally think so, on the Life Orb set specifically. And also, like, with that KO as well, it really helped having sort of Ruin on the field as well, too.
Yeah.
I think that benefited to it. I was happy just to get the damage into that slot. When it came in, I was like, okay, cool, it's going to take a ton. And then seeing a KO was like, wow, Koraidon, I see why you're a world champion now. But yeah, nobody's prepared to fight an Araquanid
Yeah.
or whatever, but I'm glad it KO'd when it did.
Yeah. So I guess I'll ask you this last question. How excited are you to be playing our favorite game, Scarlet and Violet Regulation I, on this day? And are you going to be sad to see the game go when we switch over to Champions?
You know, I am ready to just move on and play Champions, but this is my first like actual VGC game I have personally played. I very much will miss Scarlet and Violet from that aspect. It was like of doing something that I personally thought I wouldn't be able to do, which was like travel around the country, even go to Europe a couple times to compete in something that I fell in love with as a child. So even whenever me or others are like, yeah, I'm tired of Terra, like, oh, I really don't like this regulation stuff, whatever. But like seeing Scarlet and Violet come to an end, it's just like, yeah, it's like it hits a little different. It does hit a little different. I am gonna miss it. I have a few more local. I might have another like local or two that I'll go to for Scarlet and Violet. So I don't think this is my last one just yet. But it is nice being able to say that the last tournament actually for me personally isn't a regional and it's going to be like something local which I can enjoy with my friends. So it will be sad to see it go, but I am ready for Champions.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. I think a lot of us will feel those kind of bittersweet feelings about seeing a game that we've gone through some very tumultuous formats. And also some that we liked better than others, but I think I'm happy for you that you have gotten this experience out of the game and you'll be able to celebrate kind of the end of an era, so to speak, with your friends.
Yeah, and hopefully I and many others can use the skills that we learned from Scarlet Violet and improve upon it in Champions and either hit our goals, whether that is making it a day 2 or hitting their first cut, or for some of them wanting to win a whole regional. Hopefully everybody's able to achieve those goals when Champions comes around.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so thank you for the interview, Hootie. Good luck with your later rounds.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I guess. Mike Starbuck pretty good at not picking up in the direction. Yeah. You, of course. I might go back to the other room because we're done right now. Let me just say the
We'll be back after a quick break to when the next round starts to commentate some more matches. See you then.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna try turning the camera on in here. Oh, I want to see if that works. That commentary. Commentary. Yeah, for like the interview was cool. And I put like text on screen that says winner's interview, but I just want to see like if this. I don't think so. There's a camera here, right? Yeah. How's my commentator? Huh? Commentator. It was great. Yay. Yeah, like you're a great dog. I did feel a little bad because I was commentating lines that you're technically on.
Wait, shuts off all the.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh wait, why are we still getting audio feed? Oh,
It's that we won't have more. We already won that. Yes. Misery. Say more rounds. More rounds. The jokes are better. Wait, I have to remove those.
I'm having fun. I feel like I have something professional going on. I got 4 different scenes between this, like right now it's just showing this camera, this the Twitch setup, or the interview camera. So we got this one. This is like our entertainment thing going on the camera. Go to the game, and then we can go to the commentary room. Which they have 2 different cameras. They have control whether they have this shot or there's another camera on the other side. And we got this camera.
I commentated part of the Well, we're like 3 commentators. Well, there were 3 of us, admittedly. I was just kind of there for the player. Okay, well now. I didn't play the commentating. I was just there for the player. You've got any shirts? I mean, I can. I really think. Yeah. I don't know the other guy though. There's no way. There's no shot. You know him better than I do. The other guy. I know. Yeah. I don't. That's more than me. I didn't even know his name until you just said.
I mean, like you guys kept it running though the whole time. Like I was just watching from here and like I don't know. I felt engaged. It was great.
I think I know what I'm talking about.
Like high key, I think you could submit the video to TCPI and like say I want to commentate a regional and they let you in.
Oh, this is a commentary room, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I could go commentate? Hold on. Fine. What do you think Aaron is? Judging for VGC, you need one person, and even though the one person IQ does not have to be there.
That's nothing. That's exactly fine.
What's the issue?
There's no issue.
I was helping him with the I already did something. Nico said I haven't done anything. Yeah, I helped him on roll.
Round 2 berries are up.
Round 2. All right. Who we sent in the stream?
Berries is just
Yeah.
Actually, no, do audio core. Audio's a really good game. Audio core is a really good game. Audio core is happening. Table 3 and table 1 swap. Table 3, table 1 swap. Because table 1 street. Or table 3 street.
Table 3 on street. Heck yeah.
It didn't matter who you won. It did like very much. Alright, Caleb. Drug street. Love a rematch, big dog. I was trying to give us a little speed. I've been on stream 7 times here.
It's just a good map.
Alright, Caleb, you and me. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I kind of wish you had a Zoroark.
I tried making Zoroark.
What's your favorite Pokemon?
What's up?
What's your favorite Pokemon?
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube? Heck yeah. That's a crazy favorite.
What do you mean? It's very out there.
You can choose between ice or no ice.
With the ice, yeah.
Okay.
No, it's just gets hit and
What's
it's
your
like
favorite?
panicked and scrambling and doesn't know what to do.
I love it. Heck yeah. That's fine.
You can, if you're using headphones, we have like substitute audio, so you can plug in your headphones. So it's just automatically depending on whether you're audio streaming. No, feel cool. Okay, perfect.
Which is better than your screen?
Yeah, you're good.
You guys are good to start.
Ooh, we're running. Okay, that's it. Is this one? Back on the small line. Gotcha. Okay, so we are back with round 2. Should be Audi versus Corey. This would be a good set. They typically play here a lot, so it's just fun set to put on right now. So we have, they're both playing Kalizama. One's playing the more hyper offensive version, I think. Run by Angelo at World, I want to say. Angelo Hunter, Brian Collins, the Brian Collins team, which is like a very like fast hyper offensive. You're running a bunch of really strong Pokemon, and just with the intent of running over your opponent. And then we have Audi on the more still really offensive version of the team, but a bit more balanced. There's a bulky Raging Bolt, there's an Amoonguss. So yeah, what are your thoughts on the matchup?
I thought you were talking to him.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, in general.
Yeah, it seems that I guess Corey seems to have more for the CSR matchup than Audi does. The Chin-Pao Dragonite seems like it might kind of struggle in the CSR Zama, obviously because the CSR is a ghost type and then the Zama is so physically bulky. But Audi does have the Raging Bolt, which I feel is not hit very well by most of Corey's Pokemon, except for the Ursaluna Blood Moon, so we'll have to see how that plays out. Right off the bat, we have the Kalizama lead from, is that Audi's side?
Audi, no, I'm the Audi's closest, I believe.
No, Audi is the one with the Amoonguss, so we're looking at Corey's Kalizama lead.
Yeah. Corey's Kalizama versus Adi's Kali Amoonguss. And this house is Sasha Blade from Adi, correct?
Yes.
It's going to be very relevant, especially looking at another Calyrex Shadow. We'll be able to tank one Astral Barrage, which could be enough to swing the tide of this battle very easily.
Yeah, although, Adi's Amoonguss is also pretty threatened by the Choice Specs Psychic, but then that does come at the cost of locking into Psychic, and obviously there's a big threat from Adi's own CSR as well.
Can we switch out here?
We're going to switch out. We're getting a Chin-Pao in.
Chin-Pao here, going to lower the defense of all Pokemon on the field.
This looks like a
too relevant right now.
Looks like a Protect from an Audi, just to make sure that he doesn't take a bunch of damage on turn 1 from this.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They're playing a bit of a game of chicken right now of who might have the faster CSR, or if they're willing to risk a potential speed tie to try to get the knockout on the other one. Audi sort of has upper hand because they have Focus Sash on the CSR, so he doesn't have to worry too much.
Magenta here, going to protect from a potential Astral Barrage, and that Astral Barrage will come into the wide guard, protecting both Pokemon from this very powerful move.
That is a really good turn for Corey. That is 20 in front of the CSR.
Let's see what this Calyrex Shadow clicked. It's going to be an Astral Barrage. This will potentially take the knockout here on this Calyrex Shadow.
Popping the Focus Sash.
Potential.
Yep. Oh, that's over 50 for that. Wow.
It's his Specs, right? Specs really coming in through here to threaten that Chin-Pao.
And there's a chance here that Calyrex doesn't live this sucker is like what the Chin-Pao.
I don't think the Chin-Pao is... Oh, Audi is using an Assault Vest Chin-Pao. It did that much damage through the Assault Vest? Oh my god. That is ridiculous.
I don't know the calc off the top of my head. I don't believe a Sucker Punch... Sucker Punch should still kill. Super effective on the Terrestrialized Ghost. So we're threatening that here.
We're switching out, so Frank Muscle makes sense. You get some Frank Guard up, make sure that your Zamazenta isn't dead to a combination of an Astral Barrage plus Sacred Sword from the Chin-Pao.
Switch out here?
Yeah, just gonna switch out. Trying to make the board stay.
Muscle very strong here.
On board
into the Zamazenta. Ooh, this is gonna make it have to keep using Wide Guard, a move that will be very easy to play around if you know it's coming. Chin-Pao Ice Spinner is a little less than half here.
Yeah, that is not what Corey wants to see here.
Yeah, also very big of Audi to recognize or call for the Calyrex switch out and opt to not use the Sucker Punch into that slot.
Yeah, because Corey went for another Astral Barrage there. He does just take another knockout on the board, and he probably just wins the game.
His field, though, very passive here. You're probably going to have to switch out the Zamazenta in order to not be a sitting duck, and Mousehold not going to be able to put up much offensive pressure against this field.
Yeah, Audi just created such an advantageous board state for himself. I mean, if he can just kind of psychic down this Mousehold and remove from the board, while Zamazenta stuck there taking Wide Guard, and you'll eventually just break through at some point. I feel like Corey might have to just try to sack something on the way in. and that just does not feel good.
So I'm gonna switch up here into Whimsicott.
Trying to make sure you can try to get that Calyrex or sometimes back in without taking too much damage. Redirect effective into the mouse hole. Yep.
See how much the specs should.
This one is Sash.
It's wrong set, yeah. So if you can have to kill. Renee going to be at that special attack and boost.
Ruination. Okay, so does not lose the Whimsicott this turn. That is actually really relevant to the fact that
now we're threatening Tailwind plus Astral Barrage into this board. The only problem is Chien-Pao does have this Sucker Punch here that we might need to play around.
You can also bring in Zamazenta and threaten Tailwind plus Heavy Slam into the almost Heavy Slam into the
Chien-Pao. Or the Calyrex, either or. They're both, they both drop into a Heavy Slam from.
Yeah, but it seems like Corey is trying to make that decision right now.
Body Soul blind you to play out here, but Corey can definitely.
Tough choice. Calyrex Shadow will be able to take a double knockout, as we saw from the last Astral Barrage onto the Chien-Pao. However, the Zam is most likely the safer play, which is what they go for.
Yep.
It would be interesting to see a Caesar switch in to bait the Sucker Punch and then swap out immediately while the Whimsicott tries to take Moonblast KO or just go for the Tailwind.
Now we do see the Heavy Slam going to Calyrex. Also trying to going to the Chien-Pao.
As we know, this is a Solvest Chien-Pao, which means the Chien-Pao will not be able to protect here.
That would be good. Probably Heavy Slam trying to call out the potential of an Amoonguss swap in, because you kill this Fringe. And then going for sending out Tailwind, because if this Chien-Pao is not on the board, Tailwinded is that the
Chien-Pao switch.
Covering for the Chien-Pao, the Heavy Slam
to Amoonguss.
So now instead of dealing no damage, you're doing quite a bit of damage with the Amoonguss slot.
Tailwind comes out here.
This is really good for Corey, as now he has the guaranteed speed advantage.
I'm slamming the Amoonguss. Let's see how much this does. A third. A little over a third. The Rocky Helmet going to be getting some chip damage in here. Calyrex should drop here. That's fine. Whimsicott got the Tailwind up, which is definitely your win con.
Yeah, now Chien-Pao is on the board, so Adi will have to probably sacrifice a Pokemon to be able to get that Sucker Punch.
This is a free Astral Barrage here from Terrestrialized Ghost Calyrex Shadow. No Sucker Punch to threaten it.
So there is a worry on this board of if Adi lets the Moonless go down here, he could bring in Chien-Pao on the next turn and go for Sucker Punch with the Calyrex and then try to use his Calyrex to break through Zamazenta. There's also a chance that at this point in the game, Zamazenta might be able to just win the game.
I see no reason for Corey to not just click Astral Barrage here and take out
definitely
Pokemon.
Yeah.
Chien-Pao comes in, it can't do anything on its own, and that's pretty much the game sealed here, but we'll see what happens.
There's a good chance that Corey Zamazenta in Tailwind does just get a free board state.
When you're outspeeding the other opponent's Calyrex Shadow, it tends to be like that.
We haven't seen
the Amoonguss.
Okay.
We haven't seen Adi's fourth Mon, have we?
That is also true.
Astral Barrage went for an prison to a cover for the last one being Zamazenta.
Oh, that's very forward thinking of him.
A really heads up play. And so using that free turn to
knock off the Calyrex Shadow as expected. Let's see what to bring in here.
Oh, actually, I see this.
Renee getting a boost. Imprisoned from the Zamazenta, predicting that the last Pokemon is also their Zamazenta.
Now the Chien-Pao comes in here. This could be the concern here. The reason for protecting that Amoonguss could have been to create a board state where you can try to break through the Zamazenta using a combination of Rocky Helmet Chip and a Secret Sword. But right now, I think Corey has to just lock into Heavy Slam to the Chien-Pao and Astral Barrage. There's no other play you can make here. I mean,
I'm thinking Amoonguss could Rage Powder here to redirect the Zamazenta, where Chien-Pao could go for the Sucker Punch to take the knockout potentially on this Calyrex Shadow here. That's the only way he's going to be able to outspeed under Tailwind.
Yeah, if this does not happen, I do think Corey has this game sold up if a Sucker Punch is knock him into the Calyrex and kill it. And we didn't even know if it kills yet. So this is a good thing to try to figure out.
Well, Corey kind of has to take the knockout into Amoonguss. Oh,
Sucker Punch into the Calyrex Shadow as predicted.
Yeah, and then if Corey doesn't get the knockout into the Amoonguss, then he's at Spore risk, which would probably just seal up the game.
Here? No Rage Powder on the Amoonguss, but there's a potential for a Spore here on the Zamazenta, which could completely turn the tide of this battle.
enemy a sport Zamazenta in the Zamazenta now.
The problem is this last Pokemon Zamazenta? Because if it's Zamazenta, assuming it has a similar moveset to the one on the field, it's already clicked in prison.
It's
not.
Dragonite. A little bit difficult.
Does this Dragonite have any move to hit this Zamazenta
It
super
has
effectively?
low kick, which
That is enough.
yeah.
Low kick Dragonite should be enough.
You'll eventually be able to break through the sports stage.
Yeah. And the Amoonguss can just spam Rage Powder to redirect attacks. And so with
As
that,
we saw earlier, Amoonguss is taking about a third from the Zamazenta's Heavy Slam, so you need 2 more, not even barring sleep turns, so it seems pretty much sealed here, especially because it's already asleep.
Rocky Helmet Chip plus low kicks and Dragonite. Pretty strong Pokemon. It's also Choice Banded, right?
it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Choice Band, low kicks.
That should be
Great
to be a 2-shot.
plus Rocky Helmet Recovery. It might one shot. And honestly, my one
Especially
here.
because I don't believe the Dauntless Shield is up, because Zamazenta came in earlier.
Yeah, no, I think honestly, this low kick might just kill right now.
Yeah, a hole. Oh my. Voice band low kick. You know, the Zamazenta does take the knockout here.
Yeah, very heads up play from Audi to not bring the Zamazenta to smash. Just
Game 1 to Audi.
playing around the.
Prison on Zamazenta, that's an unusual tech, at least from my experience.
Yeah, I'm sure Audi is probably trying to keep that in mind for a potential Zamazenta bring in the next game. But then I think on Corey's side, he's probably trying to come up with a better game plan for how to play around the Sash CSR with Encore, as it seemed that Encore into the Wide Guard was extremely pivotal in the last game and arguably kind of turned things around for Audi. So we'll have to see if Corey tries to make any adaptations or bring a different Pokemon to mitigate that.
We can switch. I'm in the top two. Oh, I made one video with the string itself.
I gotcha.
I'm also kind of curious how Adi, like, now armed with the information that his Chanpao, even with the Assault Vest, does not take the Astral Barrage very well, and I wonder if he'll reconsider the way that he positions it, because I still think that the Sucker Punch pressure is extremely valuable, especially when Corey's Calyrex does not have that Focus Sash. But we'll have to see if Adi makes any changes to how he preserves that asset.
Completely different lead here from Corey. Raging Moon, Blood Moon, both mons he didn't bring last game. So we're definitely seeing a different strategy kick up here to try to change something. Photosynthesis activated on the Roaring Moon, going to boost its speed, making it very threatening. I believe it should be faster than Chanpao now, who would be threatening an Ice Spin or otherwise. It does look like this Roaring Moon is more Tailwind support. Its speed boost will allow it to get Tailwind up pretty fast, which is what Corey wants in this Calyrex Shadow Ditto match.
Yeah, I think the Tailwind could be very valuable, as it was pretty valuable in the last game too, but I'm still concerned about this Blood Moon or Saluna, as I believe it won't be outspeeding the Chanpao even in Tailwind, and so Corey would have to be concerned about an Ice Spin going to him immediately.
That is true. Tailwind will most likely go up here. This Blood Moon doesn't seem like it can get much value, depending on what the Chanpao does. If the Chanpao goes into the Blood Moon here with a potential Ice Spinner, that could do serious damage. Terrasilize normal on the Dragonite. Threatening extreme speed, I believe, is also Choice Band.
Probably for an extreme speed into that Roaring Moon right to off the field right now.
Oh, it's enough for the knockout. That is extremely. That makes things extremely difficult for Corey. Denying the Tailwind and
Ice Spinner into the Blood Moon. Will this be a double knockout on turn 1? Not enough.
So the Blood Moon survives, but it is still much slower than pretty much anything on Audie's team.
Not
and
Dolphins are making the difference for that knockout.
Chanpo.
I don't know what or
The only positive here, this Dragonite is choice banned, so it is locked in that extreme speed with a Caloric Shadow potentially coming out. That could be good news to hear. Unfortunately, this Caloric Shadow is choice spec, so if you go for the Astral Barrage, it will not do any damage to this normal type Dragonite.
Yeah, so there's Audie kind of has Corey pinned here in terms of what Pokemon he can and cannot take out.
I mean, that turn 1 kill on the Roaring Moon, that's... You've taken out Corey's entire speed control here, so no more Tailwind, no more guaranteed win on the speed tie here. So Caloric Shadow, if it's in the back, could potentially clean up here.
Funny, this is priority moves for days. He has Sucker Punch that goes in Calyrex between no kills. We've seen that this extreme speed from the Dragonite just does so much damage.
Calyrex is been doing that all day. I don't know what it is. Maybe because we have 3 mics here, maybe. Beam speed on the Dragonite.
Talking about goes on the Blood Moon
Takes up in the knockout.
Yeah, Audie doesn't really have any reason not to play both of his priority moves here.
It might just be an angle from Corey of trying to feed that so much into the Calyrex to make Dragonite power so safely. But even then, I don't know how Corey can...
Well, here's the problem. You got a choice specs on your Caloric Shadow. One of these mons is immune to Psychic, and the other one's immune to Ghost. So you can't freely click either of your stab moves, allowing for one of them to get a hit on.
Here.
You're forced to lock in... Admittedly, you could Astral Barrage here because that Dragonite is choice, so it will be extreme speeding.
That Muscle also does have Feint.
Feint, yeah, we could see the mighty Feint from the Mousehold here, trying to seal up the game.
But it's, and then if you call it off, I don't think you have enough gas.
It's just
on the Zenta. It's just
you needed to get Tailwind up to stand a chance here.
Even then, I just don't know how Calyrex with one move could try to break this team open because I think right now too much stuff is too many threats in the board from Audie. I'm seeing the Terragosum and Mousehold. I assume trying to make so that no
extreme speed,
no priority moves and damage it. Be able to be immune to that as soon as deep into probably immune to Sucker Punch, but it's following.
So if this Dragonite stays on the field, it's going to be doing no damage to either Pokemon, which it does. Follow me here. Expecting the extreme speed from the Dragonite. No damage, thanks to the Terastallized Ghost. Let's see what this Calyrex Sucker Punch.
So a good adaptation for it, but we'll have to see if this Pollen Puff... so locking into the Pollen Puff, that is an interesting choice. If the Zamazenta is in the back, that'll be very bad for the Calyrex Shadow.
This is one thing that it is now +1. That is a Calyrex.
I don't believe +1 Pollen Puff will be able to pick up the knockout on this Calyrex Shadow.
Well, not only but it has to double tap the Calyrex, yeah, with the Focus Sash. It seems like this might be game over for Corey.
Let's see a way for Corey to win here. Dragonite withdraws.
And now resetting over the Dragonite.
The Amoonguss.
Bring out the Amoonguss. Amoonguss resisting Pollen Puff. I'm resisting.
Does not resist Pollen Puff. You see an Astral Barrage here. We'll pick up that knockout. Yeah, that's Focus Sash onto the
box, but I don't think that's enough.
Mossel, but this is enough for game, I believe.
And this Mossel, I think, only has normal type attacking moves, so there's just no way for Corey to win this game here.
It is just feint.
That is a feint.
We're fainting.
Feint into the Amoonguss. Rocky Helix Frost. Oh, it doesn't work on. Oh, wait, no. Feint's not a contact move?
I don't believe so.
Oh. Yeah,
because we saw the Rocky Helmet from the Amoonguss last match, I believe. Actually, didn't know that. And that's a 2-0 from Corey, I believe. That was that second match was over pretty much turn 1, the knockout into the Roaring Moon, enough to pretty much seal the game, and then the double up with the Chienpao onto the Ursaluna. The Assault Vest actually making the difference there because that Ursaluna would have been able to pick up the knockout on Chienpao, forcing your Calyrex Shadow to not have to click Pollen Puff in the endgame. So very good team management.
Yeah, I think it was a good adaptation from Adi too. Maybe he predicted that Corey wouldn't be leading the Calyrex again in the second game, and so he felt more empowered to bring the Dragonite, which absolutely worked out for him. The extreme speed was just impossible for Corey to deal with, really.
Interview. You want you guys want to interview him?
Nah, you got it. I'm not an interview person.
We're back with a window interview from Audi.
Yeah, it's a room with large glass windows. Yeah.
You have to go into this. Actually, we need to take it.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
I didn't know, obviously, but I was like, if you don't get back to the game, you get it right. So I thought I was going to have I thought I had double protect
All right, so I'm here with Adi. He won the round two. Adi, my first question I wanted to ask, what was the motivation behind switching up your lead for game two? Did you perhaps think that the Calyrex Shadow wasn't being led again? And I was curious about what was the reasoning behind switching it up and specifically being the Dragonite in front.
Yeah, so I have, he didn't bring Roaring Moon in game one. And I thought that was a mistake. Even in the middle of game one, I was sitting there thinking, if he has Roaring Moon in back, I'm in a really awkward spot. And so I wanted to hedge a lot harder against that. I think generally speaking on these teams, the Roaring Moon does not have a lot of bulk. From the times I've played the team on ladder, usually they go down to a Terra normal E-speed. And so I figured that would be the adjustment that he made to switch up to Roaring Moon lead. And then also because I dropped Zamazenta in game one, I didn't think he would drop Zamazenta altogether. Afterwards we were talking and he was like, yeah, I should have brought Zamazenta. It would have been really good. But I did kind of figure there's less of a need to lead Zamazenta because you don't get to really imprison very proactively if I don't also lead my Zamazenta or ever have it on field. And so I thought he would have it in back, and I figured that would mean that, Whimsicott lead, Roaring Moon lead, there's a lot of different leads that can be really exploited with Dragonite on lead, especially if I don't expect him to lead Zamazenta.
Yeah, I like that analysis, and I think it goes to show that knowing your paths for the extreme speed, for example, is can really make or break a game. The other thing I wanted to ask is what has your experience been with the Assault Vest Shenpao? Because we thought it took a very surprising amount of damage from that Astral Barrage in the first game, but then it also took Blood Moon very well the second game. So I guess did the Astral Barrage of the first game surprise you at all? And do you feel like the Assault Vest has been working out so far?
Yeah, I definitely was a little surprised by the damage. I didn't realize I would get two-shot by Terra Ghost Astral, but it is a Choice Specs Terra Ghost Astral. It's a big hit. So honestly, all things considered, Shenpao, not the bulkiest Pokemon, took it reasonably well. And I mean, that's why it's on the team. It's really, really good into opposing Calyrex Shadow. It's a version of Shenpao that you can switch in a little more proactively into those guys. And maybe not so much into specs, but generally speaking, you can switch it in pretty proactively. And then Icy Wind and Ruination are both really, really good, especially Shenpao has this tendency to get intimidated. And then at -1, at -2, you still click Ruination, you can do it at 50. That's super vital into opposing Zamazenta, for example, where it can be hard to get damage, important into Calyrex Ice Riders, for example. And so, and then Icy Wind, you saw in, I guess you didn't see, in my round one, I got to Icy Wind at Calyrex Shadow and then set up my own CSR to that. And again, that's also a really important interaction. I have a team report with Montana and Sanvi and Choppa who built this team and used it at the World Championships on my YouTube channel. And they talked about how good Icy Wind was in the mirror and how they made it as a last minute change, and it basically was so important throughout their tournament run at Worlds. And so yeah, I've really loved this and this Shenpao set, and I really liked Icy Wind specifically on it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I never really thought about it that way, like with the whole mitigating intimidate by having the support moves that don't rely on your attack set. But that makes a lot of sense. And speaking about how we're like even like Qianpao sets are sort of like evolving over time, I am sure you are absolute like as excited as I am to be watching some Regai here today. And so this is the same question I asked Hootie, but how are you feeling about kind of Scarlet and Violet coming to a close and switching the champions? Like, are you happy to see it go, or do you feel like conflicting emotions? What's going through your head?
You know, I am definitely happy to see it go. It was a fun generation. It's lasted a year longer than most generations, and I think that especially with the repeat formats, we're all a little tired of it. I think Reg F especially was not a format that I really liked, even though like I every time I would go to a Reg F event, I feel like I did really poorly, relatively speaking. And so I was definitely happy to see Regulation F go. It's weird that they are kind of, it's not going out with a bang, it's going out with a whimper, right? Where we have these local spike champions coming out, and then at some point we're cutting over, but we're still gonna have locals. We have LA regionals that I think I've seen a lot of people decide, actually I don't feel like going to this regional anymore. And so I kind of wish that especially with the kind of the release of Champions and a lot of the bugs that we see in Champions, that's why I guess we have such a delay before we get to actually play tournaments. But I would have liked to have like one big send off for this this game, because I have a lot of fond memories of playing as Scarlet and Violet for sure. That being said, I actually do really like Reg I. It's one of my favorite formats in Scarlet and Violet, and I am going to Los Angeles Regional still, even though I did pretty well at Kid Arthur and more or less locked up my Worlds Invite. Potentially can lock up my Worlds Invite here at this local if I win. So, but yeah, I'm still having fun with the format, and so I really don't mind playing it more. And I'm going to miss using Caloric Shadow, as degenerate as it is.
That's awesome. You definitely seem more happy about this format than Hootie was last round. Before I let you go, I want to let you shout out your YouTube channel so people can find that team report you mentioned.
Yeah. The YouTube channel is CK49. You can find it on YouTube. I did a team report with Montana and Sanvi, along with Chuppa wasn't on the team report, but those three built the team that got top 4, top 16 at the World Championships. I got top 8 at Get Out the Door Regionals with the version I'm using today, slightly modified. And then we had our first Champions local in DC yesterday, and I got to stream that all on Twitch at Tub Nation TV and on YouTube, and that full VOD is up on YouTube now if you want to check that out. So yeah, check it out, I guess.
Awesome. All right. Thank you for speaking with us, Adi. Good luck in your later rounds.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and then we flip it. I just gonna go back and get into the spot where I can hold it and see what now like it told me to live it, then you have to like hand it. It's like super regional, but I'm gonna be spamming some kind of I was tearing that guy every game because it just was so. I think that's correct, right? You have nothing else you need. No, she just makes that his perfect. I don't need more CSR. It's not like tearing ground on this anyway for me. So maybe if I want to call it tearing grass, called Babel, but or the that's stupid.
Oh, we're hosting rounds now, by the way, so come back for round 3 when you're
I didn't actually even literally consider it. I saw Caramel on CSR, and I saw like, not have to save it, but I was like, okay, that's annoying. The Caramel on the, I saw the watermelon save. I saw, I just didn't even prepare Caramel, and not Caramel. No, you got a lot of advantage. You got a lot of advantage. does have some or maybe because I don't know. It probably doesn't. But I would just like. Yeah, that would be. That I don't know. I kind of nailed it. That's so crazy. Yeah. Then I think who comes in and this is no. I feel like you gotta work from the
No! It's either way, it's still I'm telling you, this is like a zero. It's horrendous. I have that a lot.
I purposely brought this team to the locals because I thought
Except both of them have Ambrose on them.
That's fine. What do I do? Like, so one throw it back and not have to think against like I gotta hold down the floor. Of course, it's your team.
I'm gonna hit that waiting on day one. And then we and then we were like what do you mean? Play is just fucking dominant. Oh no, I had this before. I don't play cards. That's how I
that's a laugh. He's good, like top 32 or whatever. No, that's very valid. You're allowed to talk. He said he had and he hit him round 1 and round 2 and day 2. So I was like, alright. I mean, it happens sometimes. How you doing? I burned E-Waves and Calias in game 1 and that was my round 1.
I'm gonna play you in a matchup that's like, 40-60.
Yeah. When we did play that PC, you kind of got. I put the size hand on my phone.
Where's the rest of his
Oh, okay. So we went into speed boosters. I got completely.
No. Because the copies all have like the stats.
I did not do anything for that. I definitely thought I was supposed to like slow and bulk this out. I cannot do that anymore.
And he's just like, you know, I was I had a lot of
Well, that's where people sit. Bring them closer.
Right, like you see, I wanted these up. That you hear this I'm still I think like on the ball. You are still I use the eye guy. No, I said okay. It still sucks. I'm not saying it doesn't. I have my
I'm like switching between scenes and adjusting audio.
But I think that guy.
I mean, like
I think that's one. He's best one. Just like
It's fine, it's good, but it's not. It's way better in like higher class.
That makes us not.
In this, I don't think.
It's so much lower that instant is like at the very least what instant does right now is limit your one plays really hard in terms of forcing double protection is really difficult.
Because all that they see is
it might feel especially bad because I have not recalibrated. They don't know they're fake out. I haven't rearranged my play around instant yet, as opposed to disregarding someone fake outs with like close leads and ghosts and Terragos and all that. So we were having that conversation. We will understand how to play around it better again. Yeah. But right now,
I think that it's really, really gonna have like And they can also choose to switch between the two players.
Obviously, it's very good, but I think people are going to be using it way more than
So you don't think the 60
I think
if we had like not material, this I wanted to be like this.
Mostly just because of like when you're looking at consistent options, like the most consistent splashables are like at the moment it feels like instant shot back. I think the splash. I think the format really why people are. We haven't gotten there.
it's way wider than people are.
No, we should be looking at a rolling dice. We should be doing like just looking at random garbage. 100%. We're not there yet.
I stayed here.
Oh yeah. And you're long on that guy. So big uncle.
I find being a Muslim.
Really cool. Of course, like, it sucks.
If you're taking a shot there, you want to sell the dark right? Ooh, yeah, sure.
That'd be ice.
Honestly, actually, you're right. I mean, it's coverage move. It hits like our drop. It's effectively. If they let you hit, agree with your weak attempt. But it does hit nice and a lot when you are.
It does not touch that guy.
Not hard, but like, it's 3, 50, 40.
It doesn't do 40. No, it doesn't. I still don't like this.
I need to. What's up, Jay? I feel professional. I'm managing audio levels over here.
I think
This is a setup managing audio levels and different scenes. Like, set up better.
This is so stuffed, but I low-key love it.
No,
that's what gives us an edge. That is my life for the last like decade. I'm just like this. Garbage and go. I tried to build one thing yesterday, and I just like.
You want to see it?
It's just there we go.
Yeah, so that's for like volunteer.
Is Blair Cam muted?
No. Well, I mean, it was muted during the.
Okay, cool.
No, like when you guys mute, I switch it to this one.
During the game, something muted.
Yes, I will. Or I can't. I don't think I did.
I got a text from Megan about it, and it was kind of for the stream.
Okay, yeah, I get it. Right. Kalen, I was thinking about your team, and I was really confused. If you're going to be that why are you not playing 30, 460?
It is changed to make a card.
Oh, okay.
I got all the logo. Why am I not? I was like, you have more base then.
Mega Chomp is.
Oh yeah, you know, I get a lot of these are all my moves. Bring him to the stream table. Oh wait, sure, they're bringing Cooper's over. Yeah. Cooper!
This is what I got some logo.
Okay,
I don't think you need to do.
I do think Mega Chomp wants to arm. I still think
It might still be. It might still be a 2-star.
I did. I still think Mega Chomp really wants. Samples just raised.
It's good.
This was round 5.
Like it's one of those things where like. Like what am I going to be running?
I agree with that. I might as well roasted by Alex and like a bunch of people who called. I was like,
like people are running
aren't that good.
People are running wider, but it's like okay, well after battle you go to like
it's not as good. Your chomp items are not so good that you can't just go. What if I had a soul vest?
Yeah, exactly. And it's been like situational. You can
A collection of dies.
I want to have a sharp thing.
Sure, but like, if they have like a stand, you just kind of watch it.
So that's the other thing. All right. Awesome. You just can't bring the start into the game.
And I'm very happy to think of like John plus. Yeah, no, maybe John's our
Exactly, yeah. Like they have to bring T-card or bring card, but then they don't bring T-card. Yes. I thought about that.
like friend guard vivid. Vivi's broken.
There's no sleep in the format, so combo line sleep better.
All right. Round three.
Round three.
Unstreamed on it.
Turn one, it's fake.
I really want to attack. Could also be good.
I won't be all that like. The mod that I do really. It looks super stupid, but I just am now using it. It's so much fun.
Aditya was just on stream, but table 2, they have
Table 2 to stream.
Alright, table 1 and table 2 you're gonna swap. We're putting table 2 on stream.
Okay. Is that me?
Huh?
That's me. Okay, so we're here.
It's like enough
Okay.
room, I think.
Is there enough room?
Is there enough room?
To Jeremy, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick.
Because there's like holes in the table anyways.
Yeah. But I don't think
We'll see if there's enough. Yeah, yeah.
Where are we sitting? They swapped this to 2. Where's that here? Where? What up? How did that do in LA?
I sat down all the time.
That's the thing. It's really hindsight. Those could have looked refundable, but LA knowing that like I got to get in, like locked in. I just said I didn't trust myself to do well there. I really didn't.
I use LA as a backup, but did not. I got to chill out and wait for chill.
What is the stream name? What's up?
What is the stream name?
Stream name, it's Mason Pokemon Club, as one word, on Twitch.
Oh wait, that's what's weird. Sorry, my stuff.
Let me get who's who. Jeremy. Amazon. Okay. Jeremy. Shuckle.
Big Anthony. Big Anthony, like, he's big, but he's not mega. He's big Anthony, he's not big. Sorry. I realized I had to clarify. He's big, but he's not like big.
He's big, hardy.
Yeah, exactly. This 01 is fun.
And we are live with round 3 of our event.
Testing. All right, we're on.
Okay, is we on? Cool. Okay, we are live with round 3. It is Rajan Ball versus Jeremy Gums. So the teams you have are pretty interesting. So on one side, we have Home Ride-On, a comp that saw a lot of use in the beginning of Reg I 1.0 especially, and then saw a bit of a die down as what time went on, but it's still a good team archetype. Still has a lot of things going for it. On the other side from Rajan, we have Groudon Shadow Rider.
Very interesting.
Which is pretty interesting, along with interesting picks like Iron Treads and Jumpluff. So we're going to see how this match goes, and I think a lot of the techs are actually going to come out here. I mean, Iron Treads is here for Miraidon itself, and on the other side, with Miraidon Ho-Oh, we have that Ho-Oh, which is probably going to come out here just to deal with this really strong threat of the Shadow Rider. So looking at the teams here, what do you think about the matchup and just how things are going to go?
I think the interactions between Groudon and Ho-Oh will actually be pretty interesting. The Ho-Oh does threaten Nasty Burn onto the Groudon, and the Groudon doesn't really have a good move to hit the Ho-Oh with. But then there's some flex Pokemon that both teams have. Like, I think the Iron Treads will be on, I believe, Rajan's team will have some interesting interactions with Jeremy's Miraidon with that Hadron engine activating the Quark Drive. So it'll be it remains to be seen how Rajan will try to utilize that. And then also, I think the Ho-Oh we can actually potentially expect to be a pretty big deal here, as it has incredible special bulk, which will probably be able to handle the Calyrex Shadow Rider pretty nicely. This Calyrex does have the Focus Sash and not any boosting items like the Choice Specs, so we'll have to see how well the Ho-Oh can take that on.
I was going to say, there is the potential here to, seeing the Iron Treads, you could possibly forego Miraidon entirely, especially against a Groudon, and go for a more Trick-oriented style. I need to turn the gain down on this.
Yeah, the game is insane. It does listen as well, yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, it's good. I think this is good. Doesn't cost anything.
We good? Probably.
I think we're good. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
But I was just saying, go for like a more Trick-oriented style, especially against the Chlorophyll Jumpluff and the opposing Calyrex Shadow. You're both very fast.
No, this is to say, I think Groudon's gonna have a really hard time dealing with this Ho-Oh. He doesn't really have anything that immediately threatens it. All of his, I mean, that Groudon only has resisted hits or immune hits. Hit the Iron Tread, same here, and then all his other Pokemon are special attackers. I mean, seeing him lead both of the special attackers here, he's trying to put the pressure on this Ho-Oh, trying to take it off the field, even if it is with special attacks, just trying to hit it.
Yeah, and it looks like he's leading the Chi-Yu Calyrex, I guess, most likely to utilize that Beats of Ruin ability to just do as much damage to the Ho-Oh as possible. The Ho-Oh, like I said before, has incredible special defense, so it'll be kind of tough to break through. And then Rajan also has to contend with the Follow Me support from the Ogerpon Cornerstone, so we'll have to see if the strategy of just hitting with his hardest special attacks will work out or not.
Right now is definitely his best bet to get rid of this Ho-Oh. All that combined with its regenerator ability, allowing it to recover HP every time it switches out, will really make it a threat in the long term. So I can definitely see the offensive approach to get rid of this thing as quickly as possible to be quite valid. Terrestrialization coming out here onto the Calyrex Shadow.
That's Terra Ghost. We are just trying to remove this Ho-Oh. We're trying to put as much damage on the board as possible this turn.
Definitely going to be a lot of damage here coming off this Calyrex.
Ogerpon goes to Spiky Shield, makes sense to Dido double up, and then it looks, I think, from Raja, I think we're going to see a Dark Pulse plus Astral Barrage into that Ho-Oh.
Ooh, reading the Protect on the Ogerpon. Astral Barrage into the Ho-Oh. Will this pick up the kill with the chip from the Chi-Yu?
That is a really strong Astral Barrage. Beats of Ruin, Terra Ghost. Let's see. And it does not.
Just enough for the Ho-Oh to hang on here and go for the Tailwind.
And now we have a Cornerstone in Tailwind. That is an Ivy Cuddle going into that Chi-Yu. That is an Ivy Cuddle that can go into that Calyrex. Jeremy's spending so much here, and also he can switch out, go into that Iron Hands, go into that Farigiraf, heal up this Ho-Oh from all the damage it took. It's looking really good for him.
Yeah, so it was a big gamble that almost worked out to try to take down this Ho-Oh with his strongest special move, but it looks like things are about to go pretty wrong for Raja now, considering that his opponent has his speed control set up, and now the Calyrex's incredible speed, it doesn't really matter much anymore when for the next few turns Tailwind is up.
So we're seeing this is about 2/3.
We're seeing
no switch out, Sacred Fire into the Calyrex Shadow to pick up the knockout. Will this Chi-Yu go into the Ho-Oh to finish it off though?
To see, it looks like Jeremy's just going for the all-out offense, probably predicting a Chiyu to switch out here. And what are we doing here? We're seeing a Dark Pulse into this hollow. The hollow does go down.
We're trading restricteds here. Very even position for both players. However, one of these players has Tailwind and the other one does not.
Now, if we look at Jeremy's team here, Jeremy did not bring Miraidon. Jeremy only brought Iron Hands and Farigiraf in the back, which does beg the question. Groudon could be an issue here. But let's see what Rajan ends up bringing in. That is
especially with no grass move on this Ogre Pond, as we've seen. Getting rid of this Groudon is going to be virtually impossible with the team he has left.
Now, we do still have that, of course, that Ivy Cudgel that can go into the Chi-Yu, just threaten it with a bunch of damage. I'm going to have that fake out, but it just looks like Groudon kind of just has to look Precipice Blades all day here. Now, we'll have to see based off Terras, based off of course, Rajan switch here, because I don't think that Chi is going to stay in. There's an Ivy Cudgel coming straight for it, and no way to stop it.
We could see the Terra bug on the Iron Hands here to resist that Precipice Blades from the Groudon.
This is true, and Iron Hands is pretty heavy. The Key Crash is not going to be doing that much damage.
Yeah, on the other hand, Groudon is kind of known for its humongous physical bulk, so I think it'll be pretty difficult for the combination of Iron Hands and Ogre Pond to stop it. The Farigiraf does have Foul Play, which could potentially use its humongous attack stat against it, but we'll have to see how many hits that the Farigiraf can take before going down.
We did see that Chi-Yu go down, and in the back is that Iron Reds.
Expected.
I just don't.
Not bad into this Iron Hands, especially if it does decide to click that Terra bug to resist the ground moves coming from these two Pokemon.
This Iron Hands could be the key here. I mean, with Terra bug, you resist everything, but that Heat Crush and that Groudon, I could see where this Cornerstone is able to threaten out these Terras. Any Terra choice from Rajan. Actually, he already used it. But still, just being able to put on that pressure, put on a follow, just click a Follow Me to redirect one attack. Maybe get some extra damage in.
If Iron Hands and Ogre Pond are able to get enough chip damage on Groudon, this Farigiraf could come in and potentially finish it off with a Psychic or Hyper Voice or something like that.
I was seeing, I think it was a Spiky Shield coming up from the Ogre Pond and a Terra Bug clicking Low Kick from the Iron Hands.
Will it be enough to take out these Iron Treads? This could be very important here if the Iron Treads does not go down here.
Iron Treads does have Iron Treads going for
Iron Treads.
Oh, so a good call out on Jeremy's side, ignoring the Iron Treads, I believe, and low kicking into the Groudon.
I think so, and Follow Me, especially getting rid of the Heat Crash. Precipice Blades.
Resisted by Iron Hands will do very good damage to Ogre Pond here. About 2/3 of its health. Low kick into the Groudon, predicting the attack.
Damage, actually. Jeremy can still
damage on the Groudon. However, Tailwind is now gone. So Iron Hands will likely be outsped with this Groudon now. Speeds up.
It is.
Oh yeah, he's definitely slower.
Around Space 40. And it looks like I think Rajan can just go for a double up into the Iron Hands, and like a Heat Crash with an Iron Head might be able to take this Iron Hands out.
Well, the threat of Follow Me from this Ogre Pond potentially might not make that an obvious choice, but
true. Well, we will see. This could be Follow Me from the Ogre Pond. It could be a Protect. It also just could be trying to go for raw damage. But we'll have to see. Of course, Farigiraf might coming in here as well, without being a bad option. But if we can just see, like, there's a ton of damage just being presented on the board.
Farigiraf making its appearance on the field. Going to be preventing any potential priority moves with its ability.
Now, there is no Bludgeons right now in the field, so we're not going to see the +1 defense boost, so we're just going to see that Iron go in. And what's probably going to be a Heat Crash, just a Precipice Blades. Oh, that's a lot of damage coming onto the board.
From Ogre Pond.
Do we have a miss?
Miss on the Farigiraf. That's one of the risks of using Groudon.
Here's we're going for a Trick Room player, which is good for the end game because now that Tailwind is down, Iron Hands will be able to outspeed under Trick Room. And if this Groudon is gone off the board, that could potentially be the game, as this Iron Treads might not be able to hit it for damage.
Now we do see this everyone's going to Follow Me, assume that the Iron Tread's going to go for an Iron Head into that slot. And then, do we think that Farigiraf lives a single target Precipice Blades here?
I would say it's going to be a roll depending on how this Farigiraf is trained physically.
Well, let's see.
Well, we have to hit the Precipice Blades first. Let's we connect.
Knockout.
Okay, looks like it might be over.
It's it's not over. This Iron Hands can still get a lot of work in. It does depend on this next turn, though. If the Iron Hands is somehow able to get a low kick into this Groudon, it should be able to take a knockout here, in which case it should win the 1v1 against the Treads.
Now, if we could consider, instead of going after the Groudon here, we could be a Drain Punch into the Treads, try to recover up the HP you're taking this turn, and see if you can live one more Heat Crash. But we'll just have to see what the line is.
We've seen that protect from the Iron Treads, and hitting a Protect here, it does just seal you the game unless you're hoping for a Precipice Blades miss into the Iron Hands or a Heat Crash.
Oh, and the first Iron Hands is a great one.
That was...
You don't think it was a Heat Crash in here?
Kills under Sun? It does.
Jeremy might have had it if it wasn't for the unfortunate crit, but it looks like we're going to a game 2 now.
Going to game 2, Rajan's up. Now we did see Jeremy get really aggressive with that Ho-Oh in the beginning. I would like to see maybe some more passive play with it. I think losing it a bit early might have been the reason this went so bad, because it's just like at the end game we saw that he just wasn't able to keep up with Rajan's consistent damage output and consistent bulk.
I had a Groudon there definitely putting in a lot of work in the end game, not having the much to do against it in terms of moves from the Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, and I think Jeremy had a good start with Ho-Oh surviving those special attacks, but I think it's pretty likely that Rajan switches up his leads if he feels like he wants something safer into the Ho-Oh. But then again, I also think that Jeremy should probably consider bringing a different set of Pokemon that can potentially handle Groudon a little bit better, as it looked kind of difficult for him to play around the threat of the Precipice Blades.
Well, admittedly, with the knowledge that this Ogerpon doesn't have a grass move on it, just looking at it, Jeremy's Pokemon in general, he's always going to have a tough time with this Groudon, not being able to hit it for much super effective damage. In fact, it doesn't seem to me like any of his Pokemon have a super effective move against it.
They don't. I think I might see, honestly, I could see maybe the Miraidon being a choice here as a out to Choice Specs Draco Meteor just doing so much damage, but I don't think he's bringing anything. He's going to stay with the course. I mean, Terrabug Iron Hand is still really good into the Groudon. You're so heavy that Heat Crash doesn't do that much damage, and then you get to low kick it for, I mean, we saw like 50.
Yeah.
So it's not a bad line. It just takes a while to get there. So let's see what Rajan ends up selecting here. That lead was really shaky for him. He did end up losing Calyrex on turn 2 and letting his opponent get a Tailwind, which really made things scary. So we'll just have to see what happens in this game 2 scenario.
Wasn't a bad play. The Ho-Oh being left at, I believe it was 14 HP. That was most likely a roll. Now, whether it was a high roll or low roll, we don't know, but it was definitely...
And we're seeing a different lead here. The Cheeto and the Jumpluff. This is interesting, because I think the Jumpluff already naturally outspeeds both of Jeremy's Pokemon. So the Jumpluff could very well just go for the Tailwind immediately without the Groudon even having come in.
Does this Grimmsnarl have Fake Out Pressure on it?
It does not.
It does have Scary Face. We could see a Scary Face into the Jumpluff plus trying to take it off the board. That could be pretty interesting.
Scary Face into the Jumpluff to potentially either just knock it out with Ho-Oh here, or if you don't predict a Spore coming or Sleep Powder coming out, you could just go for the Tailwind immediately. Because we know that this Ho-Oh can take a Dark Pulse or two from the Chi-Yu even after its ability.
Now we'll have to see what Rajan goes for. He could switch into the Groudon into that slot to remove the Scary Face pressure. Or we could just see this Chi-Yu try to get some damage into the board. But it looks like to be a pretty interesting turn. We're seeing the Grimmsnarl for the light screen. Makes sense.
Further allow Ho-Oh to become bulky and take these moves from Chi-Yu, going for the Heat Wave.
Chi-Yu going for the Heat Wave. That
does not do too much to either Pokemon.
That was like a Sleep Powder into the Ho-Oh.
And Sleep Powders.
Okay.
Ho-Oh going to be asleep here. Will not be able to go for Tailwind or Sacred Fire into this Jumpluff to take out and knock out.
And so it's good that we have this Ho-Oh sleep. Good for Rajan. But it does beg the question, what is Rajan going to do to the Ho-Oh now? Considering the Chi-Yu is locked in the Heat Wave, and then I do not even think the Jumpluff has Pollen Puff, which obviously will do practically nothing to the Ho-Oh. So we'll have to see what Rajan does to take advantage of this these sleep turns.
Go into the Groudon. Does this Groudon carry a rock move for the Ho-Oh?
It does not.
It does not.
Its last move is Helping Hand. So we will see
here. Chi-Yu Heat going to do more damage. However, we're still under light screen.
Taking a ton of damage. Oh,
turn on the wake up. Sacred Fire into the Groudon. Boosted by the surge. No burn. Okay. We're thinking the Chi-Yu should
get these special.
I'd say this probably went as poorly as it could have gone for Rajan.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that Hello's awake again. This Chi-Yu is a -1. This Groudon is in range by another Sacred
This
Fire.
Ho may potentially outspeed the Groudon as well, even without Tailwind. Or just Scary Face from Grimmsnarl as well could go into the Groudon here and get a guaranteed knockout with Sacred Fire. This Chi-Yu not putting up much pressure. It's locked into Heat Wave, so Ho-Oh is free to do whatever it wants to this Groudon.
He can kill the Grimmsnarl here, but even then, I think one more turn the Grimmsnarl needs, you just set up a Reflect
Double
here.
switch with the Groudon.
The Groudon switches out into what though?
Calyrex Shadow, I don't know about that. It's going to be taking a hit from Ho-Oh potentially under Sun.
What to see? This is a Heat Wave from the Chi-Yu. I assume then going into that Grimmsnarl trying to remove from the board.
Not going to do much with these two special attackers on board. Chi-Yu Heat Wave will take the knockout on Grimmsnarl, not doing much to Ho-Oh even under Sun. See what this Ho-Oh does here. Tailwind, that's honestly the best move you can make there.
And now
you speed control.
We're seeing this very similar board state from game 1. And sure, like, Jeremy's lost a Pokemon, but he lost a Pokemon getting up screens, 50% of the Groudon, and threatening getting full board knowledge as well. This is a really good spot for him, bringing up that Ogerpon again.
Is this Calyrex Sash by chance?
It is, yep.
Okay, so Ho-Oh is faster. It will be able to do good damage to this Calyrex, but it will not be able to take a one-shot knockout. However, a double into the Calyrex here would remove it from the board.
Not only that, the Sacred Fire could just burn. You could Sacred Fire Ivy Cudgel, and if Sacred Fire burns, that is a Calyrex that is removed from the board, and then it becomes super hard for
50% chance you're taking, and you also have to take an Astral Pulse from this Calyrex Shadow. Coming back into Groudon here.
Makes sense.
The Chi-Yu switch.
Trying to cover for an Ivy
Protects here.
Going for Protect from him.
We'll have to see if Jeremy called this Protect.
Cudgel into the Calyrex Shadow will be protected.
Remember, this was a double.
What is this Ho-Oh gonna do here? Sacred Fire also into the Calyrex. Good call out, getting the free switch into Groudon to put up this pressure here.
So it seems Rajan was able to secure a little bit of momentum here to maybe get better set up against this Ho-Oh.
Now we do know that this Rajan is in range of a Sacred Fire. He may be trying to go for a Terra Fire in the slot, trying to beat a Sacred Fire.
Terra Fire?
No, the Groudon.
Groudon, gotcha.
Trying to bait out a Terra Fire, trying to bait a Sacred Fire into that Groudon, going for a Terra Fire, and just trying to go for a Precipice Blades into this board. But we'll have to see what he goes for, as Calyrex can no longer protect. It is under threat from both a Sacred Fire and a Ivy Cudgel. It's just a lot of damage Jeremy has on this board right now.
Even still, I don't believe this Groudon has many moves to threaten the Ho-Oh with.
No, it's only attacking and hit it with resisted. And I mean, it's so sure it's a physical attack on the Sun.
Calyrex double protect. It fails here. This could be big. Ivy Cudgel into the Calyrex. Will not knock it out because of its sash, but doing good damage. What does Ho-Oh in Sacred Fire into the Calyrex Shadow to knock it out? This Groudon will not be able to do much to the Ho. However, a Heat Crash would do a decent amount of damage to Ogerpon here, which is what happens.
Crash into this Ogerpon.
A little over half its health. It's not looking good for Rajan here.
It's just looking like this is probably able to stay on the board. With
Calyrex Shadow gone, your entire offense against his Ho-Oh is gone. We know Ho-Oh takes a couple Dark Pulses from Chi-Yu, and that's the only decently damaged move you have left on the board here. This Jump Fluff can threaten Sleep Powder, however, your offense against this Ho-Oh is minuscule at best. You can just sit on the board, spam Sacred Fires under Sun, which will be doing increased damage. And this Ho-Oh can pretty much, it's taken over the game.
And not only that, the Iron Hands in the back, whenever Ho-Oh doesn't get to deal with, Iron Hands can Terra correctly to get out of the situation. If it's a Groudon left, you Terra Bug, and if it's the Chi-Yu, you don't even Terra, and you just get to kill the thing that does something on the board. It is truly just, I don't know how Rajan finds a way out of this one.
This is Terrestrialize from Rajan here onto the Jump Fluff. Terra Dark. Interesting choice.
As you try to live that Sacred Fire,
or survive a Ivy Cudgel too.
Into the Jump Fluff.
It lives.
Is this a double into the Jump Fluff here? Jump Fluff gets the Tailwind up, which is good. However, it seems like this Ho-Oh could take the knockout here on the Jump Fluff. Precipice Blade's coming out, should pick up the KO on Ogerpon.
And I think Rajan might be going for a Sacred Fire miss here, just trying to make sure that he can try to live with this Groudon. If a Sacred Fire doesn't go straight into it, that Sacred Fire hits into the jump ball.
The Groudon lives another day.
Rajan trading his Terrasilize in order to get Tailwind up.
And it seems the Tailwind on Jeremy's side should be running out soon, right?
I think there's one more turn.
Harsh Sunlight's down.
Sunlight.
And it will not come back out. These are his last two Pokemon, so Ho-Oh going to be doing reduced damage here.
Does that mean that the Groudon can live another Sacred Fire?
Yes, it can.
So, Jeremy's Tailwind is now gone, so Rajan has the speed control here. With Chi-Yu coming out, this could be...
Those Iron Hands does have Fake Out pressure, and it does have Terra online, so we can see Terra Bug Fake Out any Brave Bird into that Chi-Yu, removing it from the board.
Oh, and if Jeremy has only one turn of Trick Room left, then he can... Trick Room, Tailwind left.
Tailwind's gone.
He can... oh, it's gone?
That's petered out.
Tailwind's gone. A forfeit?
And that is a forfeit from Rajan, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
I mean, at that point, it's just a Fake Out into the Groudon, Brave Bird into the Chi-Yu, take it off the board, and then from there, it is a Groudon versus Ho-Oh and Iron Hands 1v1 without Sun.
Not optimal there, especially without Sun. Sun is definitely needed for the 1v1 between the Heat Crash damage being increased and the recoil from the Brave Bird, which will be... No, Ho-Oh doesn't even need to click Brave Bird.
It's some Sacred Fire.
Yeah. And then a burn on the Groudon from Sacred Fire does just seal the game there.
I mean, we're seeing just how this Ho-Oh is really hard for Rajan to deal with, and if he doesn't deal with it immediately, it just feels like it just gets so out of control.
Going to game 3, it looks like Jeremy's going to immediately click the same lead he did last time with the same two Pokemon.
I feel like he just knows how it works. I mean, game 1 we saw that massive Dark Pulse Astral Barrage combo go into that Ho-Oh and take it out, almost take it off the board.
Looks like he's debating to bring Miraidon here. It has not shown up at all this set.
We did see Rajan drop Iron Treads as a Pokemon, so we could see that Miraidon come in and just start a ton of damage.
Definitely, Miraidon loses a lot of value when you're looking across to see that Iron Treads on the field. So I definitely understand not bringing it, especially with how efficiently he was able to deal damage last game.
We are seeing a change up in the lead on Rajan's side. That is a Brute Bonnet. How do you feel about this?
I think Brute Bonnet adds a new dimension to this. Being a Dark type, Grimmsnarl will not be able to lower its speed with Scary Face. As well, you have the threat of Rage Powder now, and even Spore into this Ho-Oh.
Yeah, I think Brute Bonnet is actually a very nice pick into this team. If it goes Terra Water, then it's no longer weak to the Ho-Oh's Sacred Fire and can take advantage of Ho-Oh's comparatively lower defense. And then it additionally gets that defense boost from the Photosynthesis, which makes it probably Rajan's best answer to the Ho-Oh, but we'll have to see how much work it can do with just Sucker Punch.
There is a downside though. Ho-Oh's fire moves will be increased, so he does have to rely on his Terastallization on the Brute Bonnet here to stay alive.
Now it does look, we've been seeing Jeremy not bring that Miraidon, and I think Rajan's picked up on that, and this Terra Water
here
looks really uncontested from Jeremy's end. And like, especially, we can see like Rajan go for like Protect Spore in this context. Now it's a Ho-Oh protecting, makes sense. We could see Protect Spore, we could see an attempt at just killing this Grimmsnarl on the field.
Grimmsnarl.
If that's a Precipice plays and a C-Bomb going into that Grimmsnarl, I could see just this game getting out of hand fast. Or a Spore into the Grim, Spore into Ho-Oh.
Next to Grimmsnarl. That was a little less than 50%. Spore into the Grimmsnarl slot, predicting the impact. Oh my goodness.
And Rajan's in such a commanding position here. This is
not good.
Brute Bonnet is just threatening so much on the board. Cornerstone can't come in. Cornerstone doesn't threaten Groudon enough.
Cornerstone doesn't even have a grass move to hit this Brute Bonnet super effectively. I bet Jeremy's probably regretting that. This grass move here, especially with Groudon on the board, has come up so many times, and the Cornerstone is just unable to threaten these Pokemon it should normally be able to threaten.
Considering that Tyro Grass on the Ho-Oh, we are in front of a Heat Crashing Groudon. We are truly seeing how much is affecting Jeremy here. Switching to that Cornerstone, trying to see if he can manage to get up a
this place here into the Ogre Pond. It's going to connect, doing good damage. About half. Sacred Fire into this Groudon. Burn here could be huge for Jeremy. Nope. Into the Ho-Oh. Oh my goodness. This Brute Bonnet has completely taken control of the game. man.
And while it's bad that the Ho-Oh is asleep, Ho-Oh still has its huge HP as a resource, and so Rajan is going to have to start chipping away at it eventually, but we'll have to see whether the Ogerpon will get in the way of it, or if the Ogerpon will try to take whatever damage it can get right now.
Admittedly, though, with Ho-Oh being asleep, even if it was awake, it's not threatening this board too much, so this could just be a focus in on this Ogerpon.
You'll just see Roger with the Heat Crash into the Ho-Oh trying to get damage on it, but again, Heat Crash on the Ogerpon slot is just so strong here. It truly this Brute Bonnet really changes how this matchup is playing out. Roger switching out that Groudon makes sense. Where we see the Calyrex coming on the back, that is a pretty good switch in. This board state is
Pretty much free switch.
board state's not threatening much. That Grimmsnarl is asleep. This Ho-Oh.
Spiky Shield, yep.
This Ho-Oh was also asleep. There's not much being threatened at all. And that is just a free switch into the Calyrex here. That is a really good board state for him.
Spore.
For switching.
I see if Chiyu is in the back, I see a Willoughby switch Brute Bonnet into Chiyu to get that special defense drop and then just click Astro Barrage and do a crap ton of damage into both Pokemon slots here. Ho-Oh definitely wants to wake up as soon as it can here.
Even then, if we don't, this Brute Bonnet is it's sitting here and she's just clicking moves and he's not threatened at all. It really just feels like Jeremy has no way to deal with this Brute Bonnet on the board. Now, as we push it back into the Grimmsnarl, I assume trying to just make sure that we can take a Astral Barrage. Astral Barrage coming out.
Sleep, you won't be able to do much. Astral Barrage resisted by Grimmsnarl. Actually think doing less to the Ho-Oh than the Grimmsnarl.
Slots. Oh, getting a turn one.
Sacred Fire into the Calyrex. Oh, not enough for the knockout. The burn.
Does it live the burn?
I don't think the burn is enough for the knockout here.
He's going to the Grimmsnarl, not taking it out.
So I don't believe this burn is enough to.
But the Grimmsnarl has Scary Face, so it could be over for the Calyrex.
It's not.
One more turn of burn. It looks like this Ho-Oh could protect here, just trying to stall this Calyrex, but you could. At least he's getting punched by a switch into the Chi-Yu here.
The Calyrex, does it take another turn of burn, or does it go down?
I don't believe so. It might be close.
It's looking very close on the ranges, like 1 to 2% here, 1 to 2 HP points. We'll have to see how this goes. Terra Grass on the Ho-Oh.
Not doing much for you here, honestly.
I mean, you get rid of this. Not taking that Spore is nice,
but sitting in front of this Groudon Heat Crash.
Oh no, let's see.
Funnily enough, I think Maridon here would be really nice into this Terra Water.
Yeah, I'm sure Jeremy is wishing that he were here.
Yeah, seeing that Terra Grass, I
don't know how I feel about that.
Grimmsnarl is still fast asleep, so we're not seeing any Scare Faces come out here. That is another Astral being
this will
clicked.
KO Grimmsnarl. How much are we doing to Ho-Oh? Good chunk.
And that is a Grimmsnarl that is getting knocked out.
However, Ho-Oh could, they think, Jeremy thinks that Calyrex dies to the burn, he could go into Brute Bonnet here for some damage, or just set up the Tailwind here, which is really good. Now the question, does this Calyrex die to a burn? Brute Bonnet's Spore into the Terrestrialized Grass will not affect it. Does this Calyrex survive the burn? No more photosynthesis.
And a bigger question, does Brute Bonnet threaten the Ho-Oh does like Sucker Punch the Ho-Oh kill it? Let's see what this Calyrex
I don't think it's not. That's really bad. Well, Tailwind's up. I believe you are outspeeding this Calyrex Shadow, but that is not something you want to do.
One thing I think is really important to note is that now that the Ho-Oh has gone Terra Grass, it is immune to the Rage Powder on the Brute Bonnet, so
that is
true. There's probably no way that Rajan can prevent the Calyrex from being knocked out here unless he switches it out or protects.
You see fake out pressure from the hands coming on the board will also allow Ho-Oh to pick up the KO here, or even you could just fake out in the Brute Bonnet and attack it if you don't feel threatened by this Calyrex, but you probably want to remove it as fast as possible. That burn not taking the knockout there, very unfortunate.
Now if you are Rajan here, I think you're actually pretty fine with your Calyrex going down here. He's not apparently.
Calyrex
going to the Groudon maybe?
You don't know his fourth Pokemon.
The right inside Groudon, sun back up for the Brute Bonnet. We're trying to see, I think Jeremy clicked Sacred Fire into that slot if I remember.
That should be enough to, I believe this Groudon's already at half health.
That should be enough to take it out. Brute Bonnet getting faked out.
Raper into the ground slot. Not enough to kill. Sacred Fire would have taken the kill there. Getting some recoil, Brute Bonnet not being able to move. That is a severe, unfortunate misplay there. I believe Sacred Fire under Sun would have been enough to take out this Groudon here.
No, I think he was trying to go after the Calyrex, so he was just trying to make sure that he hit that slot.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's not a wrong play. It's just very unfortunate.
I'm also wondering if this Brute Bonnet is going to be using Sucker Punch anytime soon, because the Ho-Oh is getting dangerously low, and Rajan hasn't really made it known that he has the Sucker Punch yet, but he could be like waiting for the perfect moment to break it out.
Unfortunately, now that Brute Bonnet is a water type, it is threatened by this Iron Hands. So it cannot comfortably sit there. Back into Ogerpon. Helping hands into the...
Are we seeing the Sucker Punch?
Is this a Sucker Punch into the Ho-Oh? No, it's not. Groudon going down here. What are we seeing this Brute Bonnet click? Is it a Seed Bomb?
Into the Ho-Oh?
The Seed Bomb into the Iron Hands.
Not enough to knock it out.
Ogerpon living the turn.
This feels like a severe misplay to not go for a Helping Hand Sucker Punch of that Ho-Oh and potentially take the knockout.
I mean, this Ho-Oh was just getting its HP back and more and more of a threat, especially losing your...
This Calyrex protect here from the Ho-Oh to guarantee its survival against the Astral Barrage, and we know this Calyrex will die to burn, so he's not very threatened.
This Ho-Oh is just getting back more and more HP, and then you lost your main way to deal with it, right? You lost your fire move on your Groudon. We saw that Terra Grass, and we were worried about it's like, oh, that Terra Grass could be really bad if the Groudon, because now Groudon click Heat Crash, but
another
doesn't look like it matters.
Out.
Playing Peekaboo with the Calyrex.
Going into that GMU.
I believe this is the first appearance of Chi-Yu in this match. Needs a Rune going to weaken the special defense of everything on the field. Sucker Punch into the Ho-Oh, but it's too late.
Sucker Punch.
Ogerpon taunts the Brute Bonnet.
Bonnet will no longer be able to click Spore or Rage Powder.
Raybird into that GU. That's gonna take a lot.
It barely holds on. That could be a. You don't want to see that. However, you do still outspeed this Chi-Yu under Tailwind.
Touch is wearing off this turn, and Tailwind.
Last turn of Tailwind.
This could be the Chi-Yu's moment.
That's a Heat Wave I've ever seen.
Ogerpon does outspeed the Chi-Yu, however, it is now being threatened by a Sucker Punch you know is coming because you taunted the Brute Bonnet.
We could see. I think Rajan might be going for an overheat plus a Seed Bomb into that Hollow slot, trying to remove an Iron Hand switch in here. I just see Jeremy trying to go for it. We'll have to see what gets clicked here. But this is looking like a pretty good spot for Rajan. I mean,
very close.
His mons are low, but his mons are fast.
Yeah. I think Chi-Yu's honestly free to click Heat Wave here into the double slot with pressure from the Brute Bonnet fake or Sucker Punch onto the Ogerpon, allowing it to outspeed it before the Ogerpon's able to knock out Chi-Yu.
Yeah, and I think this is actually a really dangerous position for Jeremy to be in, because with the Ho-Oh removing, he does preserve the Ho-Oh, but that means that at any time, this Calyrex Shadow could come in on a fainted Pokemon and then Astral Barrage unopposed.
No Sucker Punch from the... Sucker Punch from the Brute Bonnet coming out will fail. What does this Chi-Yu click? Heat Wave.
Heat Wave.
Good damage into the Iron Hands here. Ogerpon will be protected. Actually, even under Sun, Iron Hands is taking about a third of its health. Is that Assault Vest Iron Hands by chance?
So Iron Hands, it is pretty bulky. You're seeing a swap it back into the Hollow here. And
One
I think
wrong move and this game will be decided, I think. Jeremy needs to play super carefully here.
I think what Rajan might be trying to go for here, trying to remove this Iron Hands from the board. We might see that Seed Bomb.
Ooh, this Chi-Yu is
the Calyrex
swapping into the Calyrex. The Calyrex is burning.
Okay, this Calyrex sacrifice at the end of the turn to preserve the Chi-Yu an extra turn.
I do like this play from Rajan. I mean, Heat Wave from Chi-Yu is just really threatening onto this board. If you're able to remove his Iron Hands here, it may just be over for Jeremy.
No, regenerative ability will make sure it's healthy, about 50% health. Iron Hands fake out.
Unaffected by. Is this a Sucker Punch? This is a Seed Bomb from Iron Hands.
Oh,
not doing too much
to get around.
As I thought, we're sacrificing Calyrex to get Sun back up on the Groudon, so that our Chi-Yu will be able to.
Groudon's dead.
It's dead. I'm so slow. Oh my gosh. No, I am slow.
Calyrex will go down here. Now he is bringing back the Chi-Yu with without the threat of fake out anymore, Chiyu does get to come back in and just click a heat wave into this board. Or even we could see an overheat plus a seed bomb into this Iron Hands. We'll have to see what Rajan thinks is the best play here. It is a very close game. Back from the Ho-Oh makes sense, going back into the Ogre Pawn, trying to reset that fake out pressure. We now just need to see if this Brute Bonnet Terra Water can break through this team. What I assume to be from the Chiyu to be a heat wave. We'll just.
Yeah, although one thing to keep in mind is I think Rajan would not want to kill this Ogre Pawn on the switch in, because if the Ho protects and then he kills the Ogre Pawn, then the Iron Hand gets to come in and fake out the Chiyu and knock it out, and then Rajan is just left with his poor Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he gets around that though, because on the next turn after that, he could like lock into
Tech from the Ho here.
He could look into Flamethrower into the Hollow slot, but even then, I don't know if that's enough.
Sucker Punch will fail.
Sucker into the Hollow, presumably. Heat Wave here. If this misses Ogre Pawn, this actually might be good for Rajan here.
Does not. Ogre Pawn will go down here, which is not what you want to see, because now the Iron Hands can come back in, and this Iron Hands is the biggest threat Jeremy has to KO this Brute Bonnet.
I mean, it's a free fake out into the Chiyu, removing it from the board, and then this Brute Bonnet, really good at its job, but is it good enough? I don't know.
Brute Bonnet is no longer taunted. We'll be able to use the Rage Powder and Spore, which could become relevant here should a fake out come into this Chiyu slot.
Seeing a Sacred Fire going for a burn makes sense. And that is a forfeit from what I assume to be Rajan. Yeah.
Wow.
Very close battle. I think both players put on their best performance here. I think a bit of a difficult matchup on Rajan's part. Ho, I think it was a really good pick for handling most of Rajan's teams.
It just felt Rajan just had no answers for that Ho at all. I mean,
although, like, to be fair, I think a lot of people playing Regai right now don't have many answers to Ho, considering how rarely you might expect to encounter it.
And we are back with. I'm going to use the other mic. I'm still have the mic on. And we are back with our casting of our live coverage of round 4. It looks to be Henry versus Rohan here. Two players who are also have come out into region. Rohan getting top 4 recently at the San Juan Regionals.
I'll be taking the place of commentary while the interviews.
It will definitely be a color commentary, but
It's fine. You can take a seat. Yep. So we have Rohan versus Henry here. We have Henry on a pretty standard Miraidon Calyrex team. We're seeing that Ogrepon and Urshifu as being the support crew along with Incineroar and Landorus. And we see from Rohan on the other hand, we have Calyrex Koraidon. We're seeing that pretty hyper offensive with that Chi-Yu, that Cornerstone, and then Indeedee. This could be a pretty fun match. Now, while the players are getting set up here, I'm looking at the teams and I'm seeing both have Cornerstone Ogrepon. Just surprising on a Cornerstone Ogrepon today.
It's a good support Pokemon, and also being a rock type, you get some good matches into Calyrex Ice Rider or other things like that. Even the Ho-Oh, as we saw last round, being able to threaten Ivy Cudgel on that is very important.
We're seeing pretty standard items and everything. Nothing out of the ordinary, really, besides this Scarf Miraidon.
Oh, Scarf Miraidon?
Scarf Miraidon.
Not entirely uncommon, but I would say definitely unusual compared to its Specs counterpart.
Or Life Orb we've been seeing recently. And from everything else, we're seeing
our first appearance of Incineroar and Urshifu on stream. That is genuinely surprising it took this long to see those two, considering how prominent they are in the meta.
So we're seeing the lock-ins here from both our players. We're seeing Henry go with a bit of a trick room mode in the beginning. Now we do see Rohan has the Imprison on that Indeedee. Actually has no attacking moves. It is Imprison, Follow Me, Trick Room, and Baton Pass.
Ooh, Baton Pass is certainly an interesting move to put on.
Giving an option to pivot out in situations that it's not like really present in. I think it's pretty interesting, but that really defensive, more Trick Room coming up from Henry could be punished by this like combination of like a Chi-Yu and an Indeedee or something.
Definitely expect this Indeedee to come most games just as a way to completely shut down Calyrex Ice Rider, which is a very threatening Pokemon into this team, especially with Koraidon being weak to ice. Under Trick Room.
We could also see this Iron Hands come in as well, do the same thing, taking advantage of its opponent's terrain, and also being able to deal with Calyrex pretty effectively. As we're getting into the game, we're seeing the players lock in. We are seeing this will be Cornerstone lead actually. These are pretty good into this position. We'll have to see what end up going with.
Koraidon and Indeedee immediately setting up Psychic Drain.
And Incineroar Calyrex on the other side. We see the clear aimlet on the Koraidon, so it is not being threatened right now. And more importantly, with that Psychic Terrain, Koraidon does just get to click a free move this turn.
Indeedee immediately being on the field as well could shut down Trick Room here from the Calyrex Ice Rider, who is also being threatened by this this Koraidon for massive fire damage. Is not Terrascalize.
And Psychic Terrain come out.
No fake up from the Incineroar here under Psychic Terrain, preventing priority moves. Psychic Seed here to boost its special defense, combined with Baton Pass, could potentially make a Pokemon in the back bulkier. However, that Incineroar Intimidate,
you block by a clear amulet. This Koraidon gets clean free.
This Indeedee Baton Passes, they have to keep wary of that attack drop will also go to the Pokemon it switches out to.
Now we are seeing Henry click the Terra Water Glacial Lance this turn when he is going on the offensive, trying to remove this Indeedee from the board. I'm gonna see if this works out for him.
Likely predicting an Imprison from this Indeedee.
Predicting
just immediately forego Trick Room and threaten the board here.
An Imprison and a probably predicting an Imprison and a Flare Blitz. Let's see how this goes. The Rohan being the first to Terra, going into that Terra Fire. Makes sense, trying to make sure so you don't get hit with this Glacial Lance. Maybe even clicking a Flare Blitz this turn. Oh, to see. And we know that Henry's locked into Terra as well.
Actually, this Calyrex Rider is also going to Terrascalize into a Water type to resist that Flare Blitz. Double Terror here, turn 1.
We're seeing this needy
Follow me.
Follow me.
Needy.
Yeah.
Is needy going for follow me. Now Henry did the cover for he only targeted into that orb with a spread move.
Collision Course into the instant should be enough to pick up the KO. Collision Course base power increasing if it's super effective. Highly uncommon. Most Koraidon sets nowadays run close combat over that. See more consistent damage. Glacial Lance. Ignore and follow me does about half to Indeedee. And man, that's a really rough turn to start out on.
Use some random coming in, being able to threaten a Electro Drift into these mons, being able to threaten Volt Switch into DD. But I mean, just Rohan's built up so much momentum this turn. We can even see like a Flare Blitz or like a Collision Course, a Helping Hand. Well, it doesn't have Helping Hand. We could see a Collision Course into this Calyrex. We could see there's a lot of options being threatened out this turn. But now, Henry does have that speed advantage with the Choice Scarf, so we can see.
As you see, this Calyrex does have high horsepower to potentially go into this Koraidon for super effective damage. However, it is going to protect here.
What's Indeedee going to do? Is going to
Electro Drift into the Indeedee, predicting protect. This should take the knockout, even with the special defense boost. Oh man. Could see potential Trick Room setup here. No, just high horsepower.
We are going to see Rohan try to figure out what he wants to bring in here. That Iron Hands comes in, as we were talking about, really good into this board state. I mean, no Trick Instant set up. Miraidon is locked into an electric move.
Pick up pressure here. Just go into the Calyrex, perhaps.
Even go into the Miraidon, make sure it can move, and then just hit this
Flare Blitz. No, it's a water type.
And a Collision Course into that Miraidon slot, and just use this Iron Hands as really good. As a really good way to just the board. Now, we do see Henry bring the Landorus in the back, which is really strong into this matchup just because of how much is being threatened. Let's see if I can into the Miraidon. Make sure I can't drift to our Koraidon.
Will Collision Course take the knockout? It is only 100 base power as opposed to Close Combat's 120. Not enough. Close Combat would have taken the knockout here. High horsepower into the hands doing a good amount of damage.
Now we are seeing a pretty good board state for Rohan, it looks like. I mean, he used so much damage and done it into that Miraidon, and like a Protect plus the Iron Hands going for just any damaging attack here could really swing the board state.
There's the Protect from Koraidon.
We do see that Drift going into the Koraidon here, and let's see what these other two mons click.
High horsepower should take the knockout into hands here. That's very unfortunate to see, as hands is probably your best offense against this water Calyrex.
See that plus one from the Calyrex, and we see that Miraidon fighting so much damage. Really depends on what Rohan just brought in the back. Now that is the Ogerpon. And I could see potentially from this Miraidon clicking, and Drift is always an option. You're locked in, but it's really good attack here. Glacial Lance to deal with Follow Me, potential Follow Me, Protect to deal with an Ivy Cudgel. We'll just have to see what ends up happening. See the Cloud is going for Protect.
The Koraidon slot no longer resistant because it's terrestrialized, and is enough for the knockout here. Ooh, that's really unfortunate to see. Koraidon's a big offensive threat here. This Ogerpon by itself. Power Whip, though, be protected by Calyrex.
Now, I don't know if Ogerpon has enough in the tank to deal with 3 Pokemon, Miraidon, Calyrex, and the Landorus in the back of the scene.
Good news is they are locked into Electro Drift, so the switch will be here. If this Ogerpon can take the knockout on this Calyrex, it could be potential. However, Calyrex is really bulky, just not enough to knock it out. And that should be the game with the Glacial Lance here. Super effective.
Now there's Sturdy online.
True, I forgot about Sturdy. How do you Sturdy? Sweet.
I just don't know if there's any way that Ogerpon can win here. It's only having 3 single target attacks into 2 Pokemon that swing at it.
The power whip.
I do.
Another salt in the wound there.
Landorus is going to get power, removing the Ogerpon from the board. That is game 1 going to Henry here. And we just saw that Miraidon just put so much pressure onto the board. It truly just felt like Rohan had no real way to deal with it once it caught onto there, because just so much damage every turn, especially after that Miraidon clicked.
It was very impressive tempo turning.
Yeah.
Knockouts. Unfortunately, the problem with running Collision Course over close combat is that you can't one-shot Miraidon, which did come up there.
It's true.
Barely being able to hang on there because you space power.
Let's see how this goes going into game 2 for both players.
Here's Henry's gonna go for the same 4 Pokemon as the last game.
Oh, yeah, that is what it looks like. He's considering bringing the Ogerpon here. I don't hate it. I think Ogerpon's using fire types that are really annoying. But I feel like the Landorus would have been really threatening that endgame position. I just don't think there's another 2 models that there's another Pokemon that really does what it does.
Can threaten Koraidon unless it transfers into fire, as well as Chi-Yu.
Also, the Follow Me Pokemon.
That as well, being able to redirect. However, there is a lot of spread moves here between the Chi-Yu Heat Wave and the Astral Barrage on Calyrex. Follow Me's not really doing much into Koraidon to hit it anyway.
Seeing leads come out. You're seeing Koraidon and Iron Hands on one side. And
Can lead his last game for Henry. Incineroar's Intimidate, we know the Koraidon is Clear Amulet, so the attack drop will not occur. However, this Iron Hands is more susceptible to that.
Now we do see Rohan running Fake Out Pressure this turn, which he was not doing the previous turns in this game. So we could see more offense coming out here. We'll just have to see. Looks like
both players have Fake Out Pressure. However, this Incineroar is faster than the Iron Hands. So if it decides to go into hands to potentially knock out Koraidon, or just go to the Koraidon itself to completely shut it down on the first turn.
We were seeing it locking the high horsepower on turn 1, creating a Terra Fire from the Koraidon, I assume. That is...
No, I believe the high horsepower was into the Iron Hands.
Oh, okay.
I believe it was high horsepower Iron Hands and then Fake Out Iron Hands as well. Maybe predicting Eternal and Protect from Koraidon.
We'll have to see how this tournament plays out.
And indeed, the Koraidon does go for Protect. We're doubling into the Iron Hands here.
Let's see how much of the Iron Hands does. What it takes.
Ooh. It's a critical hit on the hands. That's not what you want to see on the first turn.
So much damage.
Oh my goodness. That's for Terra Water Glacial Lance here. It gets so much value because even if they're Koraidon was to Fire type, you're still knocking out this Iron Hands are doing significant damage to whatever comes in. Even so, the Incineroar is faster than the Iron Hand, so it could pick up a knockout if it wants.
Going to that Cornerstone, trying to maybe see if you can live a Collision Course and just get out that threatening damage versus a Terra Fire Koraidon here. Seeing Rohan go for that Terra on this turn.
Don't believe Cornerstone can live a Collision Course.
That's dirty.
I think that base power boost for being a super effective move.
We do have that built-in focus sash with the Sturdy here, so it could. So we are going to see this. We are seeing a turn 1 Terrace in both slots. Makes sense. Let's assume this is covering for a Terra Fire Slayer Blitz into the Calyrex, just making sure that any damage going to that slot is minimized as much as possible. Now let's see where this Koraidon goes into the Calyrex.
Resisted still does a decent amount. Potential burn here. Huge. Burn. Glacial Lance here will take the knockout on the Iron Hands. Do decent damage to Koraidon. Critical hit on the Koraidon. Oh my goodness.
We're seeing that Ogerpon got in for free, and that is really, really big on this board, as we're seing the battery notification. The Calyrex is coming for free here, and that is really strong, just threatening this big Astral Barrage, especially since this Calyrex, if I remember correctly, is a Life Orb. It's Solar Beam.
Calyrex?
Yeah.
What? Wait, Solar Beam threatens the our Water Calyrex here, actually. There's no way.
What is he here?
What the heck?
So, I mean, this Calyrex is doing so much damage. Life Orb Astral does so much here, and puts Koraidon, basically like Ogerpon takes a, it's knocked out here. Now, we could see this triggering coming up for the Calyrex here, because I do think it lives in Astral, but I'll have to see. I love Solar Beam comes out here, it's gonna be so fun. I'm saying a Spiky Shield, Astral. If this is a double up, it could be really interesting.
Wow. I don't know, we'll take out one charge. Getting speed boost.
Taking that knockout, getting a speed boost, and now Henry's also access to Trick Room, and there's an Astral Barrage. There's just a threat of Astral Barrage Collision Course every turn. It's looking kind of bad here, especially outspeeding this Miraidon now. We'll have to see, but it's looking like Rohan's able to take the momentum back.
Luckily, there is take out if this Incineroar. Oh, Incineroar does not come in.
Bring this Miraidon, and now even though
not working.
now we are seeing this Miraidon, no matter what, it does have really good board state presence here, being able to either threaten the Koraidon from the Calyrex, and it doesn't die to any hits the Koraidon can throw at it, so it is able to always take a knockout. But Rohan just been able to get off so much pressure on this turn. It can be pretty dire, especially if he gets a protect wrong, especially if Henry gets a protect wrong here. It'll be dire. Ogerpon go for another Spiky Shield, failing.
Of course, leads into
this Miraidon. Seeing that drift go into the Koraidon here. We'll see what his Calyrex effects. An Astral.
oh,
Koraidon goes down. Everyone's taking a lot, and also the Calyrex now +1.
Calyrex is very threatening.
I mean, like, instant with the Assault Vest here.
Will not be able to. Especially with this medium.
You know, if I'm reading the board correctly here, does Rohan have anything else in the back? Iron Hands have gone down. Indeed. This is interesting. We could see it just is dependent on how many Astral Barrages does it take for Incineroar to go down here. With that Assault Vest, it really just how much HP does Rohan have? So now this Ogerpon still getting Spike Shield this turn means that no matter what, this first Astral Barrage will be a spread move. Spike Shield going off. This is a war of attrition if I've ever seen one. Weirdly, with these really offensive moves.
This Calyrex alive, as it will attempt to chip at this Incineroar's health. Slowly but surely.
So an Astral Life Orb.
Oh,
that's a amount of damage.
Decent, considering Incineroar's Assault Vest. Decent damage.
With a DD trying to move him.
Ooh, this Flare Blitz recoil could come up. More Sun.
It's
about half health.
That Flare Blitz recoil might be coming back to bite Henry here, actually. We'll have to see. Indeed, going for another Follow Me, has to. And this Astral Barrage just coming out again.
Does survive. There's a Flare Blitz here. Incineroar could knock itself out with the recoil. Another special attack boost.
Incineroar resisting these Astral Barrages, but I don't know if it has enough HP to take a +2 single target Astral. I have to see. But at this point, if you're Henry, you're thinking about the next game. You're thinking,
What do you think?
what went wrong there? And I think on that turn, he went. I think on that turn when he went for double press on like Ogre Pawn, if he swung into the Koraidon slot there, I think he would have gotten a lot more value out of that turn.
I was wondering if maybe obviously Sun was up instead of the Flare Blitz that turn. You could go for a knockoff, and indeed he's super effective to maybe preserve your HP there in the end game. You might have been able to take another Astral Barrage and finish the Calyrex off.
Yeah.
Fortunately, though, not come to fruition.
We'll have to see in game 3 how these adjustments are made. I think Rohan focusing more on the Calyrex really helped, especially since when we saw, even in Incineroar in the endgame, it was dealing with a +1 Calyrex that had some right direction support, and at some point it just... Incineroar was a good check, but we say check for a reason. It's not a counter, and you can eventually break through it. Seeing this game 3, Henry going with the same lead.
Henry seems to be very confident about this Calyrex and Incineroar lead here.
Oh, he's taking it back. Okay.
Second thoughts. Really taking time to think about this.
I mean, it's a tough matchup, right? You just saw your lead that you relied on so much in game 1 get kind of smoked out. We'll have to see how he adjusts. Does he switch it up? Does he take the same? Doesn't he bring Ogre Pawn on the front?
Very important game 3 here.
Seen the lockup from both players.
First message is crazy.
Just seeing weak from Rohan in this game. One of the last time makes sense. I'm seeing Landorus Calyrex from Henry. That is...
Landorus do a lot here, threatening the Iron Hands with super effective damage, and the Koraidon if it decides to terrestrialize to Fire type, as we've seen the last 2 games.
Now, we could see Rohan lock into a Terrifier Flare Blitz into that slot with a Fake Out. However, we could see that Incineroar come in and try to deal with that. There's a lot of things that happen on this board.
This first turn will definitely decide a lot here in this game 3.
We have this like really strong Sandseer Storm. Does he have? It's really strong Earth Power coming out from the Landorus into that Iron Hands or into that Koraidon on the Terra. We have Sludge Bomb. Protection always come out here just to stall the turn, which he does seem to be going for, trying to scout out a Terra and what this Colonel wants to click here, and also get a running Fake Out turn. Eventually on this turn 2 out of the Fake Out goes out, we could see a Terra Water and a swap to Ensign, putting a Trick Room off. We'll just have to see. Rohan does commit to the Terra on turn 1, assumedly into the Koraidon. That's correct. Going for that Terra Fire, probably gonna Flare Blitz that Landorus slot, and we're gonna see probably what is a Fake Out into the Ice Spider. We'll have to, of course, see if that happens.
Here. Be followed by the Calyrex Ice Rider. A safe play here to get rid of the Fake Out turns and scout for the Terra Fire that has just come up.
Fake Out does come out into that Landorus slot here.
Blitz, double Blitz. Oh, Flare Blitz into the Calyrex Ice Rider. Definitely a different approach, not respecting the Terra Water there.
Oh. Well, we'll see this turn now. Henry does have the ability to just swing. I'm seeing that play. I talked about that instead of swapping into Incineroar and Terra Water maybe being selected here. We'll have to see. Also see if Rohan can scout that out, because if he goes for Collision Course into this Landorus, that is a big momentum swing.
Oh, absolutely. Incineroar allows your Calyrex Shadow Rider, if it's in the back, to come away with this game pretty much, as Incineroar is your only assist here with the Astral Barrage.
We'll have to see. Just clicking that Terra Water sense, trying to make sure you don't knock to a Flare Blitz and not going for Trick Room, going for that high horsepower resistance on the last game. We'll to see Rowan responds to this.
The Trick Room is this Iron Hands here is a very good Trick Room Pokemon, and Terastallizing Water here could potentially this Iron Hands could come do a electric move into the Calyrex to do big damage.
Using the Terra Water as saw being selected come out right now. Resisting any Flare Blitzes, but the are going to be throwing out. After seeing a Blitz, is it locked into the Landorus slot? It was. That it's ever coming for free.
Still does good damage, about half health. Start into the Iron Hands here, super effective. Wild Card into the Calyrex though. Super effective, although this Calyrex is a very physically defensive Pokemon, being able to tank that super effective move fairly decently.
Well, we are seeing that Henry's Calyrex is faster here, so we could see Incineroar Fake on the Iron Koraidon and a Trick Room coming out. I'm not sure about this play.
Iron Hands withdraw?
Calling out the swap into the Indeedee, making sure that it can get out, it can get off this Trick Room before the Iron Hands gets a chance to come back in. Oh, but that Fake Out not being able to go through because the Psychic Turn coming up. Have to see what the Koraidon clicked here.
Out failing the Psychic Terrain. Glitch Burst into the Calyrex place. It's enough to knock it out. This is not.
Trick Room coming down here, and he's in a pretty good spot here as we've seen. I mean, we have that knockoff. We can see U-turn Glacial Lance into this Indeedee, try to take it off the board. We can see other things come out, and just I feel like Henry's put himself in a good spot here to just try to run away with this game. And the speed control he desires up in front of the blitz that he likes. But for that Glacial,
is resisted by Koraidon.
as we're seeing from this Indeedee, no attempted to follow me.
You turned just barely not enough to pick up the knockout.
This may be a reversal of the Trick Room, what to say.
However, bringing Koraidon here, if Trick Room gets reversed, this could be not that. This could be bad if Trick Room gets reversed with the Miraidon coming in here. Living Course into Miraidon?
Okay.
Alright, good damage. Reversal of Trick Room here. This Scarf Miraidon is now threatening the board.
Really hits a play from Henry here, bringing that Miraidon, understanding that Indeedee moving so slow, their problem is going for a Trick Room.
Miraidon, now the fastest Pokemon on the field, can choose whoever it wants to knock out with a threatening Electro Drift.
Pokemon does have Follow Me support though, so we could see this Koraidon still managed to pick up a knockout no matter what this turn. We'll have to see what happens being clicked though. Seeing that Volt Switch close. And Horsepower, we've seen that Follow Me being clicked. I want to say Rohan's really going to go after this Calyrex here, but we could see this Miraidon slot being targeted down. Indeedee goes down here, but Indeedee having done his job. We're going to see the Volt Switch out of the Miraidon.
Potentially go into Landorus to resist a Collision Course, but we're just seeing Incineroar here.
Keeping up that pickup pressure, keeping up that cycling. Clear Amulet, of course, blocking the move, and we'll see what Koraidon goes into here.
Is this Incineroar? It is. That's should enough for the knockout. Predicting the Volt Switch, perhaps? A Horsepower into the Koraidon, though, enough to knock it out. Ooh.
But it is a +1 Calyrex. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what Rohan is in the back here. If that is a Calyrex plus an Ogerpon, I don't know how Henry wins this as the Iron Hands and Calyrex.
Is very threatening, especially now that Incineroar is down.
Now Rohan has this board control with this Fake Out and has this really strong Calyrex on the board. I'm not sure if he has what it is to take it out here. Now if we're seeing no protect coming from this Calyrex. And on one hand, I could see trying to get damage on the board, but I feel like as this Calyrex goes down, Miraidon comes in, and then Rohan could potentially spell for terrain, thinking that this is one of the last turns of terrain coming down. Alex dies. There's a +1 to the opposing Calyrex, and see if Rohan could potentially spell out turns of terrain, we could see him make a comeback within +1 Astral, killing both ones on the board. Because Miraidon is threatening a really strong Electro Drift into this Calyrex, which probably just removes it.
Calyrex Sash?
It is Life Orb.
Life Orb, okay, so potential for the Electro Drift knockout onto Calyrex if it is to connect. Problem is though, how many turns of terrain are left to be able to stall out this Hadron Engine and Electro Drift?
We're seeing Snarl getting clicked. Okay. Or thought of.
It's interesting here because Miraidon outspeeds Calyrex, Calyrex outspeeds Landers, and Landers outspeeds the Iron Hand, so they're all in this sort of ping-pong situation where they're trying to look out a knockout on the other, while also being threatened by a faster Pokemon. This will be decided by what the Miraidon does here.
And also see Calyrex maybe live a drift, or if he just does enough turns of electric terrain, that Rohan can potentially stall it out with some protects. We're seeing,
Looks like that's what he's doing.
I think Calyrex go for that protect there, and we're seeing a Snarl being locked into. We are seeing that Snarl probably trying to make sure that even if terrain goes down, you are threatening a lot of damage on the board. And I think that's an Earth Power into the hands, if I remember correctly.
Will this, I know it's Miraidon's very powerful special attacker, will Calyrex be able to take a Snarl from this Miraidon? Close combat into the Miraidon is enough to knock it out. Oh man.
And I mean, just not removing the items from the board allows it to take out this Miraidon here, and I think that's game for Rohan.
Chill Mirage here. Very threatening move.
Now, if Landorus can live this hit, we could see maybe eventually Landorus living this double up Earth Power into the Calyrex killing. We'll have to see if it kills.
Looks like a forfeit here.
Yeah, so forfeit from Henry. Very close battle.
That last Miraidon turn. Actually, the
very close.
Yeah.
We're gonna get Rohan on for an interview, presumably. So we'll.
All right, I'm here with Rohan. He won last round. I was gonna ask. I saw some interesting things on your team sheet. I see the solar beam on the Calyrex. Is that it? And the baton pass on the Indeedee.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what motivated those choices, and have they pulled through for you today, or?
I have not gotten to click either one today. I have not played a single game with this team before this. I had two teams that I was planning on running. It was either Donghoon's team or Nicholas Rubin's team. And then Hootie ran Donghoon's team, and Nicholas is running his team. And I was like, I don't really want to run the mirror match, so I guess I'm just going to lock in some garbage that's in my box. And Calyrex, before it combines, has Solar Beam. And that wasn't supposed to be Solar Beam, but when I combined, I did not change the move. So I was like, you know what? I have the sun. I'm going to be Terra Grass anyways. Like, this could be funny. Like, there's a lot of, like, Terra Water stuff. Like, it could work. But it's bad. The team's really not good. It was,
So what specifically for the Calyrex Ice terrestrializing the water type? I was actually expecting this, so I thought it was for that.
It was partially for that, yeah. And I really wanted to do it multiple times, but then I was like, I need the spread damage. I need to like Astro Barrage here. So like, even though in theory it sounds really cool, I'm like, I can't get away with it. But maybe one of these matchups I'll do it.
What about the baton pass on the Indeedee?
Baton pass, it's actually interesting. I didn't know what to put as the last move. Helping Hand probably would have been best.
Yeah.
But I kind of liked having a slow pivot and you give the Psychic Seed boost to like Calyrex or even like an Iron Hands or something that's now coming in with Assault Vest now +1 special defense. So it's an interesting way to have a slow pivot on Amon. I know Healing Wish was the one that like hard Trick Room players were using.
Yeah.
But I like my Indeedee being alive. So like.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a cool theory. Don't try this at home. It really is.
Yeah,
really
it's definitely an interesting choice. Another thing I wanted to ask about is I saw your opponent was using Choice Scarf Miraidon, which I understand people have been using with the advent of Miraidon trending upwards in usage. And so, how did the threat of the faster Miraidon factor into your game plan for that matchup?
Yeah, that was pretty terrifying because obviously a lot of lines into Calyrex are like, hey, I'm going to lead Chi-Yu Calyrex and just like blow you up. But if you're Scarf Snarl, my Calyrex doesn't really get to play the game. So I had to kind of find a board state where like I could get a Flame Charge off. I kind of misplayed in game 3, the end there where the Miraidon Volt switched out. I clicked Follow Me and Collision Course. I meant to click Flame Charge. And that would have probably won me the end game better, but yeah, Scarf Miraidon is pain. Not a fun mon to face against.
Well, it seems like you handled it well enough. All right, final question. Since we're approaching the end of Regulation I and the end of Scarlet and Violet in general, I wanted to ask what are your opinions looking back over the whole several years we've had of Gen 9 VGC, and how are you feeling about the move from Scarlet and Violet to Champions?
So I started BGC at the very end of the first Reg F. So that was Orlando a couple years ago. So I didn't play the very early regs. Scarlet and Violet just really volatile. I mean, it's fun for me because I play like a psycho, so I can play like super hyper offense, make crazy reads, and like the format's kind of built for that. So that's kind of how I've gotten success. I don't think it's like healthy necessarily, but it is fun, I guess. I haven't really played Champions yet because I have LA to prep for, but once LA is done, I'll start looking at Champions. I think it'll be interesting to have just like a full reset and kind of have everyone on a more even playing field.
Gotcha. Yeah, a few other people have said similar things. It'll be interesting. And so wishing you continued luck in the next round and future tournaments. Have a good one.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
They cut away or just here?
I don't know, we're just here.
Oh, they're just right now.
You're starting next round?
No, that's my round up. Don't you have a pizza piece if you want? Oh, perfect.
All right, we're here with round 5, I believe.
No, 5 or 4.
Round 5. Kalen versus Noah. We saw Noah on stream earlier today, and then we will be seeing him play Kalen's Calyrex Shadow Rider Koraidon team. Looks like Kalen's playing with kind of a bit slower variant of Caesar Koraidon. I think Kalen generally likes to play more balanced teams, and so we see the Clefairy for damage mitigation, and then the Tinglu also for damage mitigation, and also potentially trapping his opponent's Pokemon with Sand Tomb.
I mean, we're seeing this like team looks a lot like the teams you've seen in the format where it's like these like Tinglu Dozo kind of, you have their 2 bulky mons or 2 back mons which are strong, but with more modes. We've seen like front end Tinglu, which can just put on a pressure, like slow pressure, but it's still pressure. We're seeing this back end of these really 2 strong Pokemon. We're seeing Clefairy to help with damage mitigation. Ensign, and then we're seeing this Fluttermane with the ability to just like control speed tiers, and especially with the Koraidon, it means that Koraidon Fluttermane can just become one of the fastest duos in the team. Now we are seeing the lock-in for both players, so we're heading into game 1. Noah, of course, having that Zacian, which is one of the best pieces into Koraidon right now.
I think this will be determined a lot by if Kyogre is able to keep Rain up, because Kyogre threatens a lot of stuff in his team between the Instant, the Koraidon potentially Terraing to Fire, and even the Tinglu itself, who are all weak to those big, powerful water moves Kyogre is able to put out there on the board. Starting, we have Double Intimidate here, Overqwil and Incineroar respectively lowering the attack.
Now we're seeing from this Overqwil, by the way, we're seeing from this Overqwil, they're sending a lot of damage into this Calyrex. This crunch is just a lot. I mean, we've seen this at events before, where the Swift Wind Overqwil is just really good at dealing with these Calyrex teams. Now Instant does help a lot with that, with getting the Intimidate drop down and especially getting the fake up pressure as well. We're seeing the Protect from the Overqwil actually exactly for this reason. Hard to see what Kalen's Calyrex goes for.
They got into the wrong slot.
Kalen is running a Nasty Plot.
Ooh, Calyrex missing the Thunder Wave.
Oh, that is
getting the Nasty Plot up. This is not what you want to see between the Thunder Wave mess, the Nasty Plot. Now Calyrex will be faster. However, we have the potential. This Overqwil is Swift Swim, we know. This Kyogre could potentially come in and set up the Rain, allowing Overqwil to outspeed the Calyrex and potentially threaten a knockout with Crunch.
Now we're seeing this Protect come out, trying to prevent this Thunder Wave Crunch combination coming out. We're seeing the Overqwil minimize again.
We saw this in round 1. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to do much here, but here we're already seeing the value. Incineroar missing the U-turn, and it'll be unable to switch out. Big momentum shifter here.
Kalen kind of playing with fire a little bit here with the threat of the Swift Swim being activated and then the Overqwil going through the kill on a non-Terra Calyrex, and then also getting Thunder Wave by the Grimmsnarl would be a pretty big deal for Calyrex. So Kalen, seemingly not wanting to play any of those games, switches out the Calyrex for Clefairy. The Clefairy, the Friend Guard ability obviously helps reduce damage, but Kalen doesn't seem to have a lot of damage on the board right now, so we'll have to see whether this minimizing Overqwil gets out of control.
Even with the second minimize, this Incineroar is able to hit the U-turn and finally swap out. The Thunder Wave, the Thunder Wave miss again on the Grimmsnarl. Very unfortunate to see into the Calyrex Shadow Pivot here.
We're seeing this just like game decided by a bunch of RNG. We're seeing what Kalen wanted, I think, on the last turn was to hit that U-turn into the Overqwil, bring in the Clefairy, and then have Follow Me support, and he just didn't get that because the U-turn missed. So now getting that board speed he wants, but no longer having that Nasty Plot up. So we'll have to see if Kalen can get that momentum back or how he's gonna deal with it, especially with this Overqwil. Just keep clicking minimize. It's just really hard to hit.
The longer this Overqwil stays on the field, the more minimizes it can get up, the harder it'll be to remove. And with this threat of Kyogre potentially in the back to increase its speed, it could be very threatening here. Clefairy for the Follow Me, so we will not be able to crunch into the Calyrex here. Light screen going up.
Seems like we're going for a Nasty Plot here. Probably you've seen that Kalen's trying to get that Nasty Plot back up. Now light screen coming out from Noah though, definitely concerning. And Barbarage going into the Clefairy.
Oh, not getting the poison on Barbarage is kind of unfortunate for Noah, as he won't be able to do increased damage on the next turn. And then also the Calyrex Shadow Rider on the part of Kalen. Getting the Nasty Plot up is nice, but being against 2 dark types with only Psychic and Astral Barrage for your attacking moves means that it might not do as much damage as Kalen would hope it does.
Well, I think Kalen's recognizing that and trying to get more damage on the board, going for another Nasty Plot as the Overcloak goes for another minimize.
Letting this Overcloak stay on the board, even if you get Nasty Plots up, you still need to hit that Astral Barrage, and even if you do hit it, it's resisted, so there's a chance this Overcloak could take 1 Astral Barrage even at +4 from this Calyrex. The more problem is you need to be able to hit this thing.
We are seeing this Clefairy just staying on the board, not really being threatened by anything. Going for another Follow Me, letting those Calyrex maybe even go for a 4th.
Here it comes.
That's a lot.
Oh, misses Overquill. How does the Grimmsnarl take it?
Yeah, about as well as you can take a +4 Astral Barrage.
With a Life Orb nonetheless.
Barrage
going into the Clefairy.
Fishing for poison.
Does he get poison?
Get the poison. Free break into the Clefairy?
No, how exactly does Barbarage work?
No.
I'm pretty sure it does double damage on poisoned targets or something like that.
Is it like 50% poison chance?
Luckily though,
Yeah, with the
poison is
chance.
just enough to take out this Clefairy here, which means there's no more redirection on this Calyrex Shadow's side. This Overquill is threatening a super effective Dark move here. However, Incineroar comes back out. And here's the problem. Normally you have the Incineroar fake out pressure on this Overquill, but it's +6 evasion. Will you be able to hit the fake out on it and prevent this Overquill from running away with the Dark move here?
Now this Overcool is -2.
That is true. Crunch. Times 4 super effective on this Calyrex unless it terastallizes. It's just still going to do a fair amount of damage.
Seeing the Terra Ghost and the Brimstone trying to make sure they can get faked as the Thunderwave goes off. I don't know what Kalen has to go for here. You want to hit this Overcool with a fake out, but like, do you get the value? It's gonna be a lot. We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to turn with that Terra Ghost. Hog's going for a protect. Okay. I think Incineroar trying to kill the Grimmsnarl to make sure this is working.
Thunderwave to the Calyrex.
Overcool going for Crunch, but seeing the double up getting blocked.
Turn does connect with the Grimmsnarl. So I think what's going on here, we're trying to chain Intimidates in order to minimize the threat of this Overquill or force it to switch out, which will remove all of the evasion boosts it's gathered up over the course of this game. Rhydon coming in here will set up the Sun. While this is a good position to be in, if Kyogre is in the back here, it's even bigger of a reason to have it switch in here and set up that reason.
The evasion was +6 then.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, no, flexing the +6 evasion.
It's not every day you see a +6 evasion Overquill here. Rhydon switching out to chain another Intimidate here. I do wonder, now that the Overquill is -3 attack, that could make a difference in whether this Calyrex is able to survive a Dark move.
We're seeing that Terra come out from Kalen now.
Oh, with the Terra onto the Calyrex Shadow Rider, it's probably going to take very little damage from this -3, no longer super effective move.
Oh man.
Yeah, Kalen's really just trying to make it so that he gets as many Astral Barrage as he wants. A Reflect being set up at the Grimmsnarl, not even a Thunder Wave. This Astral Barrage connects on both!
Oh my goodness. How much will this do to Overquill? Oh, double knockout.
The +4 Calyrex versus +6 evasion Overquill is kind of like Unstoppable Force meets a movable object.
Well, unseeable object.
Yeah, but we're like the Unstoppable Force one out.
There is a small dilemma though. The Overquill, while it was +6 evasion, it was also -3 attack, so it wasn't really threatening and you could just ignore it. But now with the double knockout, there is a chance here that the two Pokemon in the back can both come in and be threats immediately.
Yeah, but the Calyrex is at +5, +6 now?
+6.
Yeah, so I'm not sure anything can take a natural barrage from that anymore.
Man, yeah.
Assuming that Calyrex is max speed or the Zacian, I don't know.
Neither of these Pokemon outspeed.
I don't know what Noah's line is anymore. I mean, the Zacian is being threatened. You have Fake Out on the board. It's just, you're getting Astral Barrage, Astral Barrage, Astral Barrage. No, it's AV.
Oh. neither of these Pokemon on the board outspeed Calyrex, so nobody's taking a +6 Astral Barrage from this Calyrex Shadow.
Actually, with that Life Orb boosting the damage even further, it looks so hard for Noah to find the line at this point. And I think if you're Noah, you might be thinking about game 2.
Definitely.
You're going to that Zacian. Makes sense. Assuming that this, the Kyogre dies here.
Yeah, the Overquill was sure entertaining to watch with its minimize, but Calyrex Shadow able to successfully play around the threat from the Overquill and
plus it is 6 Astral Barrage. Look at that Thunder.
Thunder is...
Does he get the Paral? Nope, no
Paralysis. Maybe predicting a switch there. Unfortunately, Kyogre, while very impressive to take a +6 Calyrex Shadow attack, even with Assault Vest, it will not survive a second one here. And with Zacian being able to unable to protect safely, it looks like this Calyrex Shadow might just take the game away.
But I have a fish for a Thunder or paralysis on that Thunder there from Noah.
Yeah, I don't know, the Calyrex, I feel like an Origin Pulse and Rain would have maybe not have been enough to knock out, or maybe they were predicting the Koraidon switch in here to reduce the damage of that Origin Pulse.
Might have also been a call out on the just trying to make sure we don't miss. Zacian outspeeding Calyrex. Hold on,
wait.
Very surprising. That's why you can't slack on your Calyrex speed EVs.
We've seen that Calyrex is actually not trained that fully in speed.
This completely changes the tide of battle with Zacian being on the field and no Terrestrialization available. This Koraidon is now susceptible to a play rough from the...
it does keep going.
Yeah. Is now susceptible to a fairy move from the Zacian here. Oh, that's crazy.
We're seeing this should look really good for Kalen. We see that we're probably going to see a Flame Charge going to the Kyogre here.
Zacian here.
Fake out.
Of course, into a
Kyogre slot
should be enough to pick up the
knockout. And then from here, Zacian can deal with both Incineroar and Groudon at once, and a Flare Blitz knocks it out from this range. But going into that game 2, we just saw that Noah's attempts at using that Overquill with that minimize just didn't end up working out. He just ended up getting stalled out of the game. And trying to see the line here, I think we should see a lot more reliance on that Zacian. Knowing that it outspeeds the Calyrex is really big information.
That is massive in this matchup here. That gives you another out to Calyrex, whereas Overquill, sure, it has a type advantage, but with this Incineroar being able to consistently give out -1 attacks, it's not exactly as much of a counter as you might think it is. So having this second option to stop the Calyrex Shadow from taking the game away like it did in game 1 here is very important to know.
Your Kyogre just leaves so many hits on my Calyrex. I mean, living +6 Astral like that is crazy. Taking going for Protect. Maybe trying to solve turns of Sun. Trying to see if we can find a line with that. Koraidon also going for Protect.
Oh, good to scout out Protect from Koraidon, so you don't have to take damage from Incineroar for free.
I think your only line here is to stall out all turns of Sun, and then you kill the Flare Blitz. That is a player going into that Koraidon to kill the Protect.
Stall out all turns. I rough into the Koraidon.
I mean, you're probably
then Flare Blitz doesn't kill, and then at that point, Incineroar will have taken enough recoil from the Flare Blitz to have a successful knockout, most likely.
Or if you live this Flare Blitz, which it is in Sun and not intimidated, so probably not. But if you do live it, you do win the game. As long as you hit your play rough.
I'm gonna say it's highly unlikely. Play rough misses the Koraidon. We'll always see it.
And that is game for Kalen. I'm talking about these adjustments going into game 2. What do we want to see on this board coming out from?
Yeah, I think the Zacian outspeeding the Calyrex kind of flips the entire matchup on its head.
Admittedly, I wouldn't like to see a switch away from the Overquill. It's a cute. I don't know if I can say cute. It's an interesting strategy to use the evasion there to your advantage. However, in the end, Overquill really didn't do much besides taking the offensive against Clefairy, which is something that Zacian also does fairly well. So, we're looking to see if they stick to the Overquill strategy here, or maybe switch it up.
To see, we also see the Rakuten coming out, knowing that the opponent's using a special attacker and Koraidon, which you do resist. We could see that, especially since Koraidon isn't Life Orb, it is Clear Amulet, so it's not doing that much damage.
Well, Rakuen is able to successfully shut down Koraidon between the Fighting Resist and the Water Bubble ability, lowering fire type damage.
To see, I could also see this Chenpao coming out, knowing that Sucker Punch and
Punch is another good way to deal with this Calyrex. On the flip side, no Flutter Mane game one interesting to see, especially now, now knowing that Zacian will outspeed you. Flutter Mane is much more dangerous pick to go for here.
I think we could see that Flutter Mane coming out from Caitlyn. I mean, with the Sun Up.
Yeah, the Flutter Mane, I was thinking about this at the beginning of the first game too, but I think Noah only has one Fairy Resist on the team. So the Flutter Mane could, especially with the Terra Stellar on it.
And there's the Flutter Mane that comes out here.
So let's see if it can put work in. That's a nice screen of a wall.
Overcoil is like one of those really big Pokemon that distorts the camera angle. Seeing a much more aggressive lead here, immediately getting that Swift Swim pressure. However, the Overcoil is getting intimidated, so it's not able to put up as much offensive pressure as hoped.
We could see a minimize on turn one from this Overcoil, and that's what we are seeing. We're seeing a switch to Grimmsnarl, and he minimize here. We do have this Flutter Mane on the board. We can also threaten Moonblast and it's Overcoil since it is neutral.
Kyogre switch out here. I am interested to see if we'll do the same strategy in response to the minimize here, chaining Intimidates in order to make this Overcoil a negligible board presence. As we see the minimize here, going for +2 evasiveness. Flutter Mane hitting the Moonblast into the Overcoil. There's a good chunk of damage.
And this Overcoil already seeing so much, not getting that evasion on turn one, and immediately you're just seeing how... I mean, if evasion works, it works, but it doesn't work all the time.
Overcoil has been successfully neutralized. -1, you've taken so much health, and he's not threatening super effective damage on either of your Pokemon here, as we see Thunder Wave go into the Flutter Mane, lowering its speed stat and paralyzing it.
Paralyzing that?
Did I really just say that?
One more minimize for the board! Moonblast is still doing Grimmsnarl.
That's
taking it out.
Easy knockout there.
Now we could see if Incineroar hits this attack.
I don't think it could. Its best move. U-turn connecting, not enough for the kill. Unfortunately, though, this Overcoil not threatening much of anything besides the evasion boosts here.
Yeah, I mean, a poison from Bar Barrage could be like helpful chip, but I'm not sure that's gonna cut it, especially up against the Calyrex. Noah's gonna have to hope that he can nail down the Calyrex with Dark type move before the Calyrex can.
Because they click U-turn and they get Calyrex out here, we do get the Pivotization, which we now know is faster than the Calyrex Shadow here, which is good momentum here, as Zacian can now threaten a KO on the Calyrex potentially.
What we could end up seeing, though, is we could see that Caitlyn protects and just try to use this Flutter Mane to get either an Icy Wind down or a Moonblast down, and to try to make it so that this Koraidon in the back has the best amount of chance to win the game as possible.
This is kind of a 1v2 situation right now. This Overcoil taking a lot of damage. The evasion is nice to have. Unfortunately, it's not giving much threat, especially if this Calyrex were to Terrastalize and become safe from those times where super effective dark moves. However, it will be switching out into Incineroar to lower both attack stats with its Intimidate.
Neutralizing that one-time Intrepid Sword. Also threatening Fake on the next turn, especially the Flutter Mane goes for a Protect.
Barbarage into the Flutter Mane will not be able to poison because it's already paralyzed. Behemoth Blade into the Flutter Mane will knock it out here. Good predict the Calyrex switch here, going into the Flutter Mane instead. However, now this Incineroar can pretty safely fake out into the Zacian here.
We're trying to fake out into the Overcoil, and we're seeing what I assume to be probably a Koraidon coming in on that slot.
I'm not sure. Overcoil, faking out into the Overcoil, you run the risk of missing it because of the evasion boosts and losing the value you get from that. So it's a bit of a gamble. We'll see what the decision is here.
what Kalen's trying to do here, it's a lot of consideration. It's one of your Koraidon or your Calyrex, I assume, and Zacian is just putting on so much board pressure. We're seeing the Koraidon come out, getting that sun, but remember there's a Kyogre in the back. Not only that, it's an Assault Vest. You're really putting all your eggs in this one basket. Now the one thing is that this Overhaul will either have to switch out or lose its evasion boost or stay on the field, which is not really what it should be doing right now. And we're seeing that minimize button being clicked is trying to be to say, if you can't hit my Overquill, well, you can't win the game.
Koraidon coming back out, maybe predicting the Kyogre switch in to keep that weather pressure. Calyrex coming back in. Station will protect here to pull out the fake out. No fake out from the Incineroar. Another minimize coming out from the Overquill here. Incineroar going for the U-turn.
It's the Zacian that on the protect. Okay.
Will not be able to switch out here, so Intimidate will not be recycled at the moment.
Zacian is not at Zacian is at neutral, I think.
Yeah.
Which means that I don't think a Behemoth Blade actually kills Calyrex from here, which means a Astral Rod onto this board is incredibly threatening. We'll just have to see. We could see a line where Noah brings in the Kyogre onto the Zacian slot and then tries to knock out the Calyrex with a crunch, but I don't know.
This Overquill, correct me if I'm wrong, it's at -2 attack now.
Pretty sure, yeah, it's at -2.
So even if making the assumption this Calyrex doesn't terrestrialize here to remove its weakness, I don't believe a crunch will be able to one-shot it.
We're seeing that protect, we're seeing a
Swords Zacian here, very aggressive play. Hoping this Incineroar doesn't go Flare Blitz into the Zacian.
Crunch going to the protect, and if this U-turn hits the Overquill, what I'm assuming it's going for.
Flare Blitz into the Zacian, hastened by the sun, is enough to knock it out, calling out the Swords Dance. Incredible play there.
That is a one-hit KO. And now Kalen's on the Weather War. Kalen gets to bring in Koraidon for free on this next turn and just like Astral Barrage. And this Overquill doesn't have much he could do there. It just feels like Kalen on that knockout has been able to take control of this entire game, and I feel like he's almost got it in his hands.
It's gonna be a very uphill battle to win this here, but I think the Weather War being won here by Koraidon is going pretty much. It's a tough battle.
Yeah, I think at this point Noah's just gonna have to pray for the greatest minimized Overquill performance the world has ever seen.
This Overquill will never be hit.
Unfortunately, -2 attack. You need so many poisons from Barbarage to get consistent damage out.
That's true, but I think we've all been in a position where we just think all I have to do is dodge 8 times in a row and then I'm the victor.
But all the chips are down, your Overquill will lock in. Now we are seeing a Terra from the Incineroar. We're not even seeing switching to Koraidon here. We're just seeing that Terra Water come out.
Ooh, making it even harder for this Kyogre to take the knockout here. No switching in for We know this Kyogre can take a +6 Astral Barrage.
So this is not going to do that much, but
too much. Kyogre, what's Kyogre going to do here? A Water Spout or an Origin Pulse could potentially take a double knockout.
Ice Beam calling out the first into Koraidon does not happen in Incineroar.
We get freeze? No freeze.
Turn into the Koraidon.
Very, very good way to bring in Koraidon without taking damage.
And I think that seals it for Kalen. That's
a water move there would have been game-changing, potentially winning, but he successfully called out the Kyogre Ice Beam into the Incineroar slot with that Terra Water move.
I mean, at this point, right, that Kyogre can't protect its Assault Vest. This Collision Course might just take it out, and then from there, I mean, that Overquill has...
It's just a matter of time until this Overquill gets hit with a move, and at 6 HP, I don't really think he's taking much of anything.
I mean, this Overquill, I mean, performance of a lifetime here for it to win the game. This Astral Rod does miss, so there's still hope. Kyogre, since he takes so much. Collision Course going in, Kyogre is gone, and now it is just left with this Overquill with evasion boost.
Against the world.
Yeah, this Overquill is about to shock the world.
See,
you'll believe what happens next.
Oh, Barbarage fishing.
Here it is. No, no, no. Okay, we'll get it next turn.
No, no, no.
Okay, we'll get it next turn. 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 Okay,
I mean, when all the chips are down.
It's only a matter of time until this overcall gets hit.
Missing again. Hold on. You can see the line. And this fire's gonna hurt. Okay.
Unfortunate. He was ahead of his time.
Yeah.
He tried his hardest with the minimize.
He really did. And that is the set going to Kalen here. I think guaranteeing was on top cut, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
So yeah, great work by Noah. It was really impressive how he moved that overcool around. In like that crunch and that he got onto like Calyrex, and a bit more damage there. He could have easily taken the game. And also that sword dance Byzantian positioning was also really nice.
Good plays. Unfortunately, his opponent very good at calling out his moves between the call out on the Sword Stand Station with the Flare Blitz Incineroar and the successful prediction of the Ice Beam Kyogre into that Incineroar with the Terra Water. Very high level skill from both players here.
Yeah, I mean, some of the lines Kalen was going with, I didn't even see like the Terra Water instant U-turn play. I was not looking for that. I was thinking you just.
I also thought it was hard switching to Koraidon there.
I mean, it shows how talented these players are. Shortly, we'll be bringing Kalen on for a winner's interview. We'll be taking a quick break between that.
You're live. All right, so I'm here with Kalen, winner of round 5, and I believe you punch your way into top cut.
I think
we know.
I think all X2's cut. So.
All right, so I wanted to ask you how afraid were you of that minimize overquill?
Minimize is scary for sure, but it's kind of an all my friends are dead Pokemon. Like Overgrowth doesn't really do anything. I kind of in game 2 I was just like, I'm just gonna ignore this thing. It doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
I mean, like you could see even at -2, it didn't even kill CSR with 4 times super effective crunch. So it's just like, yeah, I felt like I could kind of just 2v1 the whole game 2.
Yeah, and I noticed I like the instant or pressure, making it so that like if you couldn't hit the overquill, at least it wouldn't do much damage to you.
Right.
Yeah. So and then also I feel like I haven't seen as many people running like the more balanced version of that CSR Koraidon stuff with the Clefairy and the Ting-Lu. So I guess as we like approach the close of Regai, how do you like those two pieces in the current metagame, and like how do you think they give you advantage over I guess maybe like the world champion team, or I guess that one was with Lunala, but the CSR Koraidon teams in general?
Like why instant Clefairy specifically?
Clefairy Ting-Lu.
Clefairy Ting-Lu. Oh yeah. So this team is it was originally built by Zach Minich and Toller Webb, and they both brought it to the World Championships. And then a very similar team got top 8 in the World Championships with Rillaboom over Ting-Lu, and that was Mal Harada. And so I joined in. They very graciously accepted me into their building group, and we all worked on the team and brought it to Orlando. I think there's a lot of benefits to having the Clefairy. I think it just really helps against your Trick Room matchups, and then it makes it so that CSR can afford to run a lot more offensive. Like, so you could go modest and do a ton of damage, and the Clefairy just like artificially inflates the bulk.
Right.
So it allows you to be a little greedier with your spreads. And then the last piece on the team is kind of a flex slot. There's a few ways to finish it out. One of the ways is Rillaboom. We've chosen Tinglu. Generally, it's to help with like your Miraidon matchups, like Miraidon Lunala. That piece is really important to fixing. And so the Rillaboom does an okay job overriding the grassy terrain. I think that Tinglu does a little bit better job. It's just puts on a lot of pressure, and it can like 1v3 endgame sometimes.
Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate that analysis. I guess my last question before I let you take your break. As we're like basically approaching the close of Regai and Scarlet and Violet in general and moving on to champions, how are you feeling looking back over the entirety of Gen 9 VGC, and how do you feel about making this transition to Pokemon champions?
I'm excited about the transition. It's a little it's a little sad to be leaving Scarlet and Violet. This was the game that I like really started competing in, and I really enjoy playing most of the VGC formats from all of the Scarlet and Violet generation. So yeah, a little sad for it to go, and interesting getting used to the new UI and all of that in the new game. It's way faster, but I'm really excited to see where it goes. I think the new format's really interesting, and it'll be cool to play Champions at Worlds.
Awesome. Happy to hear that. All right, well, if you are included in Top Cut, then good luck there.
Thank you.
And thanks for sitting down with me.
I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good one.
You too.
Let's go. Here we go! Let's go! Here we go! Let's go!
Mamma mia! Here we go!
해고. 해고.
and we are live with top 8 for our up today. In the current top 8 match, we have Rajan versus Calvin. Calvin actually not been on stream yet. Everyone else actually has from Cut. So Rajan, of course, we know his team. It's that Groudon Shadow Rider with the Jump Pluff, with the Chi-Yu, Iron Treads, and Brute Bonnet. And Calvin has Calyrex Shadow Rider, Terapagos, Iron Hands, Chi-Yu, Smeargle, and Whimsicott. That like hyper offense with the choice picks Terapagos and the Life Orb Shadow Rider. So how do you feel about the matchup and just how things are gonna move?
I think it'll be nice to get the teams on the screen, but I have always been a big fan of you said Terapagos. Yeah, so let's see. So it looks like it's the choice specs variant of Terapagos, and so I know a lot of people like in the past have complained about Terapagos being too slow in like a fast-paced metagame, or like needing too much support to set up its Calm Minds. And so I think choice specs is an interesting variant of Terapagos where you can kind of just hit the go button way faster. And then I also think, especially as we enter a metagame that is features Crydon and Groudon and weather setters like that a lot more than it used to, the Terapagos having the Terra aspect to clear the weather is just getting even more and more important. So I'm interested in seeing how the Terapagos manages to interact with the weather on Rajan's side.
I'm definitely liking Terapagos here, especially into the Calyrex Shadow, with Terapagos able to be immune to those very powerful Astral Barrages while being able to hit Calyrex with the Terra Star Storm. As well, they have the Whimsicott and potentially Smeargle for their speed control. Getting Tailwind up super early allows Terapagos to become threatening very early on, especially with the choice specs on top, being able to fire out those super powerful spread moves. Additionally, Iron Hands here, alongside being able to have Fake Out Pressure, it matches very well into, we have a Chi-Yu and Brute Bonnet here, being able to hit them super effectively. However, the Groudon on the opponent's side here is also going to be very threatening and difficult to get rid of.
Yeah, there's also some other factors here. He's running Disable on his Calyrex, and against the choice specs Terapagos, that means if he can tank one move, it can disable it. However, he's running his own Terapagos. I'm sorry, but also on the Terapagos side, Terapagos is a bit of a Terra hog. Like if you bring it, you kind of have to Terra it. But he's running Life Orb, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Terra Dark, and on the opponent's side, he's got Scarf Chi-Yu and Sucker Punch, Brute Bonnet. So if he Terras, he kind of needs to Terra Terapagos if he brings Terapagos, and then if he does that, he can't Terra Calyrex, and then is weak to a number of dark moves. So he's kind of damned either way.
True. Now on this lead, this jump off is actually in a lot of getting a lot of pressure. As you see, as you're talking about that Terapagos terrestrializing turn 1, this jump off is notably in a spot where even though it has Sun, Terapagos' ability can just remove it, causing that Heat Wave to just come out and kill it. And as you see, Rajan, knowing this, terrestrializing to jump off to Dark to make sure it doesn't get immediately blown away by that Heat Wave.
Yeah, there is no speed control here, so assuming Sun stays up, this jump off should be moving before the Terapagos, potentially threatening a Sleep Powder into the slot.
As you'll see, though, that Terraform Zero ability coming out and removing the Sun from play. Now, this Heat Wave and Terra Starfall combination, very prominent, very potent. And we're going for an overheat directly into the jump off here, not taking a knockout.
That means that Rajan will be able to get the Tailwind up, which it's going to be kind of difficult because I believe the Terapagos might have otherwise outsped Groudon, but now that Rajan has the speed advantage, it's going to be pretty difficult to maintain momentum with this Terapagos, I think.
Terapagos, especially losing access to the Beats of Ruin, Chi-Yu coming, being eliminated this turn. It's a really good turn for Rajan. This turn Storm, of course, going to do a lot, but Groudon's still living, and Jump Pluff, it was already at a sliver. But now Calvin does get to have a switch in as well as Rajan here, and Calvin might have put that Whimsicott in the back in order to get up another Tailwind, or let's just see what he brought here. We do see that Whimsicott in the back, which is probably going to come in here, just match that Tailwind setting. Rajan coming in with that Chi-Yu on his side, though. So we're going to see how this matches up. Chi-Yu also a threat because we know that Calvin's last one is Calyrex Shadow Rider. So if Tropicos is not able to deal with this Chi-Yu immediately, it feels like the Chi-Yu can just take over this game and get out of control. We see Helping Hand coming out from Groudon here. From Whimsicott.
What if this Chi-Yu's gonna Heat Wave onto both slots? Probably just taking it.
Yeah, so the Helping Hand, I think, is a really neat inclusion on the Groudon to make up for the fact that it might be getting outsped by most of the other restricted. So being able to get a little bit more use out of Groudon before the Terrapagos outspeeds and KOs it is probably super helpful. Unfortunately, it didn't take the KO on the Terrapagos, but I really like the idea there.
We still know, though, that assuming that Rajan has Calyrex in the back, it's actually a pretty good board state for him, as he has Focus Sash still intact, and his board outspeeds Calvin. So he's able to go for Heat Wave, Break Sash, kill this Terrapagos, and then this Calyrex 1v1s Calvin's Calyrex unless anything goes awry. This might come down to speed tie, though, so we'll see. But he still does have Sash intact, so as long as Terrapagos dies to this Heat Wave, Rajan should have this
potential Heat Wave this year. No misses, connects, knocks out the Terrapagos.
That should be game one going to Rajan. Very fast game, but of course, two hyper offense matchups. Let's see how Calvin adjusts to this. It felt like a lot of it was lost on Lee, just how he had to give up on turn one. With that jump left not dying to that overheat, really felt like Calvin was banking on that, and as such, I think he needs to find a new line to figure out a matchup.
So Rajan takes game one pretty quickly. What are we looking for? Changes.
I could see the main issue is that Terra Dark jump off is really hard for Calvin to just remove on the spot. The Clover Cloak means that you can't fake it out, and even though Terrapagos does do a great job of removing its terrain, as you just saw, Overheat doesn't kill. So that means it's always able to get up Tailwind first. It might just be best to go your own Whimsicott on turn one and try to match Tailwinds. But the issue then comes up with Rajan switching modes, going to a more aggressive Chi-Yu Calyrex lead. And just
it's true. Whimsicott does have the advantage of having the Prankster ability to get a guaranteed Tailwind up before the jump off is able to. It would depend on if this is going to be another jump off lead or perhaps, as you said, a mode change here. Perhaps Bubonic could get some potential early game threats with the Rage Powder and Spore combination.
Or just like, if you want to see Rajan go with a really offensive lead, I think that's partially why Chi was brought in the early game. It was to prevent the Calyrex Chi lead from kind of dominating the game. And we're seeing the Smeargle come out.
I'm interested to see what this Smeargle can do. It's set on it.
It is Follow Me, Spore, Decorate, Fake Out.
Okay, interesting. Definitely a lot of potential there with the Decorate being able to go into this Terrapagos slot here. Will definitely make up for those margins where Terrapagos is barely unable to take a knockout on the Groudon last match.
I also feel like left side, they put a lot of resources in trying to stop that Tailwind from going off. They Terra to take away the sun so Chi-Yu could outspeed and overheat it. And the fact that it lived, that was a lot of investment not to get much results. But now that Kyle knows that, he can come in with a different plan. So I think he could end up having a much better lead if he adjusts.
You kind of alluded to earlier, we're not bringing Terrapagos here in the game too. As you said, it's a Terra Hog. It kind of narrows your strategies and your flexibility during the matchup. So we're trying to see definitely a shift here with the Smeargle Calyrex lead, whereas Calvin is going, or Rajan, excuse me, is going for the same Groudon jump off lead here.
This is also really good because it prevents Sleep Powder, as you can go for Terra Grass in your Smeargle, and Follow Me. All of a sudden, there's no more the Sleep Powder on Rajan's end.
Yeah. And while it takes the Terra to do so, Terrapagos turns off the weather. So now he's also conceding the weather, saying, hey, sun is going to be up. But with Chi-Yu, maybe that's not a bad thing. Boosting your fire moves as well. You can take advantage of it yourself. In the last game, he suffered a little bit from turning the weather off and not being able to get the KO of Chi-Yu anymore.
Because I see here, if Calvin really wants to get Tailwind up, there could be the potential for another Terrestrialization to Dark type on the jump left to resist a move from Calyrex Shadow in order to guarantee Tailwind setup, which would definitely help.
I was just going to say the moves on that Smeargle are Follow Me, Spore, Decorate, and Fake Out.
Yeah. Gotcha.
we're seeing a protect from Calyrex here. It makes sense. Just trying to make sure that you have full information, especially if you're trying to go for a Spore onto this.
I guess all right.
Calls that Sleep Powder, and the Precipice Plate's probably going to come out from Spores.
Yeah, okay. Big momentum grab on Cal's side. Also, very important information to know that the Smeargle outspeeds the Groudon. That probably changes the kind of dynamics that both players are going to be thinking
getting a
about.
speed drop though. Smeargle no longer outspeeding the Groudon.
Moody gives and Moody takes, and Moody seems to be taking right now. Now we can't always go for Terra Grass, Follow Me, as we were talking about earlier, but there's other lines that we could be taking here by Calvin. However, I just feel like Follow Me, Terra Grass, Follow Me, remove that Sleep Powder threat, and then going for that Astral Barrage when you just have like really good control of the board in this position. The Groudon's asleep, that jump level isn't threatening much.
And, you know, Smeargle is made of paper, but I wonder, if it Terra Grasses, do you think it can take more than 2 Precipice Plates? What do you think?
There is a possibility. It is taking at least one with the focus dash
that
item.
defense boost, and now with Terra Grass, that means it doesn't have to worry about just going down to 2 spreads.
Draws
Yeah, Smeargle strategically changing his stats to fit any archetype he needs to.
Yeah. Good slot in here will resist the Astral Barrage that's coming. Terrestrialization here on the Smeargle.
No, this is Rajan. This is Rajan coming out with a Terrestrialization into the Dark typing on the jump
He double resisted the Astral Barrage here, coming out from the Calyrex.
And we're going to see what I think. Oh, not even Terra from Calvin. We're just seeing a raw Follow Me.
Is there a Sleep Powder here from the jump off?
This is holding the Grass Terra.
A critical hit.
Critical hit. Although, you know, other than that Precipice Blade, basically any move that does half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Astral Barrage doing probably not as much damage as we want to see. Especially another speed drop.
This Smeargle is incredibly slow.
You know, one problem here though is, sure, Calyrex can Terra to resist Chiyu's Dark type moves, but Overheat will still knock it out regardless of what it does. So Calyrex is in a lot of trouble now, and you try to switch in the Whims maybe to get speed control. It goes down to Heat Wave before you can get Tailwind up.
As we're seeing Calvin make a switch to Chi with Follow Me. I think he's baiting on the Smeargle actually going down this turn. Bringing in that fish and then trying to maybe next turn set up for a Whimsicott Chi board state. But we'll see what happens here. Arjan going for a Tailwind on this turn. Very important because if he didn't next turn, the Shuffle would die before Tailwind got set up.
What misses on this miss? That's not good. You want that Smeargle to go down there so you can get the switch in.
Wait, what is
Speed runs sharply off Moody, so Smeargle's now back to its original speed.
No, that's bad. If you're Calvin, you wanted that Smeargle to go down there, and all of a sudden the Smeargle on the board and not helping.
Don't want to see that. Or Moody boost, Smeargle will now be at its original speed after getting 2 speed drops the previous 2 turns and a boost this last turn. However, the miss on the Heat Wave on the Smeargle there is very detrimental.
I mean, he just get another turn to Follow Me, so he can Follow Me. He can Follow Me Heat Wave like this turn and not have to worry about Sleep Powder. But it's just
that just allows Calvin to get more chip damage on the Chiyu here with Heat Wave ignoring Follow Me.
Yeah, Rajan sends a Calyrex for free here, and it just feels like Rajan's able to take the momentum and run away with it. Unnerve proc. Follow Me comes out, just prevents Sleep Powder going out. Nothing actually does Follow Me here. Heat Wave from that Chi-Yu comes out again. Smeargle actually getting hit this time.
Does good damage to the Chi-Yu. A critical hit, but you hate to see that Smeargle getting knocked out.
Yeah, so it seems that critical hit could potentially put the Chi-Yu in range of another Heat Wave on the next turn. But it does do good damage to the Calyrex.
Calvin does get to bring this Whimsicott finally, and now Tailwind Heat Wave does
How do you see which Chi-Yu is faster, or if it even could be a speed tie? Because if you get the Tailwind and the Chi-Yu out speed, that's a lot of
Rajan has Tailwind right now, but if this Whimsicott goes for Tailwind, it might depend on their builds, but if they're both max speed, it would be a speed tie.
We'll have to see which Chi-Yu's faster.
However, Calyrex will also be faster than the Chi-Yus, unless one of them is Scarf. Both Scarf, that's crazy. Then it will be a speed tie.
We'll have to see. Whichever Chi-Yu's faster does just kind of determine the matchup at this point. Alex goes for a Protect, not wanting to engage in the speed tie, just going, even if I lose the speed tie, I still have a chance.
Tailwind comes out here.
Calvin gets delayed Tailwind too, so if he's able to stall out enough, he could have uncontested Tailwind.
And
it looks like Calvin's Chi's faster. Does it connect?
Does it connect?
It does.
It does. That's enough of a knockout.
Hey, all right, it's of course Scarf outspeeds the
They're both
Momentum might be swinging back in Cal's favor here.
Sunlight goes down. So the power of those heat waves will also
And
go
with
down.
is that Groudon in the back?
Groudon is alive.
Yes.
Groudon's
back.
So on his last turns of Tailwind, he could switch in Groudon to activate Chlorophyll and Jumpluff to try to outspeed the Chi-Yu and go for a Sleep Powder. Doing so means Groudon has to take a Heat Wave, leaving it in range of Calyrex in the back. And since he has, he's got to have a couple turns of unrestricted Tailwind at the end.
Even Whimsicott here.
If you can take down Jumpluff, pretty much everything you have becomes Astral Barrage food. As long as you keep the Tailwind.
Groudon was already asleep. If this Whimsicott has a fairy move, it could also go.
Oh, it's a Sleep Powder landing that is huge for Rajan.
Now this Moonblast is going into this Jumpluff, and I think the super effective move combined with the Beads of Ruin does mean it's a knockout. We could be seeing this come down to we could be seeing come down a couple last turns of Tailwind.
I believe this is either the last turn of Rajan's Tailwind or
Was it delayed by
2 turns?
Delayed by 2 turns?
Delayed by 2
So one interesting win con for Rajan here about is Cal's gone. Cal wants to get in Calyrex, and he wants to take advantage of his turns of Tailwind. Rajan could try to not give him the free switch, so he has to choose. Does he switch it in and risk taking the moves and getting knocked out, or play slow?
His Tailwind just ended, and
is he, which side? Is Cal the Sash?
Cal is Lorb.
Cal is closest.
Cal is Lorb, so he can't switch what he said. So there still is a call here, you know? Does he play slow to lose the Tailwind and go for the speed tie? Or does he play aggressive and hopes he switches it into an attack?
I think he's got to play slow here. I mean, this Calyrex is dead to a Moonblast, and currently Calvin has the speed advantage. We're seeing a potential comes
the first turn of the Waves one.
Chi-Yu still sleep.
However, that Whims does have Encore. And I think this is Groudon's mandatory sleep, isn't it? Or has it taken one?
No, so this is
So unless he gets the double protect plus Chi-Yu stays asleep plus wake up plus heat crash into Whims. So it's still possible.
That's a Terra Ghost to the Whimsicott.
That's a Terra Ghost to the Whimsicott to try to live the heat crash. So while it's not over, it's a number of things have to go right here.
This is a very important turn here.
Considering Terra watering the Whimsicott in order to take out the line.
Calyrex has the double protect.
Though the Moonblast goes.
Chi-Yu wakes up here, goes for Heat Wave.
Oh, that has to be it.
Double connect. Calyrex goes down. Groudon takes massive damage.
And this boosted Moonblast and the Beads of Ruin does mean I think that Calvin wins the game this turn.
Next. Is it up for the knockout?
Yeah,
Game 1 to Calvin.
Going to game 3, these fast games decided by really it was decided by the Chi-Yu speed tie.
Absolutely, that speed tie was a 50-50
Could or could not have been a speed tie for all we know. It could be a modest and a dumb.
We have. What are those?
They're next to levels, so we don't know.
Oh, levels, gotcha.
We don't have levels.
You haven't memorized the speed stat of Jolly Chi-Yu at every level from 50 to 100. We've got amateurs in the commentary booth.
Yeah, we're working on it.
I imagine if
we'll leave that for the analyst desk to figure out.
True. But we've seen, it's adjusted very well to Rajan's lead, bringing that Smeargle in turn 1, just putting on so much pressure with that potential Terra Grass. Follow me, the Spore, all of that. And so, it's up to Rajan here to see how he can adjust to Calvin's adjustment, really.
I did quite enjoy the sort of movement away from the Terrapagos after game 1 when it didn't seem to work out the way that Calvin wanted. Successfully adjusting and being able to have a more flexible strategy to answer this Jumpluff and Chi-Yu here.
Yeah, I do think Cal might be having to reevaluate his game plan a little bit because he did happen to get a good call on the first turn of the previous game, but he's still playing mind games around whether the Groudon and the Calyrex will protect and who the Jumpluff's Sleep Powder can go into. So I wouldn't say that he can necessarily just repeat what worked the first game. So we'll have to see how both players adapt with the developments that we learned from last game.
Once again, no Terrapagos coming, more of a passive support start here with these Smeargle Whimsicott coming out from Calvin. Definitely a different approach.
We're seeing this very supportive lead, and we're seeing Jumpluff Chi-Yu come out from Rajan's side.
Very impressive.
More aggressive on turn 1. And this Chi-Yu is doing so much damage, and
this Chi-Yu threatens so much because if the Smeargle tries to Terrasilize to a Grass type in order to avoid that potential Sleep Powder, that plays right into the Chi-Yu's Heat Wave, hitting both mons super effectively.
I do think we have the option of the Prancer Tailwind and then the Spore into the Chi-Yu slot.
Smeargle does have Fake Out.
Oh, wait, true.
It does.
Okay, so we do have the spore into the Chi-Yu slot, and then I think that might be a guaranteed sleep as the Chi-Yu is it scarfed?
It's not scarfed.
Yep.
Yes.
So we'll have to see if Rajan has a plan for that and what he's going to do with the jump bluff.
Is another possibility of the Groudon coming in here to give that jump bluff its chlorophyll speed boost in order to outspeed
Smeargle.
Yeah. We put Smeargle to sleep before Smeargle can put Chi-Yu to sleep. See Tailwind come out.
Tailwind goes out.
Oh, no Terra from the Smeargle to counter the possibility of the jump bluff
for
Chi-Yu or sleep powder.
Then just the sleep more goes into the Chi-Yu guarantee as we were talking about. And this jump bluff, Geostasis mandatory sleep turn. What does this jump bluff do? It goes for pollen puff into the
Smeargle. I think the knockout on the. Trying to take the knockout possibility. Special defense heat wave, but it doesn't work.
Defense drop, not exactly what you want to see. However, Smeargle's not exactly the bulkiest Pokemon. That special defense drop could come in handy where this Chi-Yu to wake up early.
But now, well, Cal seems like he's in good shape putting him to sleep. He has a very passive board. He's not really threatening any damage or anything, allowing opponent to either reposition, burn sleep turns. He doesn't even have to set Tailwind this turn if he doesn't want to. He can wait to take advantage of those 2 extra turns like Cal did so effectively last game.
No, what Cal can do here is he can go for Encore into that jump bluff to run a sleep powder turn and switch into you for free.
Yes.
Which I think he might be doing here. Let's see. That is an Encore into the jump bluff.
Being a passive board now, but Chi-Yu can wake up starting this turn. It does not.
You stays asleep.
Another sleep turn.
Re-switching that Chi-Yu.
Pollen Puff?
Going for that Pollen Puff. Not much damage.
Exactly.
And now there's just a heat wave.
Calvin has Tailwind up, whereas Rajaj does not have Tailwind up. So his Chi-Yu will be moving first, threatening a heat wave here onto the jump bluff.
And we're seeing that Moonblast go into that Chi-Yu slot, covering for a switch of Groudon, covering for Chi-Yu's just staying and trying to take another sleep turn. It truly just, Calvin has so much pressure on this board. Even this Whimsicott's like threatening damage now because of these Ruin drops. I think Calvin just really found the spot to take advantage of making a passive board, but then make your opponent's board so passive that you get to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I think it took a lot of, I guess, like it was pretty bold of Cal to lead with such a passive 2 Pokemon, but I think he really converted on it well by getting the right calls with laning the spore and then rotating properly to mitigate the
Heat wave
jump bluff's
boosted by the
interference.
Groudon that just switched in, doing a ton of damage. Whimsicott Moonblast into the Chi-Yu. Into the Chi-Yu, okay.
Chi-Yu stays on the sleep.
This is not what you want to see.
Ooh, Rajan was banking on that turn one wake up. Probably banking on that
Chi-Yu
wake
is faster than the Groudon and can just freely go for a heat wave here.
Terrawater Moonblast calling out for any.
And now boosted by the sun that Groudon so graciously brought to the board.
Yeah, Rajan might just have to hope for a heat wave miss here.
He just, with this board state, Whimsicott is just like pressuring so much, and you need to remove the Whimsicott last this turn because now, sure, Tailwind goes down this turn.
It comes
your
back up
Chi-Yu's in danger of a heat wave plus a Moonblast again. We're seeing the Terra on Rajan's side into the Terra Fire on the Groudon.
Will
trying
it
to
be
see if he can
enough
lose
to
this heat
live
wave.
this?
Oh man, based off that damage, I
don't
think it
think
does
so.
go down to a heat wave. Maybe allowing himself to the heat wave list and move the Moonblast.
Out, hits
Heat wave
both.
goes up,
It's not
takes
enough.
out
Groudon goes down here.
Without the Water Terra, with the Chi-Yu wake up, this could be the end of Whims. At least giving Rajan some turns of uncontested Tailwind.
Does Chi-Yu stay asleep
This
here?
is-
Oh,
this last turn, Tailwind though.
Okay, I missed something.
Yeah, Tailwind is up.
Tailwind is still up.
This comes last turn Tailwind, so he takes out the Chi-Yu this turn. No, he missed it. You would play Pollen Puff 2 turns in a row.
Tailwind's out
I
now,
missed that.
however.
Okay.
Tailwind's out, however, this Whimsicott is still on the field, so it can just click Tailwind again.
Yeah, Rajan not waking up on that last turn meant that Whimsicott just stays on the board and gets to click Tailwind
Sun
again.
is still up. Tailwind is up so that if this Whimsicott clicks Tailwind, the Chi-Yu will still be faster than Calyrex.
But spending the Terra on that Groudon means this jump off cannot Terra, and with a heat wave into it, that's not looking good for it.
At this point, I think you're banking. If you're Rajan, you're banking on a heat wave miss.
And that's a forfeit.
That's a forfeit.
That's a 4-0.
That is a 4-0 win for Calvin in game 3.
Yep. Wow.
And that means Calvin was on the top 4.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's
Very impressive. And Calvin rebounding after that first game didn't go exactly how he wanted to with the Terapagos, adjusting, playing very well with that first turn Smeargle Spore into the Chi-Yu slot.
I mean, truly, Calvin in those last two games really just got Rajan's number, it felt.
he just felt super in control of the reads and how the board was turning out. Like those constantly reading that Rajan would go for that pollen puff into the Smeargle instead of trying to either Tailwind or Sleep Powder. Just super strong play from Calvin all around. Yeah, I think the dynamics between the two concerning the speed with the Tailwind options and the weather boosting the jump up speed, I think it was very tricky for both players to navigate, and I think they both did an incredible job. Rajan with his really clean plays in the game one, but I think Calvin just adapted really well and really correctly identified what his his answers were to the pressure that Jump Love puts on. So very well played from both players.
I agree. We'll be back soon, either with the winner's interview with Calvin or straight in the top 4. We will see.
Camera's there.
What am I? Hold on. The small thing over there.
Yeah, you just
you
can hold it. It's a theater mic, but
just like this far good. Doesn't
I
matter.
can 2 yards into it, it's fine.
Right.
Okay, we're off the line.
Alright, so I'm here with Calvin. He won the round we just watched. I was going to ask, what were you, what kind of motivated the switch away from the Terrapagos mode in the first game and do more towards the Smeargle in the later games?
We played round 5, so and that was all three games of that set was was the Pagos Chi-Yu lead. And going into it, I mean, he figured out he adjusted. He figured out the calcs. He didn't know the calcs when we first played, and so being unable to really deal with the jump left immediately, I give up. Him getting off either Sleep Powders or Tailwinds really puts me way behind, and so that board just wasn't letting me do what I needed to do.
Yeah.
So I had to go for something else.
Yeah, it seemed really tricky to play around the whole threat of the jump left being able to boost its speed with the sun and also does interfere with all of your plans. So did you have any experience or practice playing with this team into Groudon beforehand, or did you kind of figure it out?
Really, no.
Yeah.
I played Koraidons on stuff, but I haven't had to deal with jump left before, so a lot of this was kind of last set was figuring it out on the fly. This set was figuring out how to keep it.
Yeah, no, we really appreciated the adaptation that we saw, and we thought that the Whimsicott Smeargle lead was very interesting. How you converted a really passive lead into the plays that you did. So I guess how were you how in control did you feel with that lead in game 3? And did you think it was going to turn out the way that it did, or?
No, I wasn't expecting Chi-Yu. I figured at that point, since I had already kind of pivoted away from the Terrapagos, and the Terrapagos I don't think was going to be a good bring for me. I figured he was sticking with that jump left Groudon, just hyper aggro lead. And so when it ended up being Chi-Yu jump left, I got worried because, it probably showed on camera, I think I went through the motions of going for the Terra Grass versus not. It was one of those, do I completely shut down the sleep powder option, or do I just kind of go for broke, throw the Tailwind sleep powder out? If I do the Terra Grass, I'm in a good spot then, but then later Groudon, when that's coming in, I'm not like in the position I'm in with him being able to break Sash with Pollen Puff, which he did end up going for. So I didn't really feel in control, but I felt that I at least had the options to make some plays that he probably wasn't going to be ready for. Because I mean, Smeargle Whimsicott is a pretty nonsensical lead. Like it's not good, but
you made it work though.
It was one of my better outs to that lead.
All right. Well, thank you for sitting down. I think we have our next sets ready. So good luck in top 4.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. You can just set it down.
I wanted to.
Yeah, you're fine.
I didn't even I'm gonna so happy with it. That's okay. Favorite power. So Previous Darius and Henry, FYI.
Darius Henry?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we're muted that whole time. Oh well.
What?
I thought we were not muted that whole time.
Oh, yeah.
Womp womp. Henry Mysterious. All right, we have returned with. Oh, that's a lot louder than it was before. Was it Henry versus Darius? I believe we're in. Top four right now?
top 4.
Gotcha.
So this might be the first time did we see Urshifu on stream when Henry played earlier, or no?
Urshifu did not come.
Okay, so it could be Urshifu's very first appearance on stream for the tournament.
This could be. Urshifu's actually fairly good into 4 of these Pokemon here, being the Brute Bonnet, Ursaluna, Chiyu, and I forgot the last one.
Can you mute the lap mic?
Who's which? Oh, that one.
Yeah. Is that the one?
Maybe.
I think that's better.
Probably. Anyway, though.
So we'll see. Darius does have to contend with the Choice Scarf and the Miraidon. That's going to let it outspeed the Miraidon almost every time, which could change the dynamic for how it usually goes too. I know that I've seen plenty of times in the past the Miraidon kind of outspeeds the Miraidon and takes it out with big close combat, which Darius is running along with the Life Orb, so that's going to be doing a ton of damage.
You definitely, to mitigate that, I could definitely see a Trick Room mode coming out here with the Lunala and Urshifu. However, the problem with that is that there's a Calyrex Ice Rider on the other team who definitely loves being in Trick Room and is there to counter the Urshifu with its Ice-type moves. So it'll be a dilemma of, if you do go that Trick Room mode to beat the Scarf Miraidon, how are you going to play around this Ice Rider? But it appears we're going offensively here with Koraidon and Fluttermane immediately activating that photosynthesis ability. Whereas on the other side, we have Calyrex Shadow and Incineroar, who will not be intimidating the Koraidon. I believe this is Clear Amulet on it.
Yep, and right off the bat, the Koraidon is threatening very big damage into Henry's side. The Koraidon does get intimidated because it's using the Life Orb and not the Clear Amulet. But I still think that Henry might be very afraid to see this Koraidon out on turn 1, and so I wouldn't be surprised to see a Terra from their side.
Absolutely, it's starting to KOs on both Calyrex with Flare Blitz and Incineroar with its, I believe, its Collision Course on the set. That one's really game.
Oh, maybe not.
We're good now? Okay. Sorry for the delay.
Here comes the Lunala making its stream debut, I believe.
That came up versus yeah, that were earlier. So we've seen the Terra Water from the Calyrex. I assume to get around a potential Flare was from this Koraidon. On the other end, CC into the Incin.
Oh, and it takes out the Incin even with the Intimidate drop.
I mean, that's why the close combat with the Life Orb does affect kill even at -1.
Yeah, but Koraidon probably won't appreciate a Glacial Lance that might be coming out right here. We'll have to see.
The Glacial Lance looks super effective here.
And I think that Koraidon
is enough for a knockout, trading Koraidon for the Incineroar here.
Lunala does have really good position, is really well positioned at this point. I mean, you've taken out its biggest threat in the Incineroar, and now, I mean, like, sure, you have that Miraidon on the opposing side, but Darius still has options out of this. Like the Brute Bonnet coming in here definitely make things weird.
Notable as well, because the Glacial Lance is a spread move there, we have chipped the Shadow Shield off of Lunala here, so we'll be taking more damage if it's to get hit by anything, especially this Miraidon here.
And as we see, the Brute Bonnet does come in here.
Sorry, I'm playing the challenge, but I just came over to see, is Hootie using a team named after himself?
Yes.
Are all 6 of his mons named after himself?
Yes, Hootie's leading to be bad.
What is up with that?
I don't know what the Koraidon was.
I hope everyone here at home is rooting against him.
It's funny. Hootie Koraidon.
I just see, now there are 2 really good Glacial Lance targets on the board. However, Calyrex actually can't really clip Glacial Lance that easily. There's a Viger being threatened by the Lunala, but Lunala could also there's also a Wraith Spider being threatened by the Brute Bonnet. Nothing is really safe to click this turn.
Yeah, and I believe the Brute Bonnet might be outspeeding the Calyrex Ice.
I believe Calyrex is pretty slow.
seeing that Scarf Electric into the Lunala.
No Shadow Shield.
Lunala
Ooh,
still
just
lives.
barely enough to live.
The lack of a extra boosting item really coming in handy there for Hootie. Just being able to live that hit barely.
Lunala gets the Meteor Beam out though. Power Herb. Get the immediate turn 1 into the Calyrex, who is protected.
Calyrex protects here, but Hootie's actually not in that bad of a spot at all. You can go for Rage Powder this next turn, redirect that Electro Drift, and then you can start bullying Calyrex with Moongeist Beams, or even hitting this Miraidon. Darius definitely found himself in a pretty good position of taking out that Incineroar. We're seeing here, seeing the lock-in into Glacial Lance, Electro Drift from Henry, makes sense. And we're trying to see Darius taking some time, trying to figure out how exactly he makes it this turn, seeing if Rage Powdering is worth it or if it's a better line you can take. That is a Terrestrialization coming from Darius here into the Brute Bonnet.
And so obviously the water makes him very vulnerable to the Miraidon, but Darius is probably hoping that Henry didn't call for this, and he's instead. Oh, did Henry call?
That is a drift.
Bonnet, super effective.
Yeah, that might be the end of Darius for this game.
Oh man, what a great call out.
Now this is a +1 Moongeist Beam from the Lunala, and what I assume into this Miraidon, not even into the Calyrex. It's not even a
Lunala survives.
And a Horsepower is Lunala
enough to chip Lunala down.
And so I think Darius has just a humble Flutter Mane left.
I don't think Flutter Mane's enough to deal with this. Might just be, I think, Darius.
Full health Calyrex is going to be difficult to contend with.
I think if you're Darius, you're looking at trying to figure out how you can win in game 2. It's just that turn. The loss of that Miraidon just snowballed out of control with that Brute Bonnet getting knocked out. Calyrex Miraidon, just such a strong offensive duo. There's a reason that it's been taking over the format and doing so well consistently.
So I believe this Flutter Mane has Focus Sash, so it can take at least one Glacial Lance here.
There is a possibility where with Photosynthesis, it could do serious damage with a Shadow Ball here. However,
yeah, but since Henry has 2 Pokemon left, and with the Flutter Mane at 1 HP, I think Darius is probably thinking about his game 2 strategy right now.
Blast out, not too much damage.
That's a little bit.
Ivy Cudgel will finish the game.
That's information though, just seeing how much you get onto the Calyrex. But the ring goes down, and Henry officially takes game 1 of the set.
Pretty handedly. Felt like after that Bryden went down, everything just went his way between the very good predict of the Miraidon into the Brute Bonnet, Terrestrialize into a water type there. Definitely the play of the game.
Incredibly impressive call out from Henry. I think he locked it into that call specifically, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, because it wasn't even a Rage Powder.
As we saw when Darius played previously on stream, that Brute Bonnet being able to Terrestrialize to a water type was a very pivotal point in his strategy. Being able to just sit there and be a defensive menace with between Rage Powder and Spore.
Seeing a very standard lead come out from Henry here. His, like the standard 4 you honestly bring to most matchups. It's that Incineroar, that Calyrex Ice, that Miraidon, and that Cornerstone. Just they do so well together. You have that Cornerstone with the sturdy and the redirection, the ability to hit that Chi and Flutter Mane if need be. Scarf from Miraidon does puts a lot of pressure onto the board. Instant Calyrex you can for a Trick Room Mine if need be, or just have your bulk on both Mons. Just solid 4, and I think I'll just see how Darius switches around, getting around this lead, especially since turn 1. I mean, he got rid of that instant at the cost of his entire restricted and a bunch of damage on the board they didn't want to take.
Yeah, one thing I'm interested in seeing from Hootie is maybe he's thinking that Henry on his team, he has the Calyrex Ice, but obviously the rest of his team is on the fast side, so maybe Darius could identify that perhaps the Calyrex Ice is faster than Darius's own Trick Room side, and so maybe he can leverage a Trick Room option with the Ursaluna and or the Brute Bonnet. So we'll see what kind of adaptation he makes right now.
I see this really aggressive lead come out from Darius, switching it up with that, leading that Chi-Yu, and just putting a ton of pressure on the Calyrex Ice. You see this this Meteor Beam is going to do a lot of damage with a Dark Pulse coming in. Like, Isidore can't fake out the Lunala here, so this Calyrex is in a lot of trouble. We're seeing maybe a potential switch out, something like that. Just Terra Water, even like coming to the Terra Water doesn't even feel that good because again, like that Beads of Ruin Meteor +1 Meteor Beam just does so much damage. So probably having to commit it, and I could see this being like a fake out high horsepower from Henry. But again, it's just like this lead just puts on so much pressure.
Probably with high horsepowering into the GU, it is a good move. However, you're keeping that Lunala at full health with the Shadow Shield ability will make it even more difficult to remove down the line.
Yeah, and I mean, going into the Glacial Lance, again, there's just the issue with that is that there's a potential of the Wide Guard, and then Wide Guard Dark Pulse into the, something you don't want to take. I'm not even thinking to fake out here. This could really be bad if Darius does go for that all-out offensive into the Calyrex here. We're seeing that Dark Pulse go into the Calyrex. Now we have Flinch on the table. We're seeing the Meteor Beam come out. Where does it go into?
Our Herb
taking his time. And he takes it off the board.
Critical hit, I don't believe that mattered.
+1 Beads of Ruin. I think that was taking it out anyways, but just removing Incineroar on turn 1.
And Glacial Lance.
This Calyrex going for a Glacial Lance, breaking that Shadow Shield, but the fish is still alive. The Lunala is still at a good amount of HP. I think enough to live a Drift you switch up the...
Miraidon can come out here, outspeed both Pokemon, and they can knock out on either one, but...
Actually, still, I think if we saw it from game 1, I think Lunala lives from here.
Really?
Yeah, so I think as long as Darius switches out that fish, if he predicts the Electrodrift goes into that spot, Lunala will live the turn, and I'm pretty sure Calyrex ties them.
Here.
Looking Draco to get around that drift. What to see, and
bring a potential ground type switch in, and maybe the Ursaluna came in the back. Could be.
Yeah, we see the Shiyu getting out here, trying to turn off that Beads of Ruin ability. What comes in spot though? We see the Ursaluna, as you were talking about, coming in. The bear. We go into Lunala. Let's see if this takes it out. It does not
enough. Ooh, this is getting bad really quickly.
That's a Moonlight Beam into the Calyrex.
+1, not super effective though.
Oh, and that's a knockout, so the Ursaluna gets to come in pretty safely.
And now this Miraidon, not only is it locked in on Draco Meteor, it can't switch out, so it's keeping these stat drops for the rest of its time in the game here.
Yeah, Darius, I think, is in an excellent position now.
-2 and just has to keep that. And now Ogerpon does get to come in here.
I don't think it's enough.
It does have Woodhammer, I believe. So
it does have Woodhammer. So this bear is not safe.
But Darius does have Terra still up as an option, doesn't he?
It's true he does, and
he does. Even so, I'm not entirely confident a Woodhammer would be enough to one-shot Ursaluna, but it's quite a bulky Pokemon.
I think with the Terra Ghost here from Darius, I just don't know if there's a way that Henry can take both Pokemon off the field, and if you can't take both Pokemon off the field, something's not surviving the turn. Miraidon's gonna get hit with the Headlong Rush. Lunala hits a really strong Moonlight Beam into something. It just feels really bad if you're Henry right now. And
is the Terra Ghost coming out?
You see the Terra Ghost from that bear as we were talking about, and seeing the Draco go into the Ursaluna.
Oh, that still does a solid amount of damage.
The Hydro going into the Lunala, trying to take off the board.
Question is, where does this Ursaluna target?
Oh, he goes into
both.
Rhino goes down.
Looks like that's it for Henry.
I just, assuming that Darius has a Koraidon in the back, I think it's over. Or use any Pokemon, actually.
Booty Fish.
Booty Fish.
Actually, that will be...
Does it have any accurate moves?
Dark Pulse.
Yeah, it is guaranteed over. Also, I think he had one more Mon in the back as well. This is the Ogerpon down, and Darius takes Gate 2 in a very convincing fashion as well. Both games have been very convincing for the player who won.
Absolutely.
Wait, is the camera on stream?
No.
Oh,
I think Jay took it off because he couldn't find a place to put it.
Fair enough.
Yeah. We still have it though, just in case. But
Interested to see how the adjustments will go game 3, as both of these games have kind of gone the same way, where one player executes their strategy perfectly and the other one kind of just can't get going.
yeah, I mean, the switch to the Lunala Chi there was really strong from Darius, being able to threaten that really strong take out both Pokemon that Henry led. I think Henry has to switch up his lead here and find a way to adjust to what Darius is bringing to the table.
Honestly, from what I'm seeing, it seems like the Incineroar hasn't been getting as much value as he might have hoped. Either just dying on the first turn, even the Intimidate not doing as much as you want to between the Lunala and the Chi both being very powerful special attackers.
Yeah, I agree. If I were Henry, I think I'd be considering how much value I'm getting out of the Incineroar, and either maybe trying to save him in the back and preserve him for later, or going with a different option entirely.
And as we see, blocking the Cornerstone Ogerpon and the Landorus and dropping Incin. Trying to switch up that lead, trying to call out something like the Chi-Yu or the Fluttermane.
I'm surprised to see no Urshifu as something that could potentially get around this Lunala Shadow Shield with the Surging Strength attack. However, there is that possibility of the sun coming down and reducing its damage.
So we'll see Darius having locked in his moves. We'll see how this goes.
We're in game 3, baby.
Darius sending out the same lead as last time, breaking out that Chi-Yu and that Lunala, but Henry's finishing up entirely with the Cornerstone Ogerpon and the Landorus. And I mean, Henry's actually in a really good spot here. Ivy Cudgel into that Chi-Yu is just going to do a disgusting amount of damage.
Is this Chi-Yu scarfed?
It is.
So with this Choice Scarf Chi-Yu, you're going to outspeed both mons on the field. However, it is also being threatened with lethal damage from both of them.
Landorus,
interesting choice.
Landorus also has Taunt here. So we can see a Taunt into Lunala slot, turning off that Wide Guard, turning off that Trick Room option. So let's sort of see how the turn plays out. I think Darius on the back foot here trying to find an answer.
Heat Wave takes out Landorus.
That could be interesting.
I'm going to say
it might.
Pretty close.
Heat Wave comes off.
Heat Wave goes
yeah,
down.
yeah.
You hate to see that. Ivy Cudgel probably do we able to take the knockout without its burn.
Chi-Yu living the turn! That's disastrous.
Well, see, the Trick Room now, and Trick Room doesn't go off, so that Chi-Yu living is just straight bad.
Into that Landorus. Oh.
And that burn on the Ogerpon, allowing the Chi-Yu to live the Ivy Cudgel. Just hate to see that happen.
If I know Hootie, he is staring straight ahead right now, emotionlessly, heading stuff. You can't see him, but I know that's what he looks like.
Probably.
I mean, it's just such a good turn if you're Darius here. It's like this. You can really, like, Rhino coming in is a bit scary, but just like again, we know Lunala's at the point where it can live whatever Rhino throws at it, and you also have to contend with this Chi-Yu. It is just so much damage coming from Darius's board, and Henry just losing that Landorus on turn 1. Ogerpon being burned and brought to such little health, it's just not that much value.
You can tell him thinking it through, figuring out what to do after that change of fortunes. Now this Miraidon will outspeed the Chi-Yu, so sure he can knock it off before it can move, but that's still taking a whole turn, and now that Ogerpon's basically a dead slot, not really giving you any value.
Is getting value with the Follow Me here at least to maybe redirect a potential move from the Lunala.
The problem is Chi moves. Oh no, yeah.
I believe Miraidon's also scarfed.
It's also scarfed, so it's fine.
Yeah, so it's
about
about
moving first.
So I think the line from Henry, he's going Volt Switch into the Chi-Yu, trying to kill it remove from the board.
But last time, Ursaluna wasn't a back. No switches though.
No switch. Ogerpon probably just being here as a sacrifice to the Lunala. Volt Switch coming in.
We'll take the knockout.
Coming into that fish.
He's switching into the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yep.
Luckily, we'll be protected by the Ogerpon's Follow Me from anything Lunala.
Ursaluna's in the back though, and if a Trick Room comes off, that's putting the other slot in a rough shape.
Yeah, I don't think Henry's entirely done yet. I think Calyrex Ice might be one of the most difficult Pokemon to handle for Darius's team. And so if we can see, now that Henry's preserved the Calyrex for what'll probably be the end of Game 3, we'll see if he can play through it well enough to be able to handle everything that Hootie has.
As a Meteor Beam going into that Ogerpon definitely getting knocked out by that. And now it's up to Darius figure out how to respond to this Miraidon. The Miraidon Calyrex in the back. I mean, these two Pokemon have been together for a reason. All together for a reason. They're such a strong offensive duo. Well, we'll just have to see how this goes. I think Darius does still have Terra available, if that's correct.
Is this more Miraidon, Terra Electric by chance?
It is Terra Electric.
Terra Electric. There is a chance we could see Terrestrialize from the Miraidon here to guarantee a knockout on the Lunala.
That, however, leaves the Calyrex open to Koraidon.
Terra Fire Firebolt from that Koraidon. It is a lot of moving parts here. What does Henry click?
This could be the turn that decides it.
You're going to go for Draco Meteor. We're trying to figure out how to kill Koraidon because you have to call that Terra on that slot.
Barcelona's in the back.
Yeah, I think a lot of this depends on what he has as his final Pokemon.
Going for Terra Electric, going for Terra Electric, into the Lunala. Perhaps to see.
He locks in a Draco to try to take out Koraidon, then he's stuck in at -2 for the rest of the game.
Although we did see in the previous game, the -2 Draco still did an appreciable amount of damage to Chi-Yu.
He's committing to it. He's committing to Draco and to the Lunala.
Miraidon can kill one of them, but both of these Pokemon can kill Calyrex. He is slower than both of them. We see the Terrestrialize fire onto the Koraidon here. And
Lunala can't protect, but it can Wide Guard if it wants to try to get around that follow-up Glacial Lance.
True. I think we saw from the last game, I'm pretty sure Lunala does live this Draco Meteor. So, if Darius does go for the double up into this Calyrex Ice, it might just be over. We'll have to see. Draco into the Lunala.
Just barely.
CC into the Calyrex.
Does a good chunk of damage to it.
And that is a follow-up Moonlight Beam into that what?
If it goes into the Calyrex, this might be the game. Into the Miraidon Moonlight Beam.
It looks like...
I think that's
the game.
Move.
Henry's getting taken out here, and I mean, Henry just does not have enough in the tank. A -2 Miraidon is just not what you need in this situation. You can go for Draco Meteor onto that Koraidon, try to take it out of the board, and then hope that you can live with Lunala Moongeist Beam. But even then, there's still more Pokemon in the back, and it doesn't even kill.
Another 90%. That is unfortunate. All right.
DC into that Miraidon does take it out, and that is
Darius will be going to the finals.
And Darius winning the game in top 4.
That is second. Darius going to the finals for his second event this weekend in the DMV.
He could take 2 trophies this weekend. It'd be impressive. Yeah, I'm gonna go kidnap him. Let's go.
All right, Darius, welcome back. 2 finals in 1 weekend. Are we entering a new era of Hootie dominance?
I certainly hope so. I certainly hope so. I'm pretty happy with the way how I played. That last set was very scary.
Yeah, it seemed scary. We were nervous for you.
Yeah, I won't lie. Game 1, I used like the full amount of time in like the in the team preview. I really was not sure what the game plan was going into. So it's kind of like a feel it out sort of thing. The key thing that I did find out was Lunala being able to take a Draco or Electro Drift after like the Shadow Shield was broken from a Glacial Lance. And this is important because in game 3, when I did get the burn onto Ogerpon, even though yes, it's nice, got the burn on there, the Chiyu did live, and I took additional damage, just a little bit more than what a Glacial Lance would do to me from the Earth Power from Landorus. So when I got into the scenario in the endgame where he goes for the Draco Meteor into the Lunala, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, normally I would live this if I had 10 extra hit points. I'm pretty sure I still live this if everything stays the same, and thankfully I did. Thankfully I did live.
How are you feeling when you got that burn on the Ogerpon?
It was kind of funny. It was kind of funny, but then I was like, in long terms, like, I don't know. It was just more so like the immediate reaction of like seeing the Earth Power then coming at her. I was like, oh no, wait a second. So I mean, like the burn was fun. It was good. I'm glad that it happened. Well, for me, not for Hendez. Sorry, Hendez. But maybe we take those. Chiyu take it with Heat Wave misses and burn. So that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, and I do want to point out at the end of game 3, we were watching Henry decide on whether to click Electro Drift for Draco Meteor versus a Hootie type player. But luckily today, the Hootie type player prevailed. So
yep,
very happy for you.
Yes, I'm quite happy with that. This was also Hendez's last Scarlet and Violet local, and glad he did really well. He's improved quite a lot, and we like always seem to like match into each other. Yeah, and so it was only fitting for him if this is his last Scarlet and Violet local. If I did play him, and of course we play each other in top 4.
Yeah, you're a heartbreaker.
We've had some funny matchups in the past, so a bunch of close games. He's a good player. Glad to call him my friend as well too. So and
That's wonderful.
I'm sure I'll play him again in Champions.
Yeah.
So
all right. Do you know who you're playing in finals yet?
Not yet. It's still between Calvin and Kaylin. I'm not too sure if they're done yet.
Okay.
Or not. So we'll see. If it's Kaylin, that is a rematch from yesterday's match when we played Champions over at Player One, over on Top Takes channel. And yeah, I played Kaylin in round 3 and in top 4. So I was thankfully able to win those 2 matchups against him. And so it would be fun if we got the run back again.
Awesome. Well, good luck. I hope we get to have you back 3rd time. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, you got this.
We're close to being done. I think Killen and Tom were talking about it.
Okay.
Set after. So. We'll be back with finals. We'll be back with finals shortly.
Fighting my mate.
We are back with finals on the way. It's Calvin versus Darius. Now, what do we think of this matchup? I haven't seen both these players play on stream before.
Oh, can we get Cal's team sheet?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So these are like two pretty well-known teams in the metagame. This is Darius running the team that won Worlds, and Calvin's on one of the like most well-known like hyper-offensive Tropicals comps. I mean, he ran this at NAIC to I want to say an X3 finish in day 2. So like it's a really, really good result from him. So these players playing really good teams that they know well, and we're starting off the game here. What do you guys think of the matchup for between these two?
Yeah, so I think it might be kind of scary for Darius, considering that Calvin has the Prankster Tailwind, but then also has some good slow Pokemon to possibly match Darius in Trick Room were he to set it up. And so Darius also obviously has to play extremely carefully around the Smeargle and the Spore Pressure. But on the other hand, I think Koraidon is pretty difficult for Terrapagos to handle, so Calvin might be disinclined from bringing that in and trying to play through the Calyrex Shadow Rider instead.
I feel like this matchup could be somewhat determined by the team selection screen. It really feels like these guys both have ways to hard counter each other depending on which kind of mode they bring, with Darius bringing his potential Trick Room mode with Lunala and Ursaluna to counter the Calyrex Shadow and the Prankster Tailwind coming from Calvin. Whereas on the flip side, Calvin also has Pokemon, as you said, who work well in Trick Room, being the possibly the Smeargle and the Iron Hands, who could also counter Darius's Trick Room. So I do think both players need to make very wise team choices going into this first game.
I think those are going to be determined a lot by the Chi-Yus. I think with some of the Rajan's game, these Chi-Yus are both really relevant against the opponent's team, with them both having these Psychic Ghost special attacking restricteds. So as we get into the game, we see, I was talking about Chi-Yu Fluttermane from Darius versus Smeargle Terrapagos on Calvin's side. And I mean, this is a really just offensive lead from Darius, threatening these Beats of Ruin boosted Moonblast and having this Chi-Yu on the board. And, well, I mean,
You got it.
Calvin has this Smeargle, which is like threatening a lot of like support, but it also has this like choice spec Terrapagos, which threatens a lot of damage from the board.
Both of these leads here are giving me very offensive vibes, where Calvin can just use a Smeargle to lock down one of these two Pokemon with a Spore, and then potentially threaten to Decorate into the Terra Starstorm next turn. Whereas Darius, I mean, the Chi-Yu ability plus both Heat Wave and the Fluttermane's not Photosynthesis, just Fluttermane in general are both very strong special attackers who can do decisive damage to both of these Pokemon.
And we see Calvin seems to be burning the Terra immediately on Terrapagos. That means that should the Koraidon appear later, Calvin won't have any options to get rid of the weather. So we'll have to see if that works out for him. Terrapagos does now have the access to the spread moved Terra Starstorm attack, so we'll have to see how much damage it does.
This is the downside of using Terrapagos, is that it's kind of a Terra Hog. You need to use your Terra on it in order to get the most value. Smeargle getting brought down to its Focus Sash here, however, Terrapagos will be going for the Terra Starstorm, hitting both Pokemon, doing massive damage, especially onto that Fluttermane with the Chi-Yu's ability, reducing its health.
Oh, that is a speed
on the Moody.
That could change things.
Definitely changes things. The Smeargle should be outspeeding at least the Fluttermane here, and could potentially threaten a Decorate or even a Spore on one of these two Pokemon to do some serious
would
damage.
be pretty nasty, but it looks like he'll be going for the Spore option instead.
I mean, this speed was just really coming in handy for Calvin there. Moody giveth and Moody take it away, and in this case, Moody giveth. I think in this position though, Darius is forced to bring in that Koraidon to make sure that his board doesn't go to sleep. Photosynthesis boost should mean that it outspeeds Smeargle and goes for the Moonblast, but then that's a free Terra Starstorm into both Pokemon here, and that's a lot of damage on the board.
Icy Wind here will take out the Smeargle.
Icy Wind is a clever move to kind of mitigate the Terrapagos speed a little more.
Bring it out a little bit, still get value.
Terrapagos here just going to keep putting out those Terra Starstorms and dealing massive damage. We'll be knocking out the Fluttermane here. Pretty good damage to the Koraidon here.
I mean, there's a reason this Mon works so well in this team comp. It just spreads a bunch of damage to the board. And we see in that back end, we see the Calyrex, we see the Chi-Yu.
And in the back here, now that Koraidon's up, the sun is up, and since Koraidon's been damaged by the Terra Starstorm, it might be low enough for a Heat Wave to potentially have a double knockout here, depending on how much damage this Chi-Yu can do.
Not only that, with Darius taking out the with Calvin taking out the Fluttermane, there's no more speed control left on Darius' side. This Chi-Yu has full control of the speed tiers.
These Chi-Yu choice scarf.
They are both choice scarves.
So we're in another potential speed tie situation here. Whoever's Chi-Yu moves first could be the winner of this game 1.
I mean, we're just gonna have to see. I think Calvin's locking into the overheat, into the Koraidon, trying to remove from the board, and then going for that Terra Starstorm, trying to remove the Chi-Yu. And if it works, I think he might just win the game. We'll have to see. In Darius, I don't know what your line is here. I mean, I think it is you hope your Chi-Yu outspeeds his. And Calvin's Chi goes first
to get the
takes out
knockout on the
Koraidon.
This puts Terapagos in a really good position because the Koraidon will not be able to threaten it with those fighting type moves anymore. Snarl, interesting, lowering the special attack of both Pokemon. However, I'm not sure it'll be enough to survive this Terra Starstorm coming out from the Terapagos.
I was going for the Terra Starstorm. This should just take it up. Chi-Yu can drop down really low.
Yep. Yeah.
And I mean, very few Pokemon I think that Darius could have in the back that would survive with this combination.
Both Pokemon are at -1 special attack. However, there's only one Pokemon left, being the Lunala here.
I mean, at this point, if you're Darius, don't you just switch out the Chi-Yu into the Shadow Rider and then go for the Terra Starstorm?
It looks like that's exactly what he's gonna do.
You reset your special attack drop, and then you have this massive combination of Chi-Yu and Terapagos. And actually, at that point,
more importantly, yep, to chip off the Shadow Shield there, which is the only thing that could help Lunala survive a Chi-Yu Dark Pulse.
And Darius, seeing the writing on the wall, just concedes the game and goes to game 2. And I mean, Calvin just had that game locked down.
Yeah, although I think a big factor of it was the surprise +2 speed on this Smeargle. So it remains to be seen whether things will go down the same way again if they did do the same leads. So we'll have to see if Darius just chalks that up to like a classic Moody moment and maybe runs it back, or if he tries to make any finer adaptations to better handle Calvin's team.
And we'll see if Calvin thinks that his lead is good enough, or if he wants to switch it based off of the fact that that a lot of that win was determined by a surprise Moody boost. And we see him switching actually to more direct speed control with that Whimsicott and just trying to say, I'm gonna go really fast and aggressive, like he was before, but even faster and even more aggressive. So it's interesting to see how Hootie is gonna figure out how to play around this.
An interesting interaction is Darius almost feels like he has to bring the Koraidon here in order to have an answer to the Terapagos. However, Calvin can take advantage of this by bringing the Chi-Yu and kind of forcing the Koraidon to set up Sun for it in order to improve those fire type moves' damage.
Not only that, it's Shadow Rider food. That Shadow Rider with with Life Orb and also Psychic.
Oh, well, hang on. A last second decision. Does it forego Chi-Yu instead for Smeargle?
Oh, okay.
Very interesting choice by Calvin at the last second.
Last second team switch. Let's see how it plays out for him. See, Darius was leads off with the Lunala and the Slaughtermane this time, changing it up a little bit as well. And
interesting, because Terapagos protected from those ghost moves by both Pokemon from being a normal type. Certainly an interesting position to be in, as well as this Whimsicott being able to threaten an immediate Tailwind or even Fake Out, if we've just seen potentially going for the
pulls into the Lunala. Let's see if it pays off.
Will that kill to the Shadow Shield though? This is an interesting gamble from Calvin.
Removing that Shadow Shield basically by putting it on the Fake Tears is that it should kill through. It's only if, I mean, does Darius want to commit Terra this early in front of a Terapagos? And he has it.
Terra.
We could be saying goodbye to the Lunala right now.
This Lunala is not staying on the field. Terra Shield breaks on Terapagos, but I don't think this matters. I don't think this matters unless Lunala can find a way to Meteor Beam through this Terapagos this turn. We'll have to see. Because if not, this is Lunala's last turn on the field. Oh, that's a Moongeist Beam into the Whimsicott.
Oh, and okay, this could actually be good for Darius. He might lose the Lunala, but then the Terapagos would be locked into Dark Pulse and also at -1 speed with no option of a Tailwind. So
that was a crit too.
So potentially Darius could bring in the Koraidon and then be in a pretty solid spot versus this Terapagos.
I mean, this is why he brought in the Smeargle, I think. It's to have this threat in order to make sure that he can get the Terapagos out safely here.
However, though, you're now locked into that Dark Pulse, which means that there is a Koraidon in the back, which there likely is to answer this Terapagos. That could be a problem.
Yeah, and then even if Cal tries to bring in the Calyrex for the Terapagos, he's at risk of taking an Icy Wind on the switch-in.
I'm seeing actually not bringing Koraidon, he's bringing in the Chi-Yu here. just put on all this offensive pressure. I mean, this is the same lead from game 1, but your Terrapagos now locked into Dark Pulse, which is so much less threatening. And especially knowing what Calvin has in the bag, that's really hard for him to deal with.
We had problems switching in Calyrex Shatter here against 2 Pokemon that can hit it for ×4 super effective damage. They need to pray that we're faking out and that this Flutter Mane doesn't decide to Shadow Ball into the Terrapagos slot and predict it.
This Kyle setting in. Let's see if he gets him for. Let's see if he manages to get in unscathed. He goes into GMU, Doterra. Moonblast into the Smeargle.
With no icy wind into the Calyrex. Bring it down to its Focus Sash. That one is still up for Calvin. This Calyrex should be outspeeding the GMU.
Oh, that's what I think about. And that's a speed drop.
Dude, don't want to see
Moody give it and Moody take it away. And now I think this GMU has a Snarl, if I remember. So it doesn't even lock into Dark Pulse here. That can just be a Snarl and a Moonblast into that slot. With the Flutter Mane having that Focus Sash. And I mean, Darius is just so ahead. Calvin just, there's not a lot. Now that
this is a Terra Dark here on the Calyrex.
There's a Terra Dark. However, if you look at that Moonblast, if you look at the Moonblast from that Flutter Mane, it still is a problem. I think you might be, if you're Calvin here, I think you're relying on the GMU missing its Snarl and going for Follow Me.
There's a world here where you could double into the Calyrex Shadow in order to get it off the board, but we're not seeing that. We're just going to go straight for the Snarl, knocking out the Smeargle and also lowering Calyrex's special attack.
And we're going to see that Astral Watch coming out.
Will this be enough to knock out the Flutter Mane?
It's going to bring it out to Sash.
Ooh.
Yeah, but then here's the follow-up Moonblast.
And that follow-up Moonblast with the Beads of Ruin should just take it out. And I think we might be going to a game 3 here, folks.
His Moonblast. It's enough to take it out.
What?
You know,
I don't want that on me.
No, it's not.
Really nice music.
Mike's muted? Are you serious? What the fuck?
Is it not audible? And I mean that's a concession from Calvin game 2. Yeah, his mic's not muted.
What?
I don't think you can mute it on stream.
It literally shows up. The audio shows up on the.
I think you muted everyone. I think you muted the commentary.
Are they muted?
I just went straight.
Are they muted on stream?
He's just a liar.
Whatever.
What are we talking about? No, we're in the middle of finals.
Okay, anyways, sorry for that. We're going back with the lead he used to win 10 top 4.
Miracle wins top lead. Let's see if it works out for him.
This worked out last round.
That double support lead, let's see if it works. Throwing out all caution to the wind and just saying, what if we disrupt? What if that board didn't work how it was supposed to? We see Darius going with
the same lead as last game.
And now we have access to Tailwind Spore into the Flutter Mane. We have access to Encore's Decorate, stuff like Encore's Fake Tear, stuff like that. And that is exactly a Tailwind Spore into the Lunala slot. That's gonna matter a lot. And the Tailwind came out, we're seeing the Spore going to Lunala, and I wonder what Darius' Flutter Mane clicks here. I'll go into bed.
See like a Moonblast from the Whimsicott Cup, perhaps? Icy Wind here.
Icy Wind trying to break the Sash from the Smeargle and get a good amount of damage onto that. Whimsicott, and also make sure that Tailwind doesn't actually mean that Smeargle outspeeds it right now. Special attack boost.
Not really relevant. Special defense drop could be relevant. Is a world where you could encore this Fluttermane into the Icy Wind, but it doesn't seem like that. We're just gonna Moonblast.
Wanted to break that Shadow Shield, I assume.
Nala.
Want to break that Shadow Shield ability, and then we see that Spore trying to go into the Fluttermane here, and I think it might force Darius to go Moonblast that Smeargle slot.
And I think one thing to keep in mind is that every turn that Calvin spends with these two low damage leads in play are turns that he can't be capitalizing on the sleep turns. So we'll have to see if Calvin can find a way to pivot out quickly, or else he's going to risk having the sleep turns on Lunala be all for nothing.
So he goes to this Moonblast here, not doing much, but mainly just to break the Shadow Shield. And Spore goes into that Protect. Now let's see what Moody has in store.
You got
turn one, wake up.
Meteor Beam will be knocking something out here.
Meteor Beam probably going into that Smeargle, just taking it off the board. Maybe even into that Whimsicott. See.
The Smeargle here, which will knock it out.
Okay,
I think this is
up. Very nice for Darius.
I do think this is the better outcome for Calvin, though. You get to keep that Whimsicott around. Or either you could Encore here into the Lunala Meteor Beam. Could be an option. As Calyrex comes in, threatening Astral Barrage, super effective on both Pokemon.
And I mean, Darius could Wide Guard here, but the issue with the Wide Guard is that if Calvin goes for a Protect, and that's trying to predict a Wide Guard here.
As you can see, there's Encore into Lunala would lock it into Meteor Beam.
Or trying to predict a Wide Guard, Encore would call that out. Not even putting damage into the... Oh, and Darius calling that Psychic perfectly, bringing in that Chi-Yu on that Psychic and that Wide Guard. So they both, even on the turn, I think all things considered, Encore goes into that Lunala, locking it into that Wide Guard. But now...
I mean, the Wide Guard, I don't think it's that bad a move to be locked into, at least for the next turn.
No, especially when you have this Chi-Yu that's coming to the board. That is a nasty plot that he's trying to click, and I think he might just be going for a Moonblast or even a switch out on the Whimsicott to try to preserve Tailwind.
One turn of Tailwind left, so you really want to keep this Whimsicott alive for this turn, so you can get a second Tailwind set up next turn to help your Calyrex Shadow Rider sweep, especially as it begins to set up Nasty Plot. And it will be unable to go for that Astral Barrage because Lunala has been encored into Wide Guard.
We're seeing I'm actually supposed to be going for Protect and switching into the Terapagos here. I want to see how this works out for him. Trying to preserve that Terra for the Terapagos, which as we discussed before, is a Terra Hog.
This could be terrifying. Well, we know this Calyrex Shadow, I believe, is going to Terrasilize into a Dark type to protect from that Chi-Yu Dark Pulse.
That's
saving it for next turn.
Seeing it going for a Protect. No, still locked into Wide Guard. Chi-Yu going for a Heat Wave, breaking the Terror Shell, and trying to get, most importantly, trying to kill out Whimsicott, which is now a turtle.
Ooh, what about the Terapagos? No more Tailwind up.
And more importantly, Chi-Yu hasn't even locked into a dark move. Doesn't even lock into a dark move. So now this Lunala is in range of a Dark Pulse.
This Calyrex can't really get much value right now between the Wide Guards and the Chi-Yu being a Dark type, unable to be hit with that Psychic attack. So we have to see how Calvin can be able to utilize it. As this Terapagos still has the potential to Terrasilize here and then start dishing out those Terra Starstorms into both Pokemon to potentially make way for a Calyrex endgame. They can get rid of either this Chi-Yu or this Lunala. However, Wide Guard does protect from Terra Starstorm as well, so he needs to be wary of that.
We're going to see how this plays out. And also locking into the Wide Guard, going for it again. I'm going to see the Calyrex, I think, locking to Nasty Plot, if I remember correctly. Going for that Heat Wave, breaking that Terra Shell. Getting good damage on the Calyrex.
Oh, excellent damage on the Calyrex.
Burning the Terapagos.
Wait a minute. Did Calvin click Terra Blast into the Chi-Yu?
I think it was Dark Pulse.
Was it Dark Pulse?
Oh no!
Terra Starstorm, yeah. Protected. It's not considered a Stellar Terra type because it didn't Terrasilize. So the Terra Ghost on the Chi-Yu, a perfect prediction there of the Terapagos not Terrasalizing. Now it's forced to Terrasilize. I believe Encore ended.
I think Encore ended maybe a turn ago, but I think honestly, if you're Hootie here, it wouldn't matter if you were.
just gonna go for another wide guard here and try to start attacking with the fish.
Wide guard is giving so much value here off this Lunala between the Astral Barrage and the Terra Starstorm. Both very powerful spread moves.
Seeing a big turtle come into play. And the Calvin's going for protect, and I think if you're Calvin here, you're just trying to see if you can kill this fish, and another wide guard comes out.
Oh, although the Terra Starstorm won't hit now either because of the wide guard.
Exactly. I think.
Yeah, this is a horrible position for Calvin to be in.
I think Darius has caught him in maybe a bit of a catch-22, where there's just nothing he can do as good.
Yeah.
I do wonder why Calvin could maybe not think of clicking that Dark Pulse on the Terapagos, because now that GU is a ghost type, Dark Pulse is threatening both Pokemon on the field, and it also gets around that wide guard. I think that's very interesting.
I think because he needed to. Oh, actually, I ended Encore this turn. I genuinely don't think that Encore being up mattered.
It was interesting. Clicking Terra Starstorm into the wide guard, you know, was coming.
I think he's trying to play for. Maybe his opponent not thinking of it. Going for another heat wave and the thing
double knockout.
once.
Yeah, for Calvin. Is it just a Whimsicott in the back?
I think it is.
So.
Yeah.
I think it just
Virtually
takes this.
It's a virtually impossible position.
Today.
This might be 2 locals wins back to back for Darius.
It's the year of Darius.
Yeah.
Calvin hovering on the screen, seeing if there's a way he can win. I don't think so. I think it might be over.
Invincible here.
And that's a concession. Darius is winning the cup.
Darius.
Very impressive gameplay there to predict the not terrestrialization and go for the Chi-Yu Terra Ghost to get around that Terra Blast.
Yeah, I mean, just really heads up play there, realizing that this Chi-Yu is how he wins the game, just clicking that Heat Wave and going for the Terra Ghost in order to get around that. The only way Calvin really had was to predict whether he would Terra there or not, and he just went for it, and I mean, it worked. So we'll get Darius in for a quick winning the tournament interview, and then we'll be signing off.
I don't know how to switch. Do you need a second camera too?
Hey,
you got it?
Yeah.
Assess. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
right. Come out a little this way. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Long time no see. Welcome back.
Thank you.
How does it feel? It's this weekend. It's all coming up, Darius.
I am very happy with my performances this weekend. Oh my god. Again, it's the same thing in the Calvin. It's just like trying to figure something out on the fly. I don't have much practice with the team, and then and thankfully I was able to adjust really well and find like a consistent bring into the very, very, very annoying Smeargle Tropicos team. Kudos to Calvin, he's a really good player, but oh, I hate that team.
Yeah, I mean, you handled it well.
Yeah. I think I'm more so like happy I was able to recognize the on game 3, the Whimsicott board state, and it was just like, okay, he's gonna encore something here, and as far as how can I like safely like preserve this game with Calyrex there and everything like that, I just meteor beamed. I was like, okay, well, he's gonna, he can't do any damage into
into Chi-Yu significantly there. So if he encores that slot, sure, fine. But encores Lunala, don't be locked in the meter beam. And I was like, the best move to lock into long term would be wide guard. So it basically makes Chi-Yu effectively immortal. He can only do so much to Lunala with Kali Shadow, and then even though he hasn't Terra'd yet, the Terapagos in the back can't really Terra unless I stop wide guarding. But he encored me into it. And the Terra Ghost was just a cover for Earth Power mainly.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that like the White Guard endgame, it was very well positioned, and it was like really cool seeing all those pieces come together, and then realizing that you kind of had like a vastly superior board state at the end. So I'm sure that was satisfying.
Yes, I'm glad I found my way out of that one. I am very happy, very thankful to win the Champions League yesterday, and thankfully win the cup today, trying to make the world push, which this makes my life mentally wise as far as prep goes a lot easier. Trying to prepare for Indianapolis.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
So is Indianapolis the next time we'll see you, or you got any locals coming up?
I'll still be around for some locals. Still want to get like practice in for like the For Fun Champions local. I might attend one more cup. Depends on if I feel like coming out here to Virginia, far away from Maryland. But people actually, hey, you want to come out here and play? I'll show up.
Do you have anybody you want to like shout out before?
I do. The one person I want to shout out real quick is Donghun. He was the one that provided me the team, and congratulations to him because he got his it basically locked up his invite in Orlando with this. And I know he's been a little stressed out lately, so I don't know if he is watching this, but I do appreciate you as a friend, and thank you for the team. And
Wonderful. All right. Well, I don't know where my co-commentators are.
Oh, they left. They want to go celebrate, I guess.
So I don't really know how to wind down the stream, but I will say thank you everyone for watching. I think it was all of us, maybe besides Mix, first time commentating. So that was a really fun experience. Hopefully I get the chance to do it again sometime soon.
Oh no, it's nice having you here, man. Finally, you're closer.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. Looking forward to participating in the local community more.
Yeah. No, we appreciate having you here. And also, if you are local here and you are watching, come out to the GMU area. Everybody's really friendly. It's a great experience. Even like during like break or whatever, everybody's going out to lunch together. And even afterwards, if it's a Saturday where we're not too much things going on, we'll go out and get dinner sometimes too. So be sure to come out.
Yeah. And even if you're not in the area, you can go on the official Pokemon event finder, which was fixed this week, and find an event near you.
Yes, sir.
Anywhere in the world except for Japan and Korea. But anywhere else in the world. So if any Japanese people are watching at like 4 a.m., sorry. But yeah, it's the weekend of Hootie. Back-to-back wins, winning events 2 days in a row.
Yeah,
Pretty stacked events too.
Start of the Hootie dynasty.
Oh my god. All right.
Maybe the Hootie players are the players.
Oh my god.
It's the Hootie players you should be afraid of.
Thank you. All right, you want to wrap this up?
I don't know. Who's the authority to end the stream? I guess it's me. Yeah.
I already did like a sign off.
You wanna mute it?
With that, we'll be ending our cup for today. We'll be streaming a Champions local next week, Sunday. Be there if you're in the area. Bye bye. There or be square. Be there or be square. Yeah, thanks for coming out today.